Chapter 82. Although they were unhappy, they did not dare to vent their anger on Wang Wenfei in front of Pang Mu. After all, they could not afford to offend either of these two ancestors. Without Wang Wenfei present, everyone followed the lead of Lin Yong, the oldest and most experienced prefect of each one, and looked at him openly or secretly. Lin Yong bowed to Pang Mu. I wonder if the Lord has urgently summoned me here. But what is the important matter? Then he looked at Yin Jiao again, and asked with concern in his surprise, is it related to Madam? In fact, most officials, especially the older officials, still have more resistance to the existence of Yin Jiao. After all, in their view, since ancient times, the saints put a woman into the officialdom and allowed her to recommend Su Qian and a Miao, who were also women, as officially registered officials. This was simply absurd. Where are the rules and the ancestral etiquette? If this continues, those women will follow suit and spread it. Isn't it against the will of heaven? So Lin Yong knew that Yin Jiao was a 6th-rank official, but he still deliberately called her Madam. Although the matter is done and it is useless, it is still okay to disgust you. Pang Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was not in a hurry to argue for his wife. Instead, he had an expression of interest waiting for a good show. Yin Jiao had experienced similar things for at least 80 times, and had long since cultivated an invincible golden bell cover, which was really immune to all poisons, and was not afraid at all. She stood up slowly, pulled out a bright yellow imperial edict from her sleeve like a magic trick, and said with a smile, Your Majesty has an order. The officials below instinctively lifted their robes and knelt down. When their knees touched the cold ground, they felt ashamed and afraid. A show of power. It's really tit for tat. If it were in the past, Yin Jiao might have been sulking and trying to emphasize to others that women can hold up half the sky. But prejudice is deeply rooted, and it is not so easy to change. The modern society, which claims to be highly developed and open in economy and culture, can't do this. So what qualifications does she have to ask the men in the feudal society to do it? So, she learned to be smart. What you rely on and respect is not the imperial power. Then I will use this to pressure you. Let's not talk about reason. It's too much effort. Yin Jiao finished reading in a rhythmic and clear voice, and then took a sip of hot tea to moisten his mouth comfortably, and then smiled and corrected. Please call me Lord Yin. At this moment, she is not a dispensable duke's wife who depends on men for survival, but a legitimate close minister of the emperor, the 6th-rank criminal department, the yellow character A number Yin, the imperial envoy, and is allowed to act at his own discretion. From this point of view alone, she is on an equal footing with Pang Mu. Lin Yong and others all kowtowed, and they really restrained themselves a lot after getting up, even if they were more angry in their hearts. They all called Lord Yin respectfully. It is true that the prefect is of the 4th rank, but the one who came was an imperial envoy representing the emperor's will, so all the ranks were pale and powerless. Yin Jiao suddenly felt refreshed and handed the imperial edict to the back. Su Qian stepped forward silently, took it with both hands, and then quietly retreated to the back. No need to be polite. Everyone, please sit down. As she said this, Yin Jiao turned around, and the robe behind her shook open a flower, and slowly fell down as she sat down, quietly lying behind her legs, as if the curtain of a big drama was opened. She really enjoyed the drama of being slapped in the face by the imperial sword. Lin Yong and others sat down again in the 2 rows of chairs below according to their official positions. When they looked up again, they saw Yin Jiao and Pang Mu sitting side by side on the 2 chairs at the top. Qi Yuan was carrying a sword behind them, and Su Qian was holding the edict. Although they did not say a word, the air in the room seemed to be stagnant and heavy. Yin Jiaoyang's move really made Lin Yong lose face. The old man felt uneasy. After sitting down, he just buried his head in his tea, as if he was not the one who spoke first. The terrible silence spread quickly. Many officials could not stand this silence and subconsciously cast their eyes on the remaining prefect, Xue Lu, the prefect of Yudong. The latter suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. He twisted and changed several postures uncomfortably. Then he picked up the teacup to cover up, scraped the non-existent tea stems, and asked with a smile, I don't know. Sir, what case did Lord Yin come here for this time? The imperial edict said that the 2 of them were allowed to intervene in all cases in Dalu, and the prefectures, counties, and cities along the way needed to cooperate fully. So they must have heard something when they came back this time. Pang Mu did not continue to embarrass him. and said straight to the point, I was passing through your precious place, and I was greedy for the scenery and wanted to take a detailed tour along the river. But I heard a few things that were really unpleasant. While he was talking, the tall and strong Song Liang came out with a stack of papers and handed a copy to everyone. Xuelu looked down and his right eyelid jumped wildly. All the densely written on it were cases of money extortion, ship damage, and even missing people that had occurred in Hulington in recent years. It can be seen that the couple has not been idle in the past few days. He roughly counted a total of 21. 3 people missing. And the several prefectures, states, and counties present could not escape anywhere. Xuelu couldn't help but steal a glance at the 2 men. His heart was beating fast. Did they come prepared? Or, it's impossible. In just a few days, they are unfamiliar with the place. How could they collect so much? But if they came prepared? It doesn't seem likely. Unless, those pirates really kicked the steel plate? Thinking of this, Xuelu instinctively went through the paper in his hand again and found that the victims did not seem to be powerful. And it was unlikely that they would seek help from Pangmu. Could it be just a coincidence? While Xuelu's mind was in a mess, Lin Yong had already spoken. Master, Lord Yan, you two are new here and are not familiar with the culture and customs here. As the saying goes, bad water produces bad people. It is inevitable that some people will make false statements and slander you because they see that you are kind. This is one-sided and cannot be trusted. As he said that, he calmly put all the information on the table. Pangmu laughed a few times, and at the same time noticed that a young man sitting in the last row frequently cast complicated eyes towards him, and hesitated several times. If he remembered correctly, that person should be the second official to come, Qinghe County Magistrate Wu Rong. And this Wu Rong's resume is quite interesting. He came to Qinghe County as a county magistrate 4 years ago. After 3 years, his performance evaluation was very good, but he never got the opportunity to be promoted or transferred. 2 years ago, he took a case. At that time, a father and son in Qinghe County returned from the capital to sell goods. When they passed through Hulingtan, they were blackmailed by water bandits, and the boat they were on was almost destroyed. Wu Rong took the case and tried it on the same day. He also arrested the suspect according to the victim's narration, but the suspect refused to admit it. Because of the lack of physical evidence and the fact that the victims were only a father and son who were peddlers, it was difficult for them to serve as witnesses. So the trial of the case came to a standstill. Wu Rong attached great importance to this case and spent a lot of effort to investigate it in depth. However, just half a month later, the plaintiff suddenly turned against him and said that he remembered it wrongly. The criminal had an accent from another place, and that Wu Rong had arrested the wrong person. The case was left unresolved, and Wu Rong became a big joke in the officialdom of the 3 prefectures for a long time. After noticing Pangmu's gaze, Wu Rong quickly lowered his head and tidied his clothes, which were not wrinkled to begin with. A little uncomfortably, according to Lord Lin, Yin Jiao asked with a half-smile. 21 cases, nearly 30 plaintiffs, and 3 people whose lives and deaths are unknown. Are all jokes? Lin Yong said. Not only did I not hear any rumors, I'm afraid that everyone here is the same. As he said that, he and Yin Jiao looked at the other people present at the same time. Wherever they looked, everyone nodded and said in unison, not bad. Not bad. That's right. Someone must be joking. Yin Jiao laughed instead of getting angry, looking at the person who said this and said, it's really funny. The man was just mixing in the crowd and laughing along. He never thought that he would be singled out. Sweat broke out in his palms immediately, and he squeezed out a few meaningless hisses from his throat, and then there was no movement. Pangmu crossed his legs and said calmly, I know you all don't want to say it. Don't want to say it. And don't dare to say it. Xuelu smiled reflexively. My lord, what are you talking about? Pangmu sneered. But I think you also know my reputation. I am a rough man with no other hobbies. I just like to help His Majesty get a job, confiscate property, etc. The more you don't want me to know about it, the more I want to dig 3 feet into the ground. When it comes to dismissal and confiscation of property, every time he said a word, a group of people below followed and trembled, fearing that they would be the next unlucky person. Since someone has to be unlucky, why can't it be someone else? Lin Yong frowned. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for the Lord to threaten me like this. Pangmu spread his hands and turned to look at Yin Jiao and Qi Yuan. Did I say anything? Chi Yuan said seriously. Not only did I not hear any rumors, I'm afraid everyone here is the same. As soon as the voice fell, Yin Jiao, Su Qian and others nodded. Not bad. Not bad. That's right. The Lord is used to joking. The person who was retaliated almost vomited blood and his face turned the color of pig liver. Pang Mu laughed a few times. His face suddenly changed, and he slammed the table hard. Seeing everyone tremble in fear, he said sternly, I know you are used to deceiving your superiors and subordinates, and you don't care about the little things of the people. But there are more than 40 pirates, and there are no less than 100 people assisting and protecting them behind the scenes. Such a disaster is happening right under your noses. And you dare to say you don't know. You are so shameless to be loyal to your majesty while being paid by him. Everyone's face turned red and blue after being scolded by him. And the oldest Lin Yong's breathing became uneven. He trembled for a while, and suddenly stood up, saying righteously, Sir, please be careful with your words. Although we are not talented, we are also officials appointed by your majesty. Today, we are humiliated like this. If we don't seek justice from the saint, how can we live in the world with dignity? I'll give you paper and pen. You write now. Pang Mu not only did not stop him, but asked someone to bring out a stack of blank papers and pens and ink as if he had been prepared. You? Lin Yong had lived for more than 50 years, and he had never seen such a trick before. It was really hard to get off the tiger. At this point, if he doesn't write, wouldn't it be true that he is an incompetent official and a scourge to the people? Lin Yong shook his sleeves fiercely and sat down, and actually started writing quickly. No one else expected that the situation would be so deadlocked in such a short moment. They all looked at each other and hesitated at the ink, paper and ink stone in front of them. Write. Offend the lineage of Duke Dinghua. Don't write. His official position is in jeopardy, and he offends Lin Yong and Wang Wenfei. Damn it. It's really a war between gods and mortals. If you want to make trouble, can't you pick a time when no one is around? Even if you tear each other's hair and wrestle like shrews, we don't bother to care. But look at it. Look at it. What the hell is this? But then again, as Duke Dinghua himself said, everyone knows his style, even if they don't write. Will their official positions really be secure? Lin Yong was the first in the second class that year, and he had literary talent. It didn't take long for him to write a full page. He dipped the brush again, hummed, and continued to write the second page. Pang Mu was not in a hurry. When he was about to finish the second page, he said leisurely, to be honest, I wrote a memorial 3 days ago and sent it to the capital 600 miles away. I'm afraid that His Majesty has read it by now. Lin Yong's hand paused. You don't have to worry about no one taking care of government affairs. I have already ordered that the civil and military adjutants of each department will perform their duties. If there is anything important, just send it here. Lin Yong said angrily. How dare you put a court minister under house arrest? Lord Lin is old, but he has a bad temper. He can't keep his temper. Pang Mu said lazily. No matter how trivial the people's affairs are, there are already 3 suspected deaths. I believe the saint must urge us to find out the truth as soon as possible. The 2 of us are doing our job according to the Emperor's order. We kindly ask you to cooperate in the investigation. However, the Emperor is far away, and you insist on disobeying the order. No one cooperates. I am not a willful person, so you can report me and tell His Majesty if you are dissatisfied. Lin Yong seemed to be fainted at any time. Xue Lu and others were completely stunned. They had never seen such a fierce tit-for-tat. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao had thought about treating them with courtesy and then appealing to their emotions. But this group of people had made it clear from the beginning that they would not cooperate with nonviolence. So gentleness would not work. Lin Yong and others were typical old hands, who would not cry until they saw the coffin. Naturally, they knew that once they admitted the matter of the water bandits, it would be equivalent to agreeing with Pang Mu's judgment that they were sitting in office and eating for nothing. And they were afraid that their official hats would be over. So, they would never take the initiative to confess. I know some of you are still counting on or afraid of Wang Wenfei. Pang Mu threw out the last straw that broke the camel's back. But I am quite grateful that he didn't come today. Xue Lu looked up suddenly, and saw that the other party was also looking at him. The 2 lines of sight seemed to pierce his heart directly, tearing apart all his little calculations, exposing them bloody in the sun, with nowhere to hide. If he doesn't come today, he can just say that everything has nothing to do with him. then even if something happens in the future, it's just a matter of finding a scapegoat. As long as he is fine, it is impossible for him to intercede for everyone present, so as not to bring trouble to himself. As long as he doesn't consider you, then no matter what his background is or who he relies on, it will naturally be meaningless. The words are rough, but the truth is true. Wang Wenfei's absence certainly made Pang Mu lose face. But because of this, Pang Mu can temporarily not worry about the resistance from the Wang family or the Queen Mother. No one dared to speak up. If they spoke up, it would only make things more obvious. But if they didn't, they would inevitably think about what Pang Mu said. And the more they thought about it, it was really like that. The room was so quiet that the timid low-level officials began to secretly wipe their sweat and swallow their saliva. They were of low status, and their words were not taken seriously. I'm afraid Wang Wenfei didn't take them seriously. If the truth really came out one day and Wang Wenfei was not around, they would be the first to bear the brunt. At this moment, Yin Jiao suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Everyone here is a well-educated person. You know that there is another strategy besides the 36 strategies that has a very high chance of success. Her topic jumped too fast, and everyone didn't come back to their senses for a while. They were a little dazed for a while. And then, they heard the Yudong Prefecture inspector blurt out the strategy of alienation. Although he succeeded in answering the question, there was no trace of joy on his face. Obviously, everyone present was smart. And one of the characteristics of smart people is that they like to think. They quickly connected these sentences, and then became more and more anxious. Wang Wenfei didn't come, and they came but didn't return. They were not friends of life and death, so how could they trust each other? Chapter 83. The husband and wife team's unconventional combination of punches really made everyone a little confused. And even Lin Yong, who insisted on reporting to the saint, vaguely revealed a little bit of strength on the outside but weakness on the inside. Although he still had a stern face. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that his momentum was not as strong as before. From the post station to the capital, even if it was an urgent document of 600 miles, it would take 7 or 8 days to deliver it to the capital. Even if the saint was really willing to make decisions for him. Waiting for the order to come back, it would take half a month to go back and forth. And the daylily would be cold. This long period of time in between was enough for Wang Wenfei to become suspicious and kick him off the warship completely. Some things are boring to say too much. Pang Mu quickly went over what he had just said in his mind. And after confirming that there was nothing missing, he waved to everyone. That's all I have to say. Everyone go back to your room and rest. Rest is rest. But no one can leave until the matter is sorted out. Those people were suspicious when they came. And they looked solemn when they left. And even their steps dragged a lot. It was obvious that they were not as calm as they appeared. After closing the door, Qi Yuan asked, can we just let them go back to the house? If they still can't pry it open, they can't really lock them up in the post station for years. That would be house arrest. Yin Jiao and Su Qian also looked over, with the same doubts and worries in their eyes. Especially Yin Jiao. Although it was good to slap her in the face, she was not 100% sure in her heart. The 21 cases that were shown to those people just now sounded scary. But most of them were oral accounts of third parties. And in fact, there were only 2 victims who could be contacted at present. Moreover, they were all scared when they heard that they would have to confront the local officials in court. From a purely legal perspective, even if the 2 were brave enough, the base number was too small and the evidence was insufficient. So there was still the possibility of accident and coincidence. We cannot conclude that there were large-scale bandits in Hulangtan based on these 2 cases alone. At most, we can only treat them as 2 independent cases and arrest the few people who robbed them at the time. Doing so is like poking a hornet's nest hard. Not only will it only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, but the other party is very likely to counterattack wildly after they leave, and the innocent people will suffer in the end. In addition, in this kind of targeted crime, most of the victims are travelers from other places. Not to mention whether they can be contacted in a short time. Considering the time required for litigation in a different place and the economic cost of round trip, it is not certain whether the other party is willing to come. However, everyone believed that a considerable number of victims had reported the case to the government office. If local officials could actively cooperate and provide clues, then whether it was to find the victim or the criminal, it would be twice as effective with half the effort. Pang Mu did not answer directly, but stood up and asked with a smile, I wonder if there is anything else in the kitchen. Just cook some midnight snacks. It rains a lot in the south. And it has been drizzling outside since I don't know when. The cold air of early winter was instantly rolled in with water vapor, dispersing the dullness in the room and making people feel refreshed. Su Qian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and pushed open the other 2 windows, and smiled. There's a stove burning in the room. And so many people were crowded just now. It's really stuffy. Thinking of what Pang Mu said just now, Su Qian said uncertainly, I'll send someone to the kitchen to ask. Yin Jiao understood his implication. Do you mean there will be visitors tonight? No one has the habit of staying up late in their spare time, so they naturally don't need midnight snacks. Qi Yuan and Su Qian also pricked up their ears. Pang Mu hummed and motioned them to sit down and talk. I wonder if you have noticed Qing, a county magistrate Wu Rong, who is quite interesting. Yin Jiao recalled what he said. Is it the man in his 30s, who looks weak and seems to be a little introverted and timid? After working as a head constable for a long time, she also developed some professional habits, and was used to observing the main characteristics of people when she first met them. Pang Mu nodded, and fiddled with the empty teacup on the table. While we were talking just now, he glanced at me at least 8 times, and each time he looked away in panic after being discovered. I always felt that he seemed to have something to say. Is he afraid of other people present? Yin Jiao thought. Pang Mu stretched his neck. Wait and see. This matter depends on his patience? What if he is also a patient person? And it would be difficult to hold it in for 10 days or half a month. The post station is a place for officials to stay temporarily, if there is no special request. The variety of food provided is quite limited. However, because the post station is just outside the city and close to the ferry, it is very convenient to buy. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin went out with 2 guards, but they came back in less than half an hour. My lord, master, it happened to rain today, and the market was not doing well. We still have a large part of the spare ribs, some lotus roots wrapped in fresh mud, a few chickens and ducks, etc. We bought them all at once. What do you want to eat? The weather was cold, and the 2 of them had red noses from the cold. When they opened their mouths, they wheezed and white steam came out, like a moving human-shaped hot water kettle. Everyone was playing with the 2 children, and they all smiled and asked them when they heard the words. Ping'an and Shi'er looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and said in unison, pork ribs. At the end, Shi'er added in a low voice, the sweet kind. Everyone just laughed when they heard this, thinking that this is a midnight snack. You may not be able to stay up until then. Sweet and sour pork ribs. Yin Jiao nodded. There's too much to use up, so make 1 sweet and sour pork ribs, 1 lotus root pork rib soup. It's good to drink some hot soup to sweat in such a damp and cold weather. Also order a ginger chicken shredded white rice porridge, and chop the duck into large pieces for braising. Staying up late in the winter is not an easy job. You can't stand it without some oil and water. Bai Ning looked at the sky outside, and couldn't hide his worry. I didn't expect the winter rain in the south to be so frequent. Yang and Mr. Liao will have a hard time going. Originally, they took a detour by land, and they wanted to catch up with the old man's birthday party, so they had to hurry up. It just so happens that the south also has continuous rain in winter. If it freezes and freezes, how can we travel? Don't worry too much, Yin Jiao comforted. My brother and Yang are used to traveling. They know it well, and they must have changed to a big car by now. Bai Ning was relieved and nodded with a smile. Yes, I worry for nothing. Everyone laughed and laughed for a while, and gradually it got late at night. As expected, the 2 children began to pray, and they were so sleepy that they couldn't open their eyes. Pang Mu poked his son's crooked butt. Are you sleepy? Come, Dad will take you to bed. Ping'an instinctively hugged his neck, and suddenly shuddered, barely opened his eyes, and shouted indistinctly, pork ribs. Shi'er shuddered at his shout, subconsciously stretched her neck to look around, smacked her lips and said, pork ribs? Everyone laughed. Bai Ning poked his forehead and said, pork ribs. You can't even open your eyes. Before she finished speaking, Shi'er had already fallen back under her force, muttering, pork ribs. Sweet. The group of people laughed so hard, and joked again, and promised to make up for it tomorrow, and then asked the nanny to take them to the back to sleep. Mrs. Yu was very satisfied. It's a blessing to be able to eat. Children who eat more meat grow faster. They will be generals tomorrow. Around midnight, everyone had supper, and Mrs. Yu and Bai Ning and others went to bed one after another. while Pang Mu and Yin Jiao played cards under the lamp while waiting for possible visitors. After about half an hour, Xiao Wu suddenly poked his head in from the half-open window. Wu Rong is here. Wu Rong changed into a black cotton robe, and the first thing he asked after entering the door was when they would leave. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other, and they had already understood what he meant, but still asked, "What do you mean?" Wu Rong was only a 7th-rank county magistrate, and his body was even thinner, like a reed in a tiger and wolf pond that could be broken by the wind at any time. But he still said calmly, "If you two are just asking casually on a whim, then I don't need to say anything. You are afraid of their revenge," Pang Mu said bluntly. Scholars are all very face-conscious, and they thought Wu Rong would cover up a little, but he nodded without hesitation. "Of course." Yin Jiao was surprised and said, "Shouldn't you say something noble like petitioning for the people? It is an honor to die, and there is no joy in life and no fear of death. This is too suitable for his appearance, isn't it?" "Master Yin is joking," Wu Rong said without changing his expression. "I am just a mortal, and I have no backing. If I lose this official position, I will be like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. How can I speak for the people? So no matter what situation I face, I must protect myself first. If the two people in front of me just opened the door and left, then as an informer, he would definitely be regarded as a thorn in the flesh, and he would even die without knowing how he died in the end. But if they want to investigate thoroughly, then what's wrong with risking his life?" Pang Mu said. From experience? Wu Rong was not surprised that they knew his past, and nodded immediately. From experience, Qinghe County Magistrate was his first time to be assigned to a post outside the capital. He was too naive back then, and was tricked. If he still can't learn from his mistakes, he deserves to be thrown into the tiger and wolf pond to feed the fish. Yin Jiao looked at him with a little admiration. A person who can frankly admit that he is afraid of death, but still decides to be the first to take the initiative to cooperate under the premise of knowing that there is danger, is never a coward. Pang Mu nodded. "I am a person who is born not to believe in evil. The more others don't let me know about something, the more I want to find out." Wu Rong stood up and bowed to the ground. "I understand." After that, he wrote down all the information he had reported to Qinghe County Court in the past few years, or the information he had obtained by visiting the court after hearing the news. When the ink was dry, he handed over the 5 pages of paper with both hands. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao leaned over and quickly read through it under the candlelight. It was indeed more detailed and specific than what they had found out before. "Are you sure? These cases are constantly on my mind day and night, and there will definitely be no mistakes or omissions," Wu Rong said firmly. However, he suddenly hesitated again. "It seems that you two only brought a few guards, and my Qinghe County Court can only send 30 yamen runners to assist at most. And those water bandits, together with their backers and family members, are at least 100 or 200 people. How can they be enough?" After the war, the Dala dynasty began to quickly gather military power. Now the separation of military and politics has been initially achieved. There are no longer long-term military garrisons in prefectures, counties and cities, so Wu Rong's worries are not unreasonable. Pang Mu smiled and waved his hand. "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Wu. You don't have to worry about this. I have a good plan." Wu Rong hesitated for a moment, and then guessed Pang Mu's plan. "Are you going to borrow troops from the garrison?" Chapter 84. Pang Mu did not nod to Wu Rong's question, but he did not deny it either. There was just a little more approval in his eyes. Seeing this scene, what else did Wu Rong not understand? He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It is the subordinate who is confused. Leading troops to fight and suppress bandits is your main job. Why do you need outsiders to be behind the scenes?" After the war, in order to prevent the local forces from becoming too powerful and self-reliant, the court began to collect military power and put all the elite imperial guards at the border and the capital Wanjiantai. There were no longer permanent troops in the prefectures, counties and cities, and the guard system was implemented instead. That is, in addition to the city guards in various places, the court set up military guards between major transportation hubs and important towns, which were directly under the jurisdiction of the court. 100 people form a household, 1,000 people form a station, and 5,000 people form a guard. The commander-in-chief is a third-rank official who does not participate in local government affairs and usually only focuses on training and leading troops. In other words, Although the commander-in-chief has a high position, he only has the power to command troops, but not the power to mobilize them. So he will not pose a threat to the local and central governments. Local officials can only manage the government affairs of their jurisdiction. If they want to borrow troops, they need to report to the court in an emergency of 800 miles and obtain a special tiger seal. Naturally, they don't have to worry about the local emperor of the country of Xia. Before leaving Beijing, Pang Mu received a small copper tiger seal with a beast button from the saint. In case of rebellion, he can directly mobilize 2,000 troops to suppress it at a critical moment. When Yin Jiao and Qi Yuan heard the news, they all took a deep breath. I'm not afraid of saying something rebellious. Judging from the current local combat power, if Pang Mu really has a rebellious heart, these 2,000 people are enough for him to capture a medium-sized county and start a rebellion. Wu Rong, who knew Pang Mu's attitude, felt relieved and no longer worried about anything. He said a few more words and then got up to say goodbye. Who knew that before he walked out of the door, he saw a guard who followed Pang Mu during the day come in and say, "Sir, someone wants to see you." Pang Mu and Yin Jiao subconsciously looked at each other, both a little surprised. I thought I would have to endure it, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Yin Jiao glanced at Wu Rong again and told Song Liang, take him out through the back door first. Before the matter is settled, it is better not to expose him directly to the public. Seeing her so attentive and considerate, Wu Rong felt warm in his heart, and suddenly felt a little heroic spirit in his chest, and immediately said generously, "Thank you for your concern. But now I have put life and death aside." Before the voice fell, Yin Jiao signaled Song Liang to drag the man away, and said with a smile, "Did you get drunk on the tea?" Just now, he said confidently that he was afraid of death. Why is he trying to be a hero now? Although he is just a small 7th-rank county magistrate, it will be troublesome enough if something happens. Before the person came in, Yin Jiao thought it would be Shui Lu, who was considered the most cowardly person by everyone. But it turned out to be Wang Wenfei's deputy, Yushi Prefecture Sima Gaoqi. She instinctively looked at Pang Mu, and saw that he was slightly startled. But he was relieved immediately. It was inconvenient to communicate at this time, and Yin Jiao couldn't ask Pang Mu directly about the reason, so she had to try to guess it herself. At this time, Gaoqi had already strode to the two of them, lifted his robe, and knelt on one knee, performing military etiquette. Gaoqi was about 40 years old. Although he was tall, he had a slender figure unique to Southerners, and his gestures also had a natural military officer temperament. Pang Mu chuckled and asked with interest, "Have you been under my command?" "I don't even have any impression." He always ate and lived with the lower-level soldiers. If he followed them for a long time, he would always be familiar with them even if he couldn't call their names. But he couldn't find any memory of Gaoqi. Gaoqi was embarrassed first. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Actually, my father had fought with the old general, but in the end, he was just a lower-level officer, so the master naturally didn't recognize me. "Oh!" Pang Mu's face showed a little nostalgic warmth. "Tell me about it." Gaoqi hurriedly said a name. Pang Mu read the two words several times, frowned slightly, thought for a long time, and suddenly smiled. "Yes, I remember him. He was a tall and strong man, with a full beard and spoke a southwestern dialect. But later one of his eyes was damaged. He had been hanging out in the military camp since he was a child. When he grew up, he loved to catch people for martial arts competitions. Now that he recalled it, he vaguely remembered that person. That's right. In fact, Gaoqi had no hope. But seeing that Pang Mu insisted on asking, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky and expectant. Now that he saw that he was really right, he was overjoyed, and even his voice trembled slightly. "I didn't forget. The master actually remembered the little official under his command back then. How is the old man now?" After leaving the battlefield for many years, Pang Mu didn't expect to meet the descendants of the soldiers who had fought side by side with his father. For a moment, he was also full of mixed feelings. Gaoqi's face was gloomy for a moment. After my father's eyes were damaged, his legs were broken, the old general sympathized with him and asked him to come home in advance. But my father missed him so much that he became ill. He became a little confused in the past 2 years. He just kept wiping the gun at home every day, and kept mumbling, asking why the marshal didn't pass it on to him. He was grateful to God for letting his father survive the fierce battle. But every time he saw that the old man clearly couldn't remember anything, and couldn't even take care of himself, but still held a gun every day and looked towards the northwest. He couldn't help but feel sad. He thought that compared to such a sad ending of a hero in his twilight years, would it be better to die in the battlefield? Father didn't get to see General Pang again, but he met his son by chance. In the dark, there was a kind of fateful sadness and solemnity. Pang Mu patted Gao Qi on the shoulder and motioned him to sit down and talk. You come here now. But do you have anything to say? Gao Qi threw out a bombshell as soon as he opened his mouth. I have had contact with one of the bandit leaders. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment and simply told the truth. I should have taught him a lesson. Pang Mu nodded and motioned him to continue. Gao Qi's family was originally from the southwest. Later, the elders in the family joined the army. And after the war, the family moved to the Yunhui prefecture area. Later, Gao Qi passed the military examination and was promoted to the current Sima of Yushi prefecture. Now that the world is stable, there is basically no possibility of war in the country. And he knows that he is not good at playing power games. And he also thinks that he may end up being a Sima in this life. So he brought his family to live in Yushi prefecture. Gao Qi is a 5th rank Sima, but he doesn't get along with his immediate superior, the prefect Wang Wenfei. It's okay for the border and the central government. Although there is no war, the saints also know the importance of strong soldiers and strong horses. Military generals can still have the upper hand in the civil-military struggle in the court. But the local areas are very embarrassing. They bear the title of military officer in vain. But their subordinates are just yamen runners and temporarily recruited militia. They are useless in war. And there are head constables to catch thieves. Usually they only do patrols in the city and build bridges and roads. It's really frustrating. Officials are useless and have no real power. Not only their superiors, but also their colleagues are often excluded. Wang Wenfei relies on his good family background and acts quite arrogantly. Let alone ordinary people. Even subordinates. How can he take them seriously? If Gao Qi was not the only son, he would have joined the army. Although he is old now, his temper has not been restrained at all. When he saw Pang Mu, he was like a wrong child who finally found his family. He couldn't help but tell everything he could and couldn't say. He said he was the prefect. But I think he was just here to get gilded. He just pushed all the trivial matters to the Tompan and others. It was probably in July last year. A brother from my street came back from selling goods outside. He was very depressed and said that he was blackmailed by the water bandits in Healington outside the city. This trip not only did not make any money, but also got his boat in. He reported it to the authorities first. But Wang Wenfei ignored such trivial matters. The people below saw that the superiors did not take it seriously, and it was difficult to find out. So they just evaded the matter. Speaking of cases involving lost property, Yin Jiao has not handled many of them. But he has been exposed to them for a long time, and has a deep understanding of them. Objects are fine, as few are exactly the same. But silver is something that has no name on it. And all the silver in the world looks the same. Unless you get it in the act or have some written evidence. Even if you catch the criminal, there are usually only 2 outcomes. First, the money has long been squandered and cannot be recovered. Second, no one can prove the source of the money. Therefore, whether in ancient times or modern times, small and medium-sized economic cases are one of the most troublesome types for criminal investigators. Later, the man found me privately and asked if there was any way to at least get the boat back. For the people living by the water, boats are like farmers' cows, and they are indispensable. If they lose their boats, the family will be starving. Yin Xiao asked, "Are you coming back?" Gao Qi first glanced at Pang Mu quickly, and seemed a little guilty, but still said honestly, "Because I am often not at home. There are only the elderly, women and children left at home. The family usually takes good care of my family." I was also very angry when I heard about this, and I went to Wang Wenfei to overturn the table that day. Yin Jiao. At this point in the conversation, she had already figured out why Gao Qi came tonight. In fact, as early as when Gao Qi came alone as a representative of Yushi prefecture officials, she should have noticed that if Wang Wenfei really made the government office into an iron plate and opened a one-man show, Gao Qi would not even leave the city gate. Pang Mu pinched his brows helplessly. "You need to change your temper." Gao Qi instinctively stood up and clasped his fists. "Yes." After saying that, he sat down again and said nonchalantly, "But I have also thought it through. Anyway, he will not stay in Yushi prefecture for the rest of his life. He will leave after gaining experience. I am not afraid. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao were amused by his copper pea-like attitude. Gao Qi also laughed and said, I know that I can't rely on Wang Wenfei for this matter. So I selected a few trusted brothers, and spent more than half a month looking for the traces of those pirates. Those people don't do their work. They don't go home all day, and just hang around in the reed marshes. Their whereabouts are uncertain and very difficult to find. Later, someone discovered that one of them, Meng Laosan, had a lover in the Baiwa Tower in the city, who came every half a month. The lower-level criminals are short-sighted and only seek temporary happiness. After getting money and property, they often squander it in a very short time. And the destinations are basically only prostitution, gambling, and drugs, considering that the Dala dynasty has already banned drugs and gambling. Meng Laosan seems to have no other way to spend money except for prostitution. But then again, it's fortunate that they are short-sighted. Otherwise, if there really is a dog-headed military advisor with long-term planning, and a few years of recuperation with the right time, place, and people, maybe now they are enough to rebel. Hey, they can't be considered lovers. Gao Qi suddenly corrected himself when he said this. The Baiwa Tower is one of the best brothels in the city, and the nearby transportation is convenient. And there are many dignitaries coming and going. Bandits like Meng Laosan are really nothing. Yin Jiao understood immediately. Meng Laosan is just a bootlicker who has nothing in the end. Pang Mu grasped the key point. So, he always has to do a big deal before he can use the stolen money and stolen goods as a stepping stone to enter the door of Baiwa Tower? Your Majesty still understands. Gao Qi praised sincerely. Pang Mu instinctively waved his hand at Yin Jiao to show his innocence, and said with a smile, I know nothing. I guessed it. Gao Qi realized belatedly that this flattery was wrong, and hurriedly bowed to Yin Jiao. That's right. The girl named Handan only loves money. Usually when Meng Laosan hangs around the door, she is the first one to call the turtle man to beat him. But every time Meng Laosan has money, she is the most enthusiastic. Yin Jiao said seriously, she is really a woman with a firm stand. This is professional ethics. I only care about money. Gao Qi looked at her with a strange look, and continued, after I figured out the pattern, I took people to ambush on the road, beat Meng Laosan up, and forced him to hand over 200 taels of silver. Pang Mu smiled and said, you are smart. If we force Meng Laosan to return the boat directly, the victim will inevitably be retaliated afterwards. It is better to just ask for the silver. Maybe he will think that he has encountered a gangster robbing a gangster, and he will not be able to find a target for revenge. Gao Qi chuckled a few times and said, because of that incident, I not only know the pattern of Meng Laosan entering the city, but also know his family members with several bandit leaders. Alas, I am ashamed to say that I am just a Sima in vain. I eat the salary of the emperor, but cannot be loyal to the emperor. I am ashamed. Ashamed. He originally wanted to lead people to wipe out the thieves' den and eliminate the trouble forever. But the other party was outnumbered, and he had no boats or people under his command. And he was actually a commander without troops. Pang Mu waved his hand. It's not your fault. He thought for a moment, and asked in detail about the personnel and armed situation of the Hulingtan bandits. There are 5 leaders in Hulingtan, 50 or 60 followers, and more than 10 small boats. They are all good at water, and value money over their lives. Gao Qi said, including those who wash clothes, cook and do all kinds of sundries in the old nest. There are at least more than 100 people. In addition, there must be people in the city who help sell the stolen goods, or even help spread the news. I'm afraid those officials may not be innocent. Gao Qi struggled for a long time, but finally said this. Yushi Prefecture is fine. The government office is not directly by the water, and Wang Wenfei can barely make sense by pushing the matter onto the local officials below. But what about the counties near the water? Do they really know nothing about it? Are they really willing to let the bandits do whatever they want under their noses? But if they knew, how could they remain indifferent? When Gao Qi was sent away, it was past midnight. Yin Jiao rubbed her eyes. Are you still waiting? Pang Mu pinched her shoulders and shook his head. Let's go. Go back and take a nap. It's already this time. And those who wanted to come have already come. The rest, I'm afraid it's too late. Lin Yong aside. Xuelu looks cowardly, but he is the least likely to speak. If he admits that there are bandits in the local area, it is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of Wang Wenfei, admitting his dereliction of duty in disguise. especially involving the disappearance of several people. Even if the court will let him go, Wang Wenfei will not. But if he insists on it, what if Pang Mu is just bluffing and can't find out? Or, even if something really happens, he can still fight for Wang Wenfei's line. Chapter 85. There are 4 counties, 2 states and 1 prefecture next to Hulingtan, and 2 of the county towns belong to the latter 2 states. Strictly speaking, they are 2 independent counties, 2 states and 1 prefecture, and the prefecture is Yudong Prefecture under Shuelu. It is acceptable to say that other officials did not know. But officials in these places did not know? I don't believe it. Although the information narrated by Sun Yi and Gao Qi is slightly different, there should be no problem that the number of the entire Hulingtan Water Bandit gang exceeds 100. To be fair, it is indeed too difficult for a single county to wipe out a team of this size. Pang Mu was deeply touched by this. The first thing he asked to do when he went to Ping'an County was to suppress the bandits. At that time, almost all the young and strong Yamen runners were brought with them. But there were only about 60 people, and most of them were just fillers. The real combat power in the later period was basically undertaken by himself and the guards. If they don't go, even if there are twice as many Yamen runners, they will just be sending food. So it's normal that the 4 counties are powerless to deal with the current situation. But it's very abnormal that the news has been kept secret for so many years, and no one has reported it. To put it bluntly, either someone took bribes and turned a blind eye, or they were lazy and didn't want to take risks. Shi Yuan said. The water bandits mainly targeted merchants, and the victims were all over the country. Simply collecting evidence is a huge project, which may take many years. Under normal circumstances, the positions of local officials are transferred every 3 years, which means that it is very likely that the main officials were transferred just as this series of cases had some clues. No one likes to do useless work, and no one likes to make things easier for others. The most cunning thing about criminals is that they have been very selective in choosing their targets for many years. They don't rob the poor, the wealthy merchants, or the official ships. The former is because there is no money, and the latter 2 are because they can't afford to offend. So the unlucky ones are the ordinary people in the middle. In this way, let alone those outsiders who died in a foreign land without anyone knowing. Even if the case is exposed, the amount involved in each case is a few taels, or 100 or 10 taels, which is an insignificant and trivial case. Such cases are troublesome to investigate, and even if they are successful, they are not worthy of being regarded as political achievements. So local officials are particularly reluctant to intervene, which invisibly opens the door for criminals. Yin Jiao summed up the situation incisively. Such a situation is not uncommon. If you don't meet a particularly responsible local official, you can only rely on the power of the central government to wipe out the whole thing. After that, she couldn't hide her curiosity and asked Pang Mu, "How many soldiers are you going to borrow? 1,000? 2,000? As soon as she finished speaking, Pang Mu and the guards laughed. Xiao Ba smiled and said, "You are joking. Sir, we don't need that many." Yin Jiao was a little embarrassed. "I really don't understand this. I haven't fought a water fight either," Pang Mu confessed. "Unlike infantry or cavalry, it also requires professional sailors, etc. Besides, keeping the families of those water bandits is also a problem, and they must be punished more or less. So there will be more people to be needed. But at most, 800 people should be enough. I have written the situation in the letter. After the guards read it, if they feel it is not enough, I think they will adjust it themselves. One of the greatest common advantages of everyone present is self-knowledge. It is true that Pang Mu and the guards have experienced many battles, but they are all fighting on land, specializing in cavalry and infantry. Both the geographical environment and the fighting methods are completely different from the Navy. In addition, he knows almost nothing about the terrain in the Hulingtan area, so he never thought of being a commander from the beginning. Let's sort out those officials and cases, and leave the fighting to others, Pang Mu said cheerfully. The guards looked at each other, and suddenly laughed together. We are watching others fight. This is new. Let's not talk about that for now. Pang Mu waved his hand. I plan to release someone tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Everyone subconsciously exchanged glances when they heard this, and their smiles gradually became obscene. Yin Jiao raised her hand. I have a candidate. Xue Lu. Pang Mu clapped his hands with her. You are the one who knows me. If you want to use the alienation plan well, the choice of people is the key. It is useless to deal with the first few small officials. Only by overthrowing the big ones can you pull out the radish and the mud. Lin Yong is old and his position is too firm. Unless there is a strong external stimulus, it is difficult to pry open his mouth. On the contrary, Xue Lu, who is timid but strong, seems to be extremely flattering to Pang Mu. But he is only in his 40s. If he can successfully pass this stage, his political career will have at least 10 years left. So he is the least likely to defect. It just so happens that his position is critical. So it is necessary to do something about it. The local officials who were summoned were usually very impressive. But now they are all squeezed in a large courtyard with grievances. They wish they could fart at night, and dare not talk loudly in their dreams. They really live a miserable life. On the morning of the 19th, everyone was eating breakfast in the house. And many of them looked as ugly as shit picked out of a bowl. Look! What kind of meal is this? How many days have I been here? Every morning, I have a fried egg on scallion oil noodles, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 1 meat dish for lunch, and rice porridge with pickles for dinner. They have all lost weight. They were already worried. And the food was so terrible. Yesterday, someone couldn't stand it and overturned the table, insisting on good wine and good food. As a result, the good wine and good food didn't come. Instead, a message came from the kitchen saying that Duke Dingwa had ordered that the post station was not a place for long-term residents. And the money allocated by the court was limited to 2 days per person. If you want to eat good food, you have to pay for it yourself. At the end, he also mentioned, Duke Dingwa and others are the same. They are the same? How can they be the same? Everyone knows that his wife, who is good at cooking, is with 2 maids by her side. And he is rich. So what do you want to eat? A group of people who came here in a light outfit wanted to explode when they heard the 3 words Duke Dingwa. But they didn't dare to. Just when they were feeling uncomfortable, they suddenly saw a young guard coming in from outside. Everyone recognized him. He was the partner of the baby-faced man beside Duke Dingwa. They instinctively felt that he was going to do something weird again, and instinctively became nervous. Who knew that he walked into the yard without looking around? Went straight to the door of Xue Lu's room, knocked twice, and said expressionlessly, "You can leave." Everyone saw a little intimacy from that expressionless face. Xue Lu was ecstatic at first, and then suddenly remembered something. Do I leave alone? Or do we all leave? Other officials couldn't help but prick up their ears, their hearts pounding. This was not a day of house arrest, but worse than house arrest. They had really had enough. Xiao Wu leaned sideways, and many people saw his knowingly asking eyes. Why are you pretending to be stupid? It's you. Xue Lu was really stupid. Myself? Xiao Wu frowned, as if he was too lazy to talk to him, and muttered, "Why are you pretending to be stupid?" and turned away. Xue Lu's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked at the other officials, who stuck their heads out of the courtyard. Sure enough, he saw that everyone had a bit more amusement on their faces. 3 words buzzed in his head: alienation plan. It's not me, Xue Lu shouted. I didn't do anything. This is their plan to sow discord. Don't fall for it. How eager Xue Lu was to leave here the moment before. How eager he was to stay now. Because he knew that if he really left without knowing why, the consequences would definitely not be what he wanted to see. He wanted to continue to sort it out. But 2 people had already packed his bag for him neatly, dragging it out without saying a word, sneering as they walked. The truth is not in the loudness of the voice. Why are you panicking? Xue Lu glared at him, and was about to speak, but was beaten by another person. What's the plan? Why don't they pick on others? Okay. Let's go. It can save us some food. As he was talking, Xue Lu had staggered out of the courtyard, and the remaining officials were thoughtful, with increasingly heavy expressions. The courtyard was silent, and the cold wind outside made everyone feel uneasy. Suddenly, Gao Qi, the Sima of Yushi Prefecture, spat and cursed in a low voice. Bah! You're shouting like it's real. His voice broke the brief silence, and when everyone came to their senses and looked at each other again, they were not as sure as they were at the beginning. Is this really a plot to alienate people? But the Duke Dingwa and his wife just said it in front of everyone. If they used it right away, who would not have thought of it? Isn't it too obvious and too low level? What's more, the means are so simple and crude, without even a little cover-up. Has there ever been such an obvious plot to alienate people in history? The alliance was not so unbreakable to begin with. Once the seeds of doubt were planted, They began to sprout uncontrollably and spread in everyone's heart. The truth is not in the loudness of the voice. Why not someone else? The words the two people just said also echoed in their minds like a demon. Over and over again. Lingering. Yes. If it wasn't him, why would he be anxious and afraid? There are so many people here. Why did it have to be him? By the way, it seems that he was the first to come. And I heard that he flattered Duke Dingwa very much. What? There is no place for me. Yin Jiao stood up in surprise, with disappointment written all over his face. Pang Mu laughed, waved his hand to signal her to sit down, and patiently explained, after all, we are going to be robbed, which is somewhat risky. Qi Yuan and others also said, yes. Yes. You just wait here for news, and you will have a chance to show your skills when the case is tried later. Yin Jiao also knew that they were talking about the matter, so he didn't make a fuss. But he was a little listless after all. The thing is this, after using the simple and crude strategy of alienation, everyone decided on the plan of fishing for law enforcement. After all, according to the clues provided by Gao Qi, the property robbed by the water bandits should have been squandered. Even if they took down the thieves' nest, they couldn't make a conclusion without physical evidence. So it is very important to catch them in the act. Pang Mu meant that in addition to the big ship they took when they came, there should be another small cargo ship disguised with stones and other things, giving people the illusion that wealthy people from other places are moving or visiting relatives. After all, it is the end of the year. Not only ordinary people, but also criminals have to celebrate the new year. Right? And there are so many people. If the target is small, it will be difficult to catch them all in one fell swoop. But if the target is too big, there is a possibility of giving up directly. So 2 ships are the best. Yin Jiao felt that he was an outstanding swimmer, and his skills had made great progress in the past 2 years. He could not get close to 3 or 2 men. He was preparing for it, but he found that the starting list. I am not there. Bai Ning, who was selected as a member of the assault team, comforted him. This is not a joke. Swords and guns have no eyes. You have never used a weapon. It will be a mess if you get into trouble. It is one thing to fail to go, but it is unbearable to say that you have never used a weapon. Yin Jiao snorted twice and couldn't help but whisper to justify herself. Well, I used to use a pot. She blushed when she said this. Everyone looked at each other and laughed when they heard it. Chapter 86. 200 people are enough to simply eliminate the water bandits, but it is more troublesome to deal with the officials. On the 3rd day after Shui Lu was driven out of the post station, the other officials also left one after another. They knew that they were not clean, but they could not just kill them. They wanted to capture them alive, and they had to capture them alive with evidence. So they were always cautious. Each family sent dozens of people to secretly monitor and guard, and after adding up the scattered people, there were not many left of the 800 people. The post station was still 2 days away from the water bandits' lair, but the 800 government troops entering the city at the same time was a big scene, and combined with the movement of several officials collectively staying at the post station, it was easy to alert the snake. The guard said Han Jian, a captain, who was barely 40 years old, but an old soldier. After reading Pang Mu's letter, he immediately ordered several of his captains to disguise their ships and personal attire. A small group went directly to the agreed yamen to observe secretly, and the remaining groups disguised themselves as wealthy people visiting relatives, merchants doing business, etc., and either moored at the dock or stayed in the inn. He went straight to the post station. Han Jian was also a straightforward person. After exchanging greetings with Pang Mu and others, he sighed. It's embarrassing to say that such a small matter has to trouble you. Sir, it's not a big deal, but it's just that I can't afford to lose face. He and Pang Mu are in the same industry, even if his achievements are not as good as his, and his official titles and treatment are not comparable. He knows that Pang Mu has good intentions, but the warrior's instinct to refuse to admit defeat still makes him feel ashamed. He hadn't heard anything about his own territory for several years, but he had to let outsiders raise the banner. Isn't this a slap in the face? Pang Mu said, it's not your fault. Now that the military and politics are separated, you only train the troops. The people below don't report or ask for help. How do you know? If he really heard anything in advance, he might be impeached for stretching his hand too far. These words touched Han Jian's heart. He bowed to Pang Mu with mixed feelings, and said in a muffled voice after a long time, nowadays, it's not like previous years. Alas, Forget it. Don't mention it. Han Jian has been in the local area for many years, and his feelings about the military reform are far more profound than Pang Mu. He was not a fool. He naturally understood that the current situation was the general trend and the inevitable development of all dynasties. But even though he understood it, it was unbearable to be constrained everywhere and be suspected of anything he did. But speaking of it, it was still good for him to stay in the garrison. At least, he could lead the troops and train them. No matter when. He could still hold his head high and say that he was a military officer. But those local Sima and patrol officers only had a few yeoman runners under their command. They were all crooked and could not even get shade when they were whipped. They were neither good at literature nor martial arts. What kind of military officer were they? Han Jian thought about it in a mess in his mind. In fact, it was only a few breaths. He quickly took out the flag representing the command and handed it to Pang Mu. Unexpectedly, Pang Mu shook his head. Han Qianhu. Stop joking. Pang Mu said with a hearty laugh. I only learned how to swim these few days, and I have never dealt with the Navy. How can I do this job? Han Jian was stunned. His heart was pounding, and his palms were hot. Then, Pang Mu smiled and pushed his hand back. Everything was self-explanatory. He was also a commander, so he naturally understood that for people like them, the most unacceptable thing was that people who didn't understand gave orders blindly. It's not that they were afraid of stealing credit, but that they were afraid of death. A small flag represents countless lives. Before the death of the previous emperor, he was very suspicious for a few years, and he was suspicious of everyone he saw. In the end, he even sent his confidant to be the immediate superior of General Pang. It's funny. A guy who didn't even know the most basic deployment of troops turned into a marshal of the three armies, with hundreds of thousands of lives on his shoulders. As a result, Dallas suffered a tragic defeat that had not been seen in several years. 90,000 soldiers died in vain, and the three cities that had taken 2 years to conquer were lost within 2 months. When the emperor was still hesitating, the civil and military officials in the court were already scared out of their wits, and they rushed to write letters without any communication. Overnight, it seemed that everyone put aside their party disputes and became selfless, loyal ministers. The letters of death and remonstrance flew onto the dragon case like snowflakes. Han Jian looked down at the command flag for a long time, suddenly stood up, exhaled a long breath, and clasped his fist to Pang Mu. I will obey your order. It had been so long since he could remember the last time he fought. With his fist, he clearly felt something that had been suppressed deep in his body breaking free little by little. Pang Mu always kept his word. He really didn't interfere with the command when he promised not to. He didn't say a word during Han Jian's deployment of troops. However, it was obvious that the Navy's new way of fighting was new to him, and he nodded frequently while watching. Han Jian was delighted by Pang Mu's full cooperation and concession, so he readily handed over the soldiers who stayed on land to monitor a group of officials to him. And Pang Mu did not refuse. The officials who could pretend to be blind in the Hulangtan area until now were not purely innocent. Of course, they were not fools. The alienation plan did work. But those officials also became suspicious. They returned home half believing and half doubting, and did not act rashly. Pang Mu specially appointed Xiao Wu to secretly monitor Xue Lu, a key figure. Xiao Wu is best at hiding his tracks and getting information. If he can't find anything, then there is no need to count on others. After returning to the government office, Xue Lu did not show any abnormality and continued to do what he should do. If Xiao Wu had not witnessed his misbehavior before he was forced to leave the post station, and followed him all the way back with good eyes, he would almost suspect that Xue Lu in front of him was impersonated by someone. Yin Jiao said, "You are very patient." Pang Mu tapped the note Xiao Wu sent back on his palm a few times, then put it on the candle and lit it. It's reasonable. Yin Jiao didn't like the passive situation at the moment. What if there is no movement? Wouldn't the plan of sowing discord be in vain? Pang Mu smiled. No. You have to know that there are more than 10 officials in the same batch. They come from different families, have different experiences, and their current official ranks and actual situations are also different. This means that even if the same thing happens to them, the consequences that are about to come are also very different. It is not surprising that Xue Lu can be the prefect and has the current performance. But can others withstand the pressure from all sides? I'm afraid not. As long as one person collapses, they can follow this gap and tear it down in one go. Because of the sufficient preparation, The battle commanded by Han Jian ended much faster than expected. Most of them are desperate people who won't cry until they see the coffin. There is no way to make them surrender. Han Jian, who returned, had a layer of fine stubble on his face. Although he was a little tired, he couldn't hide his excitement. After all, the world has been stable in the past 2 years, and it is not easy to find a decent battle. Although it was only a small-scale battle with a few hundred people on both sides, he was already very satisfied. Those water bandits were basically rogues nearby. Maybe they were afraid of the soldiers in the early years, but they have been committing crimes in the past few years. They are so bold that they are afraid of the sky. Don't even think about persuading them to surrender with reason and emotion. When the people who went out to shout came back under the rain of arrows, Han Jian knew that he could only attack by force. Only after the other party was hurt and scared could he proceed to the next step. This was indeed the case. The people he led killed more than 20 bandits in one breath. And after the waters in that area were dyed red, some people were scared. Are our people injured? Pang Mu was obviously more concerned about this. Han Jian nodded. Yes. 1 died and 9 were injured. But only 1 was seriously injured. And it will be fine after a few months of recovery. The old soldiers of the year have almost retired. And most of the recruits under his command are rookies. Although they are not lacking in training. Real battles are not comparable to friendly sparring after all. As a team that was fighting with real weapons for the first time, it was good to have such low casualties. The actual situation of the water bandits was stronger than Gao Qi said. There were 5 leaders, but the number of minions had reached more than 60. Those who stayed in the base camp to do laundry, cooking and other logistics were not powerless. Even the one who was seriously injured by Han Jian was stabbed in the belly by a laundry lady because he underestimated the enemy. He almost couldn't come back. It's not shameful to fight the enemy face to face and get injured or disabled. But this? Speaking of this, Han Jian felt a little ashamed. Too careless. The closer you are to the red, the redder you are. The closer you are to the black, the blacker you are. Those water bandits have been doing desperate work all year round. How could their relatives and friends, who are mixed with them, not know? Since they knew that they were doing a business that would cost them their lives. They were definitely not good people. Pang Mu shook his head. It's not carelessness. But they are not qualified soldiers yet. Only those who have really been on the battlefield will understand that you can never underestimate anyone who appears in the enemy camp. No matter if they are old or young, men or women, or pregnant women who look fragile and helpless. And it is obvious that the new recruits led by Han Jian have no such awareness at all. And they still retain the original ideas of ordinary people. So, he is lucky to be alive. Han Jian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. You are right. After thinking for a while, he said again, with this experience, I believe those people will remember it. By the way, sir, what should we do next? Just chill. Pang Mu said a witty remark he learned from Yin Xiao. Although it was said in a joking tone, his words were not ambiguous at all. Sentence according to the law. Those who should be killed should be killed. Those who should be imprisoned should be imprisoned. And those who should be exiled should be exiled. We will submit petitions separately later. The water bandits were easy to deal with. Pang Mu could deal with them on the spot. The officials were really difficult to deal with. He had to talk to them carefully. But he had to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to celebrate Mr. Liao's birthday, which was very bad. So he started the trial overnight. 3 of the 5 water bandit leaders died. And Meng Lao San, who only had prostitution as his entertainment, miraculously survived, and shamelessly shouted in the court that they were robbing the rich to help the poor. Then, the greedy eyes of these heroes who robbed the rich and helped the poor stopped at Yin Xiao and Su Qian. How rare it was that there were women in the court. And 2 pretty young women. 20 strokes of the board. Pang Mu said calmly. No need for others. Su Qian personally pulled Song Liang to the court. She smiled and pinched her 10 fingers one by one, and then grabbed the board to test the feel. The adult said that we must let all those who despise women know how powerful they are, including in all aspects. At first, Meng Lao San was still staring at her with lustful eyes, drooling and laughing foolishly. But after one stroke of the board, the blood on his face faded completely. The intense pain beyond imagination deprived him of all his attention in an instant, making him unable to scream. He could only open his mouth as wide as he could, and the veins on his head, face and neck bulged, just like a fish being skinned and pulled out. After 20 strokes, Ming Laosan and Si Dongjiaoguzi's pants were torn, and they couldn't kneel at all, so they could only lie on the ground miserably. Qi Yuan asked sinisterly, "Do you like it? Do you still want to watch it?" The two of them didn't even have the strength to shake their heads. The flowers are beautiful, but they have thorns, and they are poisonous. They are almost dead before they touch them. Pang Mu then continued what they said before. You are not robbing the rich to help the poor. You are not heroes, but a group of cowards. Scum. And scum who bully the weak and fear the strong. Even the maggots in the cesspool are better than you. A big scar on the head. At most he will be a hero again in 18 years. Ming Laosan and another leader can deceive themselves that they are not afraid of death. But they cannot tolerate such verbal humiliation from the locals. They are so angry that their pale faces that have just been beaten are almost bleeding again. Pang Mu did not give them a chance to explain. Otherwise, why don't you assassinate officials? Rob wealthy businessmen. But instead target those middle-class people and small vendors who are alone and powerless. Han Jian, who is also an official, moved his butt uncomfortably. He secretly glanced at Pang Mu and said nothing. So, don't talk to me about morality. Heroes, you are just a group of criminals who are worse than beggars. Pang Mu's eyes were full of indifference and contempt. He looked down on the beasts, who only knew how to attack the people. Ming Laosan was furious, and he didn't know where he got the courage and strength. He actually cursed back with a weak breath. Don't pretend to be a justice in front of the grandfathers. You are not a coward. You don't bully the weak and fear the strong. Then why don't you kill the corrupt officials? But come to arrest us? Aren't you afraid of death? Damn it. I can't take this beating in vain. Han Jian slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, How dare you? Pang Mu just waved his hands and accepted Ming Laosan's accusation very calmly. Catch the thief and seize the stolen goods. This principle is also known to you. We caught you in the act. You deserve to die. But those officials, well, at least they look innocent at the moment. At most they are charged with poor governance. We have no evidence, so we can only watch them being lifted up high and then gently put down. And then wait for the storm to pass. And then move to another place to continue to be officials. Ming Laosan was stunned. He didn't know Pang Mu's background, so he thought he must be a high-ranking official. But he couldn't imagine how high he was. He was born in a lowly family and had a limited vision. He always thought that the governor and the prefect were high enough. But hadn't he pretended to know nothing in the past few years? It's all for money. Who is more noble than who? But he never expected that there would be an official who would actually confess so openly that he was a bully. This is not fair. Another leader named Guzi was dissatisfied and shouted in anger. Why? Why can they still be officials? Are we going to be beheaded? He was beaten half to death just for looking at a woman. Pang Mu immediately asked back, You did it yourself. What does it have to do with them? Guzi twisted his bloody body wildly, wide-eyed and shouted, Are you stupid? They took our money. Otherwise, why do you think the grandfathers didn't fall into your hands until today? Han Jian, Juror Yinjiao. After knowing each other for so long, this is the first time she heard someone call Pang Mu stupid. Pang Mu was silent for a while, and suddenly said, You are quite energetic. It seems that the beating was not light. Ming Laosan shuddered violently, took the lead to twist Guzi, and then gasped in pain, while tentatively saying, They are really not innocent. Pang Mu spread his hands, seeming helpless. He is an official appointed by the court, who dares to act rashly without evidence. After saying that, he looked at Ming Laosan with some sympathy inside. You have been bullying for the past few years. You are going to die anyway, so don't ask for trouble. At least you can leave a whole body. If he hadn't been beaten with 20 boards, Ming Laosan would definitely jump up from the ground. Bullshit whole body. If he really died, what difference would it make whether the body was whole or not? Can he come back to life by pressing his head on his neck? Guzi groaned on the ground with cold sweat all over his body. All crows are black. These damn officials want to use us as scapegoats. Ming Laosan spat fiercely on the ground, then looked at Pang Mu, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. And suddenly a heroic spirit arose. Bah! Even if I die, I can't let them have an easy life. It's worth it to drag an official to take the blame before dying. Yinjiao suddenly sneered. Don't talk big. You are just a small bandit. And he is an official. There is a world of difference. Why do you drag him? At this point, don't you understand? You are just ants on the ground. And what you did in Hewlington is just a small splash to the court, which is insignificant. Now someone doesn't want to see these splashes. So you have to die. There is no need to delve into who wants you to die, because killing you is as easy as crushing ants on the ground. Having slept together for so long, Pang Mu knew Yan Jiao's ability to poke people's sore spots. But Han Jian couldn't do that. Han Qianhu, who had just completed the bandit suppression mission, stared at the legendary female head of the police in amazement. There was more fear in his eyes than admiration. Such vicious words. But it was probably the truth. However, Yan Jiao's stimulation was not over yet. Accept your fate. You will always be a filler who can't be on the stage. If someone wants you to die, you have to die obediently. Meng Laosan and other water bandits were all born at the bottom of society. The contempt and disdain from all walks of life filled everyone's life. So the twisted sense of achievement of controlling the life and death of others as bandits always made them sink quickly and couldn't stop. And now, he knew he was going to die. And even in this hall, no one looked down on him. Everyone was laughing at him. Laughing at his arrogance. A woman! Even a woman thought he was bragging. Ah! Meng Laosan suddenly collapsed and shouted. Tears and snot all over his face. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. If I die, they won't have a good life. The account book. I know the boss has the account book. Chapter 87. When he was still a child, Yan Jiao did not understand why some criminals always kept account books, which could become evidence to help them go to jail at any time. But later, he slowly came to his senses. Compared with the original function of the account book to record income and expenditure, the accountant obviously regarded it as a life-saving talisman, or a means of mutual destruction. According to Meng Laosan, he and the other two dead bosses had accidentally heard the big boss mention the account book, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Seeing Pang Mu's eyebrows raised, his right hand was ready to move towards the pot of arrows. Meng Laosan hurriedly said, the big boss's woman knows. She must know. It was about 3 years ago. We hijacked a merchant ship and wanted to extort some money, but we accidentally killed the man. The leader fell in love with the woman and kept her as his wife. The woman was also strange. Although her husband was dead, she didn't seek death like ordinary women. And she was dumb and didn't like to talk. Over time, the leader really took it to heart. He didn't tell many things to his brothers, but told the woman. When talking about this, Meng Laosan didn't feel uncomfortable at all, as if the innocent man he was talking about was just an ordinary chicken or duck, not a living person. Han Jian suddenly felt a little sick. Pang Mu didn't need to specifically tell him to do so. When Meng Laosan mentioned it, Yan Jiao had already asked Su Qian to find him. Pang Mu had killed many people, but he dared to swear to heaven that those who died under his hands deserved to die. He hated killing from the bottom of his heart. But Meng Laosan's gang of pirates were different. Maybe they didn't enjoy killing people, but in their eyes, maybe people were no different from lambs to be slaughtered. If you want money, rob them. If someone stops you, kill them. Not long after asking someone to drag Meng Laosan and Gozi away, Su Qian brought a pregnant woman over. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, with a beautiful face, but her eyes were a bit empty like a zombie. No matter what the parents did, the unborn child was always innocent. Pang Mu asked someone to bring a small stool for her. The woman bowed woodenly and sat down in silence. Yan Jiao subconsciously glanced at Pang Mu. Although he hadn't asked yet, he always felt something was wrong. Pang Mu gestured to Yan Jiao, indicating that she should ask questions, and he led Han Jian and others to quietly retreat. When only Yan Jiao and Su Qian were left in the room, she personally poured a cup of hot tea and handed it over. Where are you from? The woman looked up at her in surprise, and was stunned for a long time before slowly taking the teacup. After a long time, she stroked the wall of the cup and said, ask whatever you want to ask. Yan Jiao blinked, but didn't force it. He immediately changed the question. What should I call you? A woman first watched her man being killed, then was forced to follow the murderer. And now she is pregnant with this child. She is strong for not completely collapsing. The woman stopped stroking the teacup, frowned slightly, and thought for a long time. So long that Yan Jiao thought she would not answer. My maiden name is Su. Her voice was very nice, and it was still a little stiff because she hadn't spoken for a long time, and it revealed a bit of sadness more deeply. Mrs. Su, Yan Jiao said tentatively. Can I call you that? Madame Su seemed unaccustomed to being asked for her opinion. Her eyes flashed quickly, and a little sparkling liquid slowly oozed out of her eyes. Yeah, Madame Su, I've wronged you in the past few years, but we need your help right now. Yin Jiao carefully observed her expression and said, Do you know that the leader of the water bandits has an account book or other more secret things? When the leader of the water bandits was mentioned, Madame Su's hand holding the teacup suddenly clenched, and her knuckles turned white. Her body trembled slightly, and after a while she bit her lip and nodded. I know. Yin Jiao couldn't help but smile. Where is it? Madame Su took a deep breath. There is a reed marsh in front of the house where we live. Just below the third bend. He buried 2 lead boxes, the edges of which were sealed with wax. I don't know much, but I have heard him say that it is life-saving stuff. After a pause, Madame Su said indifferently, There should be some stolen silver and jewelry. I didn't expect it to be so easy to ask. Yin Jiao hurriedly called Xiao Lu in, and after talking about this and that, he immediately told Pang Mu to take people to dig. Xiao Lu was stunned after hearing this. Wow! Hidden directly in the river? If it weren't for Madame Su's help, they would never have thought that it would be there even if they racked their brains. Next, Yin Jiao asked Madame Su if she had seen the bandit leader meet with some officials, or any other clues. But Madame Su knew nothing. He looked down on women, said Madame Su, and he didn't allow any woman to ask anything. Once a little girl looked into his room for a little while longer, and the next day she was fed to fish. The reason she is still alive is because she lives like a dead person. Yin Jiao and Su Qian were silent. After a while, she said, He is dead. You are free. Do you need us to send you home? After several years of isolation from the world, Madame Su's reaction to many things was a little slow, and it seemed that it took her a long time to understand what Yin Jiao meant. I have no home anymore. A daughter who is married off is like spilled water. She lowered her eyelashes, looked at her slightly bulging belly, and said woodenly, Not to mention dirty water like me. You are not dirty. It's not your fault. Su Qian couldn't help but shout. Her eyes red. They are wrong. You are the victim. Mrs. Su stared at her for a while, and suddenly pulled the corners of her mouth in a strange way, revealing a slightly stiff smile. And then 2 lines of tears rolled out of her eyes. Thank you. Having said that, so what? People always treat women harshly. If her story gets out, everyone will only call her a slut who can be slept with by anyone. And now, she is even pregnant with the murderer's child. Yin Jiao didn't know how to comfort her, so he had to change the subject abruptly. Do you mind talking about what happened back then? If possible, I can help you get justice. Mrs. Su smiled sadly. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of getting it back? Yin Jiao heard that she spoke quite logically, and her choice of words and sentences was not like that of ordinary village women. He remembered that she said she could read just now. So he asked, Excuse me, what does your family do? Mrs. Su hesitated, but still said, My father is a poor scholar. It seemed that this topic touched her heart. After a pause, Mrs. Su took the initiative for the first time. He didn't have much ability, failed the exam, and didn't want to work. So he sold me to a local rich man as a second wife. At this point, a complex expression of long-standing hatred and relief suddenly appeared on her face, making her originally pretty face look a little distorted. I am not sad at all that he is dead. Although he is not a bandit, what he did to me behind closed doors is worse than that of a bandit. Yin Jiao understood why Madame Su could survive, and he couldn't help but feel more sympathy for this miserable woman. She was originally the daughter of a scholar. If her parents were decent people, she should have married a simple and honest scholar. Even if she couldn't pass the imperial examination, she would at least have a stable life. But she didn't. Her first husband ruthlessly dragged her life, which had not yet blossomed, into the abyss. Perhaps in Madame Su's heart, it made no difference whether she followed her ex-husband or the pirates. They were all just walking corpses. Madame Su stared at the ground in a daze for a while, and suddenly laughed at herself. At least the pirates, after killing people and robbing silver, would still ask about my well-being. This smile was even more painful than crying. There was nothing to ask, and Yin Jiao couldn't ask any more. She softened her voice, took Madame Su's hand and said, It's all in the past. You are still young. Wait until the dust settles, and then find a way out. There is still a long time. Madame Su looked down at her hand holding hers. Rosy, slender, and strong. and even the nails were full of vitality. Completely different from herself. Yes, there is still a long time to go. But she is already too tired. Yin Jiao comforted Madame Su a few more words. Asked someone to clean up a room in the rented courtyard. And said to Madame Su, "You rest first. If there is anything, have a good sleep first." Madame Su stared at her non-stop. Listened quietly to her nagging arrangements. And smiled softly. "You are the first person who treats me so well in the past few years." Yin Jiao was stunned. But a little embarrassed. "We are all women." "Hey. It's nothing." Madame Su looked at her straight for a long time. As if she wanted to say something. But after a long time, she just bowed deeply. When Yin Jiao returned to the front, the lead box mentioned by Madame Su had been dug up. As she said, one of the boxes contained silver and various precious jewelry. And the other flat small box, contained 6 or 7 layers of account books wrapped in oil paper. The leader of the pirates was illiterate, and the account book used a special symbol commonly used by sailors, which Pang Mu and his men could not recognize. But it didn't matter, because there were still many pirates alive, and anyone could recognize them. After reading the account book, Yin Jiao had to admit that the leader of the pirates was still a bit smart, as he could mobilize more than 100 people. He also knew that the government would not really let him do whatever he wanted under their noses. But how to bribe was a big deal. But it was obvious that he had some natural talent in this area. According to the distribution of administrative divisions and government offices around Yulingtan, he divided the many prefectures, states and counties into several categories. If it was just a county town, no matter what, just bribe the state magistrate at the next level. Because the county magistrate basically could not report to the higher level. So just shut up the state magistrate. If it was a prefecture, state town, and county town, then just bribe the prefect directly. As long as you take care of the leader. What are you afraid of below? In fact, the silver they bribed several officials every year was not much. And the silver they gave to Shui Lu was only 1,800 taels. But for Shui Lu, Yulingtan was just a quagmire that he could leave at any time. Even if he really puts in a lot of effort to eliminate the banditry, the credit won't be too great. Since there is money to be made, why not make a big deal out of a small matter? People who never return every year and everywhere. Who has evidence to prove that they died in the tiger and wolf pond? And those water bandits are desperate. Usually scattered. If there is one fish that slips through the net, he will be in danger. Why bother? After reading the account book, Pang Mu asked Xiao Lu. No news from Xiao Wu yet. Xiao Lu nodded. Shui Lu is really patient. I'm afraid even Shui Lu himself didn't expect that a group of water bandits, who couldn't read a single word, actually had the habit of keeping accounts. Xiao Ba found it a little hard to imagine. Shui Lu is a prefect. And he can shut up with just a few hundred taels? Isn't it too worthless? Pang Mu shook the account book and said, he was born in a humble family and has no outstanding achievements. I heard that he has been working hard to climb up in recent years. In this case, he has to use money to bribe him. But with his wealth and background, how can he afford it? No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. It's better to get a little bit. How much is the official salary of the prefect? 1,000 taels. Which is really not a small amount. Qi Yuan frowned and said, but even if there is this account book, it is unlikely to bring down Shui Lu in one go. Right? Who can prove that this account book is not slander? At most, it is just suspicion. Yin Jiao looked at him with a squint and clicked his tongue a few times. You are too naive. For most court officials, this level of suspicion can be considered a fatal injury. Qi Yuan laughed, looked her up and down several times, and said, after all, it is Lord Yin. So thoughtful. While everyone was talking and laughing, Han Jian received news. A prefect named Huang Bin in the account book was already uneasy because of the alienation plan. After learning about the official army's suppression of bandits, he collapsed and tried to escape overnight, but was caught by the soldiers, who were ambushed in advance and were already escorted here. Everyone was overjoyed. It's really a timely help. When Huang Bin arrived, it was already night. Yin Jiao was about to try the case with Pang Mu, but Xiao Lu came in and said, Xiao Yin said that something was wrong with Madame Su. Madame Su had ordered a hot water bath before, and then said she wanted to rest. And the people outside did not disturb her, because Yin Jiao felt sorry for her life. He specifically asked Xiao Yin to take care of her more. Xiao Yin went to deliver food just now, But no one answered the door. Yin Jiao's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and he hurried over to take a look. Sure enough, it was pitch black inside, without any light. She raised her hand and knocked on the door, but there was no movement. She thought it was not good, and kicked the door directly. As a result, what she saw was two legs hanging in the air. After a moment of dead silence, Xuyin's scream broke the sky. Madame Su was dead. After taking a bath, she changed into the clean clothes said by Yin Jiao and hanged herself. I was careless. Yin Jiao looked at Madame Su, who was covered with a white cloth, and murmured, I was careless. Madame Su didn't want to speak before, but she was determined to die. Her biological father was unreliable. Her biological mother was weak, and her husband who beat and scolded her was killed. She lived with her enemy for a few years and got pregnant with his child. Although the world is big, there is no place for her. Pang Mu pinched her hand and sighed. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. She doesn't want to live anymore. How can you stop her? You can prevent it for a while. But can you prevent it for a lifetime? Unless you think about this kind of thing, it will be useless even if a god comes. Yin Jiao shook his head, and felt as if his throat was clogged with cotton. Sore and painful. Such a pitiful woman, who smiled at him not long ago. How could she be gone just like that? The suicide of Madame Su made Yin Jiao a little depressed in the next few days, and also made her particularly strict in dealing with the water bandits. So that Han Jian looked at her with a strange look. At least he had captured a live person. But when this Captain Yin opened his mouth, he wanted to chop all these people up for sacrifice. Of course, Yin Jiao himself knew that it was unlikely to kill them all. But the dozen main criminals basically had blood on their hands, and many of them had fled here after killing people in other places, and they deserved to be killed. As for the rest, they were all sentenced to exile, imprisonment or beating according to the severity of their crimes. Several main criminals and several officials named in the account book were escorted to the capital. The former were handed over to the Ministry of Justice for record, and the latter needed to be dealt with by the saint himself. It was already the beginning of November, and there had been several snowfalls. Looking around, the banks of the surging river were all bleak, and even the sun was gray, which was indescribably desolate. Yin Jiao paid for a tomb for Sun Yangzi. Before leaving, he lit a stick of incense, burned some paper money, and whispered, "May you be safe and happy in the next life." Pang Mu quietly waited for her to turn around. "Let's go!" Yin Jiao looked back at the small tombstone for the last time, and saw that in the blink of an eye, a thin layer of snow had fallen on it. She slowly exhaled. "Let's go!" Chapter 88. Yin Jiao and his team were delayed for many days because of the case of the water bandits, and the originally ample time became tight. So in the following days, everyone dared not stop and travel day and night. The further south you go, the less snow there is. When you are only about 5 or 6 days away from Pingzhou, there is no snow at all. The flowers, plants and trees are lush and green, and there is no ice in the river. The south is humid and rainy. The next rain comes without warning. The air is much fresher than in the north, and even the skin is better. However, the good times did not last long. After 7 consecutive days without seeing the sun, the members from the north were on the verge of collapse when they saw a box of clothes that were damp and moldy because they accidentally tore the oil paper. Xiaolu grabbed the rash on his body and complained, "In the past, in the north, my nose was bleeding and my face was chapped. Now, if I forget to dry my bedding, it will be damp all night." Who has ever experienced this? Some of his clothes are almost rotten. The south is humid, and they took the waterway. The clothes they washed these days have never been naturally air-dried. They were all dried by the stove. Dr. Feng took his pulse and wrote a prescription. Boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl. Then boil it on low heat into ointment, and apply it after it cools down. Next, more than 90% of the people in the same group have only been wandering in the north so far. They have been floating on the river in the south for so long, and problems have occurred one after another. He has been very busy these days. I. Shi Yuan pushed Xiao Si and Xiao Wu aside, and sat down in front of Dr. Feng, rubbing his arm, saying, "My arm and half of my spine have been hurting badly these days." Dr. Feng said without raising his head, "It is normal for the old injury to relapse due to dampness and coldness. Just go back and get a hot water bottle." Next, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Si and Xiao Wu dragged Qi Yuan's arms back from the left and right. When everyone was making a fuss, they saw Pang Mu pushing the door open with a bad face. And they all stood up straight like mice seeing a cat. Qi Yuan didn't care about the pain anymore, and whispered, "Are you asleep?" Pang Mu nodded, rubbed his obviously haggard face. "Are you asleep? In the past few days, all the adults have had problems. Not to mention the children." Even though Ping'an was extremely careful, he still had diarrhea for 2 days in a row. His chubby chin was slightly pointed, and he was losing all his fat. Ping'an has always been a very strong child. This is the first time he has been really sick since he was born. He is completely depressed, and everyone is very distressed. His younger brother is sick, and Shir has no mood to play and study. Bai Ning decided to stop his homework, which is considered an early holiday. Sick children are inevitably more clingy. Just now a group of people coaxed Ping'an to take medicine, and Shir used all her tricks to play with him for a while. Now both children are tired and are sleeping soundly with their heads next to each other. The old lady had been restless and unable to eat for the past few days. Yin Jiao was afraid that another patient would be added to the family, so he asked Pang Mu to take her back to her room to rest. He and Bai Ning stayed by the bed to watch. The stove in the room was burning vigorously, and from time to time, there was a subtle crackling sound of charcoal fire. The warm air mixed with the soothing incense from the incense burner made people relax unconsciously. However, it was still drizzling outside, hitting the window paper like needles, and it kept making a fine and dense sound. Bai Ning listened attentively and sighed helplessly. When will it stop? Ping'an was still holding the flying wooden bird that Ling Quan had made by hand in his arms. I don't know what he dreamed about. And his little mouth was sucking. Yin Jiao gently touched his thin face, and countless nourishing recipes flashed through his mind, wishing to restore his original chubby face immediately. In the middle, CR woke up once, and mumbled indistinctly without opening his eyes, "Brother, it's not bitter. Not bitter." It was rare for Ping'an to get sick, and he showed all the pampering he had done in the past few years. It was like a war to coax him to take medicine, and he used all 36 strategies in turn. Obviously, this exhaustion has continued in the dream of Master 2. Bai Ning gathered his hair for him with a smile, and gently tapped his forehead. "Brother, you are a good brother." At this point, she suddenly sighed. "I still don't understand why Madame Su wants to commit suicide. You've survived such a difficult time before. Now that you're free, why don't you live?" Yin Jiao fiddled with the charcoal fire and pulled out a gray lump. He used tongs to pick it out, shook it clean, and broke it in half with a breath. Bai Ning was shocked to find that it was a roasted sweet potato. Yin Jiao peeled off the dirty skin skillfully, blew it gently twice, and then said lightly, "I can understand her, but I don't agree with her. She had no choice before. She was just a soulless walking corpse, and only had the instinct to survive, so she could live. But when she had a choice, she found that she had lost all the reasons to survive. In fact, she still had no choice, so she was desperate. Madame Su is undoubtedly a woman who is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. She longs to be treated gently, and longs for a free and beautiful life. So when she realizes that she will have to live with rumors and gossip for the rest of her life, she resolutely goes to die." Bai Ning stopped peeling the sweet potato skin. Yin Jiao lowered his eyes, stared at the sweet potato flesh that was constantly emitting heat for a while, and whispered, "She is free. Death is a terrible thing. She is really a brave woman. Mother." As he was talking, Ping'an woke up by rubbing his eyes. He instinctively sniffed his nose and hummed towards the source of the fragrance in a daze. Hungry. The little sadness that just emerged disappeared in an instant. Yin Jiao laughed out loud, wiped his hands clean, held him in his arms, shook the hot sweet potato. "Do you want to eat?" Ping'an swallowed his saliva and nodded obediently. As soon as he woke up, Shir couldn't sleep either, and started to yell that he was hungry. Bai Ning rubbed his son's head and said to Yin Jiao, "Should I go and order food? Just eating this is not enough." He was already sick, and he was still eating roasted sweet potatoes. It sounded a bit miserable. "You sit down," Yin Jiao said with a smile, and shouted outside, "Xiaoyin, bring 2 bowls of hot rice porridge in the kitchen." Ping'an hugged her neck and acted like a spoiled child, kicking his short legs in protest. "I want to eat meat." Yin Jiao poked his deflated belly, feeling distressed and angry. "I didn't forget to eat meat." Yin Jiao motioned Bai Ning to dig in the charcoal basin for a while, and the latter was surprised to find that he had made another mud lump wrapped in a lotus leaf. When he cracked it open, it turned out to be a large bag of fat and lean ribs with pre-seasoned flavors. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yin Jiao was not right. "When did you put it in?" Dr. Feng said that the two children's stomachs have been weak these days, and they can't digest greasy food. Yin Jiao said, "But they are growing up, so they can't have a bland diet. So he taught me a compromise method. Add some minced meat to the thick rice porridge. Add rice fat, and drink a bowl of hot rice porridge." Bai Ning suddenly realized and nodded, but immediately found another problem. She quickly calculated the possible amount of ribs. "This can't be used up," Yin Jiao said without hesitation. "It's shameful to waste. It seems that we have to sacrifice ourselves and take the initiative to eliminate these damn remnants." Bai Ning. Pang Mu received the news from Beijing. He was so excited after reading it quickly that he wanted to share it with Yin Jiao immediately. As a result, Duke Dinghua, who had not yet recovered from the fatigue of taking care of the child, pushed open the door and was shocked to find that his wife and children were hugging each other and burping in the tempting meat aroma. Pang Mu. Yin Jiao quickly wiped his mouth, kicked the pile of ribs and sweet potato peels under the bed, and asked innocently, "What's the matter?" Pang Mu was silent for a moment. "I saw it." Yin Jiao was also silent, and gestured with his fingers. Xiao Bai said he was hungry, "So I ate a little. Just a little." Bai Ning, who had just returned from a walk with Shi, said, "You're talking nonsense." Captain Yin, whose lie was exposed, decided to use his shamelessness in the officialdom and changed the subject immediately. "Hey, what are you holding? Whose letter is it?" Pang Mu sighed, went up to her and wiped it on her chin, then showed her the evidence. "I missed it." On his fingertips, there was a shiny red-brown mark. Bai Ning had already run away with the child because she couldn't afford to lose face. But the little patient Ping An resolutely betrayed his mother, and while opening his arms to hug her, he said happily, "Dad, Mom roasted ribs, and said that they are especially delicious if you eat them secretly." Yin Jiao blinked, smiled, and snatched the letter to read. The letter was written by Xiao Liyuan. The old man first sourly criticized their spirit of causing trouble wherever they went, and then got to the point. At the beginning of the month, the sage suddenly said that the results of the Imperial College this year were not as good as in the past, and directly named and reprimanded several professors, the first of whom was Wang Wenfei's father. Although everyone actually knew that the Imperial College this year was as good as in previous years, still submitted a letter of apology with fear and trepidation, saying that he was not talented enough and had failed the Emperor's grace, and wanted to resign again. In fact, this trick of retreating to advance is basically used by people in the officialdom. But no one expected that the sage approved it on the spot and ordered to go home and reflect on his mistakes, but did not say the date of reemployment. Then, at the court meeting 3 days later, the sage said that the Ministry of Revenue had made a mess of accounts. Not only did they send it back to be redone, but all the prominent officials in the Ministry of Revenue below the Shangshu were fined. Originally, the main income of officials who had reached that level was not from salaries. But the key point was that at the end of the year when the sage showed grace, others were bathed in grace, but they were fined. It was embarrassing. And the one who was punished the most was Wang Wenfei's uncle. You know, the Wang family has a queen mother, even though she never takes the initiative to ask for benefits for her family. The sage is very filial, and has always taken the initiative to take care of them. But now, not only is the reward from the palace less than half of that in previous years, but a member of the family who has a high status among the literati and a main combat force who can call the wind and rain in the officialdom have been reprimanded and punished one after another. Everyone can see that something is wrong. This speculation became a reality after an imperial edict was issued, demoting Yushi Prefect Wang Wenfei to county magistrate, even if there is no evidence to directly prove that Wang Wenfei accepted bribes and ignored the people. His inaction has angered the saint. If it weren't for the kinship, it would not be difficult to get rid of him directly. Pang Mu took his son around the room and took the time to chat with Yin Jiao. The Queen Mother never expresses her opinion easily, but she is also annoyed this time. I heard that the ladies of the Wang family have requested to enter the palace for several days in a row, but she rejected them all. That's not all. The Queen Mother sent someone to say that Feng was ill and couldn't see anyone, but she immediately agreed to let other ladies enter the palace to pay their respects. Yin Jiao cried out, "This is a slap in the face. Look, I can't see you. But I can see others. Why? I get angry just by looking at you. She read the letter again quickly, held the letter in the air, and shook it a few times, and said with a smile, "Forget it." Wang Wenfei's wish of being promoted quickly after coming down to the court for gilding has failed. Originally, he was only in his 30s, and he was the prefect of Yushi. Many people were dissatisfied, but they were embarrassed by the Queen Mother's feelings and couldn't speak out. If he was diligent and careful, it would be fine. But he couldn't bear it, and was so impatient. No wonder everyone couldn't wait to beat him up. Moreover, Wang Wenfei is the eldest son of the eldest house. After the incident is exposed, the entire eldest house will be implicated. Even if it is for the saints and the world to see, the Wang family will inevitably tilt resources to other younger generations. It will be even more difficult for him to get promoted in the future. From the original favored son of heaven to the abandoned child, the huge gap in the middle is enough for Wang Wenfei to reminisce for a lifetime. When everyone arrived at Pingzhou Wharf, it was already the 11th day of the 12th lunar month. There were still 9 days left before Master Liao Wuyan's birthday, and Liao Wuyan and Tuqing had not arrived yet, because Liao Wuyan rarely played tricks and prepared to give his master a surprise. Everyone rested at the post station outside for a day, and went to the city in a mighty manner early the next morning. In the Jiangnan water town, small bridges and flowing water can be seen everywhere, and the local people are also slender and graceful, and they are very moving when they walk. However, no one has the heart to enjoy the scenery, because it is raining again. Qi Yuan hugged a small heater in silence, and Xiao Lu sighed and applied ointment on his head, face and neck. Each of them was more sad than the other. Pingzhou was built along the river. Unlike the north and south of the north, a group of people walked for half a day in the cold rain, and finally came to the big yard that Liao Wuyan had mentioned before. The sound of rain was rustling, and the sound of reading was loud. And it turned out that many children were reading loudly. Everyone looked at each other, and they all unconsciously tidied up their appearance. Su Qian wiped the clothes that were not wrinkled to begin with a little nervously, and whispered, "You are really worthy of being Mr. Liao's teacher. You are so warm-hearted even after retiring. No matter how much they talk or how much they quarrel, everyone respects Liao Wuyan very much. Now that they are going to launch a surprise attack on his teacher, they are more nervous than excited." Yin Xiao coughed dryly and poked Pang Mu. "You knock on the door." Pang Mu rarely backed down. "This is the home of your brother's teacher. You should come. This is also the home of your military advisor and life and death friend. You come. You come." "No. No. No. It's still you. You." Bai Ning couldn't help but take the lead and rolled his eyes. "What are you doing? We all came together. Can anyone hide forever? It's just knocking on the door." "Forget it. I really can't rely on you at the critical moment. All of you, get out of the way. I'll do it." The sound of the copper door knocker spread far away in the rain. Not long after, there seemed to be footsteps coming from inside. Someone standing inside the door asked loudly, "Who is it?" Bai Ning was stunned. Her raised hand froze in midair, and she subconsciously turned back to look at everyone, and found that everyone had the same complicated expression as her. This voice sounded familiar. When Bai Ning was hesitating whether to continue knocking on the door, she heard the door creak and was opened from the inside. The first thing that came into view was an oil paper umbrella with a picture of a crane standing in the snow, and underneath was a long-lost plain Taoist robe. Then the oil paper umbrella was slightly raised, revealing wild and scattered long hair and a familiar and delicate face. "Who?" Before the voice fell, Yin Jiao and others were stunned, and Lin Quan was also stunned. The two groups of people who met unexpectedly and reasonably just stared at each other. Then, Mr. Lin Qing, who was as quiet as a virgin and as active as a crazy rabbit, suddenly threw away the umbrella and ran away. Chapter 89. It only took a moment for the two groups of people to recognize each other, and for Lin Quan to run away. I don't know if Lin Quan is particularly experienced in this regard, but by the time everyone came to their senses, this guy had already rushed out at least 10 feet away. If we don't chase him, it would be a shame for him to run so hard. If we chase him, the people who have been tortured by the rainy and cold weather in recent days really don't want to mess around in the rain. Yin Jiao suddenly had an idea and shouted loudly, "My brother didn't come." At the same time, she silently added in her heart that he didn't come now. Then Lin Quan suddenly braked, staggered twice on the spot, and turned around and walked back to them without saying a word. He first tidied up his appearance, that was a little messy because of running away. and then picked up the paper umbrella again and held it in his arms, rolled up his sleeves, and greeted lazily as if nothing had happened. Yo, everyone. Oh, your dad. The hem of his robe is soaked. Why are you pretending to be calm? Although Yin Jiao had long ago clearly realized that Lin Quan was able to get by doing so many things that deserved a beating, and that his thick skin was definitely a big advantage. But looking at him again at this moment, it still did not prevent her from being amazed and admiring him. Yin Jiao stared at him for a few times with the eyes of observing a rare animal, and suddenly realized a problem belatedly. This guy's hair quality is really good. Thick and black. It can even shine on rainy days. Especially when he was running away just now. It was shaking behind his head, just like the special effects in the shampoo advertisements of later generations. Yin Jiao asked herself that their hair volume was above the normal level, but compared with Lin Quan, it was still far behind, which made her, well, she subconsciously scanned the heads of her companions, and was pleased to confirm that their hair was still lush. Finally, her eyes unconsciously stopped on Su Qian, and through her, she saw another person far away in the capital. Well, how embarrassed is General Su, who was bald at a young age. As Yin Jiao's #1 personal guard, Su Qian undoubtedly has amazing intuition. She immediately shrank her neck uncomfortably and asked in confusion, "Sir?" Yin Jiao came back to her senses and shook her head. "Ah, it's okay." Before leaving Beijing, she had met General Su once, and remembered that his hairpin was thinner than when they first met a few years ago. Obviously because there was less hair to fix. Because Yin Jiao didn't mention that Liao Wuyin was on the way. Pang Mu and the others also tacitly didn't mention it. They just said that they were traveling around. And then they remembered that the old man's birthday was coming, so they came to congratulate him. Lin Quan narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone, and finally shook his head. "You can't lie to me. When will my senior brother arrive?" Pang Mu scratched his chin, hesitated for a while, and said honestly, "In just a few days." Lin Quan said, "Oh," and understood, he is seasick. The pity was clearly revealed in these 3 short words. What a pity. If my senior brother also came by boat, it would take at least half a month to recover his strength. And naturally, he would have no time to scold himself. Everyone was silent. "Uncle," Ping'an said cheerfully, and took the initiative to extend his arm to him, seeing that he was still holding the wooden bird he had given him. Lin Quan smiled, put away his umbrella, stood by the wall, bent down and picked him up. "You've grown taller and heavier." Ping'an laughed and made a circle. "I eat this much every day." Lin Quan curled his lips and raised his chin towards Yin Jiao and the others. "Let's go. Master and Master's wife are here." Yin Jiao suddenly became a little nervous. The person he was going to meet next was undoubtedly a living legend. The man who taught the 2 geniuses, Liao Wuyin and Lin Quan, was named Dong Niwei. He retired early in his life for some reason. After the storm, he rejected the saint's invitation to come out of retirement 3 times in a row, and resolutely lived a secluded life in Pingzhou. The courtyard is very large, with 3 north-south courtyards and east-west courtyards. The sound of reading can still be heard from the west courtyard. Pang Mu couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "It sounds like there are about 20 people. Where did so many children come from?" Lin Quan said without turning his head, the 2 elders would teach the children nearby to read when they had nothing to do. Later, some people took the initiative to send them here. Later, they simply opened the courtyard over there as a school. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Qi Yuan asked, "Do the local people know their identities?" Lin Quan shook his head. Qi Yuan asked again, "How much is the tuition?" Lin Quan said, 1 pound of meat per month. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and they were actually a little envious and jealous. Pingzhou has always been rich, and a pound of meat per month is not a burden for most families. Do the people here know what kind of teacher they hire for 12 pounds of meat a year? This is the biggest bargain. The courtyard is full of flowers and trees that Yin Jiao knows and doesn't know. The rain makes them more green and lush. If you don't look at the water vapor sprayed from your breath, no one would think that it is the middle of winter. Then Yin Jiao saw a fat old man. Although it seems disrespectful to say this, the first impression of the other party is indeed simple and rough. And it is a fat old man who doesn't care about his appearance. Although it is winter, the other party seems to have just come back from the field. He squatted under the corridor with his trousers rolled up, and his hands were full of mud. A thin old lady who is in sharp contrast to his body shape is holding a steaming water scoop. watering him while complaining in a low voice. The slightly bloated cotton coat made him fatter, and even squatting became a burden. From the side, he looked almost like an elliptical sphere, and the head, face, and neck that were exposed began to turn red. Yin Jiao was silent for a moment. Poked Lin Quan's back. Your master's hobby is quite special. Since he is fat, why not wash his hands in a copper basin while standing? Why squat like an old farmer? Lin Quan glanced to the east. Do you see that whole cross yard? Everyone looked east along her line of sight. And for a moment, they didn't see anything unusual. And then heard him say lightly, it's all greenhouses. All? Yin Jiao shouted unconsciously. It is said that geniuses always have hobbies that are a little different from ordinary people. But this? It's too down to earth. Isn't it? But then again, how do you manage to stay in this shape while loving to grow vegetables? The old couple turned their heads when they heard the noise. Zhongwei grabbed a towel and wiped it, then stood up with his legs propped up. He didn't show any panic when he saw a group of people suddenly appearing in his home. He nodded to Pang Mu and Mrs. Yu first, then squinted his eyes and looked around at everyone, and suddenly turned to whisper something to his wife. The old lady nodded slightly to everyone, turned around, and soon came out with 2 exquisite purses made of little tigers. She waved to Ping'an and Sheer with a smile. The 2 children instinctively looked at their parents, and after getting permission, they walked over hand in hand, looking up and shouting, Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. My parents had taught me to call an older man Grandpa and a woman Grandma, so it was put to use now. Okay, you too. She smiled very gently, personally hung the purse around the necks of the 2 children, and gently touched their little faces, saying softly, Next year is the year of the tiger. Do you like it? Yin Jiao suddenly understood why Zhongwei wanted to live in seclusion in Pingzhou. Because the old lady's Mandarin had a distinct Pingzhou dialect flavor, and it was obvious that this was her hometown. The purse had no marks on it, and the little tiger on it looked alive at first glance. Very delicate. Not to mention the children. Even adults would be jealous. Ping'an and Sheer couldn't put it down and fiddled with it, saying in unison, I like it. Pang Mu led his people forward, bowed to the 2 elders first, and then smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't lost weight at all. Before Zhongwei retired, Pang Mu had met him several times, but it has been nearly 10 years since then. Zhongwei's first wife, Mrs. Tian, heard this and said, Not only have you not lost weight, but because I have grown vegetables myself in recent years, I have eaten more and more. Mrs. Yu smiled and said, I also grow vegetables at home, and the vegetables I make are delicious. When the war was tense before, the 2 old ladies never thought that they would have the opportunity to meet again, seeing each other again at this time. They couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Everyone went to the inner room to talk, and Pang Mu introduced the members around him. When he heard him mention Yin Jiao, the old couple's 4 eyes turned around, and Yin Jiao was frightened. CG often mentioned you in his letters. Zhongwei said, You are very good. Liao Wuyan's single character is G, and Z is a compliment, which is mostly used by elders and peers. Yin Jiao was already on edge, and he jumped up when he heard him say that. Flattered, I dare not. I dare not. Brother is really too much. Zhongwei frowned and said disapprovingly, You are so young. Why do you learn these empty words? Yin Jiao was slightly stunned. Huh? Why don't you play by the rules? Old man? Seeing that Zhongwei did not respond, Yin Jiao thought for a moment and said cautiously, You are right. I am very good. The fat old man nodded with satisfaction, and said to everyone very generously, You are all very good. Yin Jiao understood that you are practicing encouragement education. No wonder your disciples are so unrestrained. Mrs. Tian asked, Are you here today? Have you put your luggage away? Pang Mu nodded. I have already sent someone to rent a yard in advance. Only 2 bridges away from here, and I believe it has been put away by now. Zhongwei hummed. Well, there is no room for so many of you here. Yin Jiao thought to himself. You are really honest. Generally, when visiting relatives, even if you know that there is no room, you will probably try to persuade them to stay politely. Right? But you just said no room, which is quite interesting. Then I heard Lin Quan whispered beside him, It's a waste to take up so much space. It's all used to grow vegetables. Seeing Zhongwei looking over here, Lin Quan hurriedly stood up and said obediently, Senior brother will be here in a few days. Zhongwei nodded. Lin Quan said obediently again, Sir. Then I will go and clean up the house for senior brother first. Zhong Wei nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Go ahead. Yes. Lin Quan retreated respectfully. Yin Jiao and others. Wait. Brother. Who are you? Chapter 90. At noon, we had lunch at the Zhong family. The table was full of local dishes with unique characteristics, such as roasted spare ribs, sour bamboo shoots and old duck soup, ham and tofu, all of which were sweet and light in taste. There were also several seasonal vegetables, either cold or stir-fried, all freshly picked in the greenhouse. Deep green, crisp and delicious, very pleasing to the eye. Yin Jiao couldn't help but sigh. Let's not talk about other things for now. Just in terms of vegetables, the north is really incomparable. At this time of year, the north is always depressed, and the goods from the caves are expensive. The ordinary people's dinner table basically has some cabbage, radishes, pickled vegetables, and dried vegetables that have been dried earlier. Fresh vegetables are very limited. But it is different in the south. Even without greenhouses, many varieties can still survive to the present day, achieving 2 or even 3 harvests a year. So there is no shortage of fresh vegetables. The people have been floating in the river for so long and have been exhausted. Now that they have arrived at the final destination, they are relaxed and their appetites are also open. So they all eat without hesitation. Seeing that they are full and sleepy, Zhong Wei urged them to go back and rest. You are tired after traveling for so many days. There is a long way to go, so there is no need to rush for a moment. Yin Jiao and others were indeed tired and sleepy. So they immediately stood up and said goodbye. Lin Quan immediately said, I will see you off for master. Everyone squinted their eyes and looked at him, their eyes full of teasing. The rain outside had stopped, and passers-by put away their umbrellas. Water drops were dripping from the eaves and branches of trees, and they all flowed into the drainage ditches on both sides of the road with the accumulated water on the ground, and then flowed into the river, causing the water level to rise a lot. The sun hadn't come out yet, and the sky and the earth were filled with thick fog, which slowly flowed between the white walls and black tiles. Like a dream. It was all water vapor. Shi Yuan yawned for a long time, and habitually moved his shoulders and lamented, in the past, I really didn't expect that I would miss the sun so much. No wonder southerners are fair-skinned. They soak in water all day long. And even a piece of charcoal can be soaked white. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky, and then sighed in unison. When was the last time you saw the sun? Yin Jiao asked Lin Quan. Lin Quan really thought about it seriously, and later gave an answer with his amazing memory. About 17 days ago. About 3 hours. Quite a lot. A group of people looked at him, as if he were a warrior. Yin Jiao raised his hand and patted his shoulder, saying haggardly, Okay. That's enough. Let's go back. Lin Quan really turned around and left. Everyone laughed. The residence was rented in advance by someone, and a Kong was set up according to the living habits of northerners, and it was heated yesterday. As soon as they pushed the door open, a dry and warm air rushed in their faces, instantly dispelling the dampness of the past few days. The quilt on the big Kong had long been baked fluffy and soft. When they opened it, they felt slightly hot underneath, and the moment their skin touched it, they were moved to tears. This is another world. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu, who bent down to touch the Kong at the same time, looked at each other and instantly exchanged infinite information. The next moment, they threw their sun on it, then quickly threw off their shoes and socks, and performed a move of jumping on the spot and then standing forward. Wow! Feeling the heat coming from all over his body, Yin Jiao let out a groan of joy and tears, and rolled several times holding the quilt. That's what it tasted like. The young Ping had limited expressive ability, but that didn't stop him from showing his genuine joy. So warm. The little guy patted the warm quilt happily, and followed his mother's example by wrapping himself up like a big cocoon, rolling around on the Kong. Pang Mu moved sideways to the edge of the Kong to prevent his wife and children from rolling off, and then rested his head on his arms and watched them play with a smile. Finally, We're here. We're here. The quilt surface moved. Ping poked his head out from the end, giggled and climbed onto Pang Mu, and said happily, We're here. Pang Mu held his arm and played with it. You know we're here, too. Huh? I know. Ping nodded quickly. To another grandpa and grandma's house. My parents had said before that the place called Jinyuan Mansion was their hometown. And it was also the place where my grandfather turned into a star. Yin Jiao rubbed against Pang Mu, changed his face, and continued to roast, feeling so comfortable that he didn't want to talk. The most beautiful thing in the world. The family of 3 was too happy. And when they came to their senses, they found that it was dark. And then they realized that they had slept the whole afternoon. There was nothing to do. So the 2 called the old lady and others over. A group of people took off their shoes and went to the con, sitting cross-legged around the con table, eating melon seeds and pine nuts, talking and laughing. And the night passed. The next day, everyone huddled in their warm, dry beds and didn't want to get up. They rarely lingered until noon. But as soon as they opened the door, they got the news. Liao Wuyan and Tu Qing had arrived. So soon? Yin Jiao was surprised. It's only the 13th day of the 12th lunar month today. They are really working hard. We've wasted a lot of time. Pang Mu said. It's almost time. I heard from Shiwu that there is still a lot of mud on his boots and trouser legs. I guess they traveled overnight. Yin Jiao nodded, bent down to help Ping adjust his hat, and patted him on the back of his head. Let's go. Fine Sheer. Sheer hasn't seen his father for a long time. And he must miss him, because Zhong Wei's birthday was still a few days away. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu gave the people around them a holiday, and they didn't care where they went or what they did. So only the 4 people from the digital guards followed them today. And even Qi Yuan and Su Qian were chased out for a walk. Several people walked through the streets and bridges, and bought a bag of snacks for the 2 children in the middle. They arrived at Zhong's house familiarly. It was Lin Quan who opened the door. Yin Jiao pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, you are not being scolded obediently." Lin Quan snorted, looking very arrogant. "You are the one being scolded." Yin Jiao put his hands on his waist and shook his legs and said, "Oh, it seems that you are not the one who ran away when the door was open that day." Lin Quan blinked blankly, and his ability to pretend seemed natural. "Who? What about running away when the door was opened?" Yin Jiao was shocked by his shamelessness. A real man should be responsible for his actions. Lin Quan scratched his ears and put his hands on the awning. No real man." Yin Jiao was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xiaoba chuckle from behind. "If you don't know, you might think it's 2 puppies fighting." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 puppies turned their heads and glared at him. When they realized that the other party had done the same thing as them, they turned their heads back in unison and let out a loud humph at the same time. The 2 little ones had already rushed in to recognize their relatives, and when Yin Jiao and the others went in a little later, they were frightened by a group of refugees who were eating their meals. Who were those ragged and unkempt people? Not to mention Yin Jiao. Even Sheer didn't dare to recognize them. The little guy stood hesitantly a foot away, looking at the unshaven face raised from the huge bowl of noodles, his young heart full of struggle. "This uncle looks a bit like his father." Bai Ning rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then covered his mouth and walked over. He sat cautiously next to Tu Qing and said after a long time, "How many days have you not shaved?" At this moment, Tu Qing did not have the style of a young master. He looked like he had just escaped from the battlefield. He tried to maintain the most basic table manners, swallowing the noodles in his mouth while opening his left hand. 5 days. After drinking a mouthful of noodle soup, Tu Qing slowly exhaled, wiped his mouth, and said with fatigue, "Don't say shaving. Eating and sleeping are avoided if possible." A few days ago, Mr. Liao observed the sky at night and said that the temperature would drop suddenly around the 15th, and he was afraid that the road would be frozen. Everyone had no choice but to travel day and night. On the other side, Liao Wuyan was not much more polite. He didn't even have time to scold Lin Quan. Mrs. Tian felt distressed and kept saying, "Alas, it's just a birthday. You're so old. It doesn't matter whether you do it or not. Look at what you've done. I've already asked someone to cook it. Do you want more noodles?" Liao Wuyan shook his head, slowly put down his chopsticks, and wiped his mouth. "Thank you, master's wife. I'll eat until I'm 70% full." The guards who followed him, on the other hand, had to be on guard while they were on the road. They had big appetites to begin with, and now they were even more hungry. So they ate another big bowl. "Brother, did you have a smooth journey?" Yin Jiao asked when he had time. "Not bad." Liao Wuyan nodded and raised his eyebrows. "But you guys are really never quiet." They heard about the tiger and wolf pond bandits when they stopped at the post station at the beginning of the month. and they didn't know what to say. That can't be blamed on us, Yin Jiao explained. It's our duty. As long as it's a crime or dereliction of duty, no matter how deep it is hidden, we can't let it go. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of His Majesty's public travel? Liao Wuyan stared at her for a long time with a complicated expression before he was about to speak. But he saw that the other person's expression was even weirder than his own. Brother. Yin Jiao hesitated for a long time, and still said bravely, you should shave your face first. Nowadays, scholars pay attention to beautiful beards. Liao Wuyan also has a beard, and he usually spends a lot of time to maintain it. But the rapid march over the past few days obviously did not allow him to maintain his appearance. So now this handsome middle-aged man is clearly showing a tendency to explode his face. His chin is covered with a messy beard like a tumbleweed. But he has an extremely handsome and gentle face. This picture is really beautiful. And, brother, Yin Jiao said very seriously, you may have gone bad. Liao Wuyan's face immediately turned as black as the bricks under his feet. Chapter 91. Old child. Old child. It means that people are not sincere when they are old. This may be one of the few common problems in the world that does not distinguish between high and low. Zhong Wei and Mrs. Tian's children are not around, either married or sent away, and only bring gifts back during festivals. So it is not difficult to understand that Lin Quan, who comes to visit at a fixed time every year, has a particularly high status in the hearts of the old couple. And this year, there are a large group of young people. It would be a lie to say that he is not happy. But seeing that Liao Wuyan and others ran back like refugees to celebrate his birthday, the former grace coefficient is gone. Rather than joy, he is more distressed. Mrs. Tian sent someone to boil water while she said, it's winter. The roads are already difficult to walk on. And you guys are like this. What if something happens? The fat Mr. Jones snorted, stood up angrily, put his hands behind his back and said, I'm not going to die yet. Why are you in a hurry to come back? After that, he left without looking back. Yin Jiao watched him leave, and tried to hold back, but couldn't help it, and whispered to Pang Mu, you can actually hold your hands behind your back. You're so fat. Pang Mu also sighed. I guess you can only hold your hands behind your back. After all, he has a big belly, so it's hard to make wontons. Before he finished speaking, Tu Qing, who was drinking noodle soup, spit out soup with a puff, which frightened Shears so much that she froze on the spot, and then burst into tears. Wow! Mom! He let it slip. This is not my father! Tu Qing. The couple who started the incident quickly shrank their necks, thinking that the scene was too chaotic. The laughter of the crowd was mixed with Shears' heart-wrenching cry and Bai Ning's helpless coaxing, and Liao Wuyan's glaring eyes were interspersed in the middle, which was really silent but more powerful than words. Later, while Liao Wuyan and the others went to take a shower, change clothes, and shave their faces, Yin Jiao called Lin Quan to the corner and asked stealthily, how did Mr. Zhong's birthday party go in previous years? Although the old man kept saying that and didn't mention a banquet, he didn't say that he didn't celebrate his birthday. Right? So we have to prepare it as a surprise. Lin Quan also squatted in the corner like her, rolled up his sleeves and said, just finished the longevity noodles. After a pause, he applied very sincerely, actually, I want to eat dumplings. Ah, it would be better to cook them in spicy hot pot. The gentleman loves noodles too much. Spring equinox, summer solstice, autumn equinox, winter solstice, birthday, New Year's Day. As long as there is a festival, he can ask people to make noodles. And it is the mild taste that Southerners like to eat. As a Northerner who loves spicy hot pot, he is really too difficult. Yin Jiao immediately made a loud nasal sound, tried to lift his chin, and said with a beaming face, come on, call me good and listen. Everyone's age, especially their mental age, is similar. But this guy has been dreaming of being a brother since the first time they met, which is really abominable. Lin Quan widened his eyes. A villain is taking advantage of the situation. So shameless. Yin Jiao laughed wildly, tapped his toes quickly, and forced with a natural gangster temperament, just say whether to shout or not. Pang Mu and Xiao Lu on the other side were silent for a long time. And they were puzzled for a long time. How on earth can she squat with her sleeves rolled up and laugh while shaking her legs? It's totally unreasonable. Xiao Ba is calm and pragmatic by nature, so he squatted down silently and imitated very sincerely. However, when he was shaking his legs and looking up, his center of gravity was unstable, and he swayed a few times on the spot, and fell over with a thud. I don't know what kind of evil deal Yin Jiao and Lin Quan had made over there. Anyway, the latter looked quite depressed and humiliated, while the former looked very proud and arrogant. The two of them were like two mushrooms that emerged after the rain, thriving under the eaves, and kept whispering together. Does your master have anything he likes to eat? Yin Jiao asked, since she was the only shining chef in the crowd. She had to ask this question. Lin Quan looked at him with a look as if he was mentally retarded, and said faintly, you should ask him if there is anything he doesn't like to eat. Yin Jiao thought about it, and it was true. Judging from his body shape, he didn't look like a picky eater. So she asked sincerely, what does he not like to eat? Lin Quan answered quickly and decisively, his eyes full of ridicule and arrogance for her easy bait. No! Yin Jiao kicked him decisively, after watching her make a new anti-human move. Xiao Ba, who had just failed once, was about to scratch his head. She was obviously mediocre in martial arts. But how could she keep her balance while raising her legs and kicking people while maintaining the previous weird moves? Yin Jiao, learn about yoga. Lin Quan had never expected that the person who was arguing with him the moment before would kick him the next moment. He was still confused when he fell to the ground. After coming to his senses, he instinctively kicked him back, and then waved his fist angrily. A gentleman talks, not fights. Don't go too far. I'm not a gentleman, Yin Jiao said confidently, and took the opportunity to pull Lin Quan's hair. Humph. I've been displeased with your hair for a long time. Damn. It's moist, silky and heavy. Doesn't it feel so good? Lin Quan screamed. His face turned red with anger, and after a moment of struggle, he decisively gave up his dignity and wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. But Yin Jiao, who was well prepared, got up and ran away. Pang Mu and others who were watching from afar did not expect that things would take such a sudden turn for the worse, and develop to such a despicable and dirty level in a moment, which was simply unbearable to watch. When Liao Wuyin, who had a new look and used to be radiant in the past, reappeared in the yard, before he could speak, he saw a shadow suddenly whizzing past him. Liao Wuyin. What? He calmed down and saw that Pang Mu and the others in the opposite corner of the yard all had expressions as if they were struck by lightning. He felt a little strange and was about to speak again, but he saw Lin Quan running past him breathlessly and screaming. Liao Wuyin. Sure enough, he still deserved to be scolded. Right? A quarter of an hour later, Yin Jiao and Lin Quan were both scolded like dogs, and then ordered to face the wall and reflect on their mistakes. And there was no dinner. What a disgrace. It's simply unreasonable. Do you remember how old you are? The two of you are 60 years old. Not 6. What a look. What a talk. It's simply unreasonable. It seems that Liao Wuyin has been really frustrated in the past few days. These two troublesome guys bumped into him again. He would be sorry if he didn't scold them thoroughly. Yin Jiao was about to cry, and raised her foot to step on Lin Quan. You have to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes during the new year. What can people do? She is already a mother. Lin Quan, who learned from her mistakes, evaded the weight flexibly and said angrily, It's all your fault. Senior brother didn't want to scold me in the first place. Yin Jiao said nonchalantly, Hey, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Does my brother have to choose a day to scold you? Seeing Lin Quan staring, she immediately used her trump card. Speaking of spicy hot pot, it's not absolutely impossible. Lin Quan was like a punctured ball, full of shame and greed. No matter what he said, he couldn't delay what he had to do. As the saying goes, money can't buy you a thin body in old age. Old man Zhong is not too old now, but his weight is obviously overweight. It's his birthday and the new year. If he's not careful, it will make things worse. It's imperative to control his diet. Compared to Lin Chuan's euphemism, Liao Wuyin's answer was obviously more unscrupulous. Master has always been a meat lover. That won't work. You have to persuade him. Pang Mu frowned and said, He doesn't like to move, and he consumes less. What will happen if he continues to eat like this? Liao Wuyin and Lin Quan looked at him together. Although they didn't say anything, their faces were full of you try to persuade him. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. But he has planted vegetables himself. Doesn't that prove the point? Okay. This year's New Year's Eve dinner is also settled. Yin Jiao rolled up his sleeves, and when he felt a little cold, he put them down immediately and made a decision. Let's have a vegetarian banquet. Old man Zhong, who was kept in the dark, hadn't done anything yet, but his companions were already in mourning. Qi Yuan looked at her as if he was looking at a sadist. His eyes turned green. Listen, is what you said a human language? It's New Year's Day, and you can't even eat meat? After floating on the river for several months, more than 70% of their daily diet was seafood, and everyone dreamed of falling into the river and fighting with fish. Now that I finally got ashore, I wanted to eat something flying in the sky and running on the ground. But you turned out to be no meat? Then what on earth did they work so hard to make money for in the past few years? Xiao Wu didn't like the smell of fish. The past few months were the most depressing and dark days in his life. When he heard such bad news, his eyes went dark and his eyes were faintly sparkling. What kind of sin is this? It has to be said that Yin Jiao suddenly understood why countless people in all dynasties died for the throne without a burial place. Nothing else. This feeling of controlling others is great. She felt so accomplished just by setting a menu. If she could really decide other people's life and death, wouldn't it be like going to heaven? For example, my lords, I have decided to implement the odd-even number food restriction in the future. Odd number people eat meat, and even number people eat vegetarian food. Or, from now on, the double flavor hot pot will be cancelled throughout the Dala dynasty. Oh, it's beautiful just to think about it. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Okay, it's the new year. Don't be so sad. Yin Jiao smiled after having a dream. Vegetarian food. But I will definitely let you taste the meat. Okay? There was a time when Yin Jiao fell into the dilemma of overwork and obesity. But he couldn't stand being hungry. So he couldn't go on a diet to lose weight. And he really studied vegetarianism carefully. But in the end, he didn't stick to it for a few days. And it was swimming and yoga that made great contributions. Zhong Wei and his wife were born in a well-off family. And Zhong Wei became famous early. He has been used to being particular for the past 20 to 30 years. Even though he lives in seclusion now, he still has a special chef at home. After Yin Jiao decided the main theme of the banquet on the big day against all odds, he did not tell the two old people in advance, but secretly consulted with the chef. The chef did not dare to make the decision at first, and said with a bitter face, "You are making it difficult for me. I took the money from the host family, but did things without telling the host family. This money is too expensive." Yin Jiao agreed with him. So he pushed Liao Wuyin and Lin Quan brothers out to take the blame without hesitation. So I have thought about it. You just listen to me, and they will take the blame if something goes wrong. Liao Wuyin and Lin Quan, did anyone say that? The cook knew the two brothers, so he readily agreed. The matter was happily decided. The original cook was only responsible for the vegetables of the day, and the few fake meat dishes were handed over to Yin Jiao the cook. In the next few days, Yin Jiao asked people to purchase a large amount of bean curd and mushrooms, and personally kneaded and washed a lot of gluten. On the day of the birthday banquet, Yin Jiao and others arrived at Zhong's house early, saying that they would cook a few dishes to celebrate the birthday. Mrs. Tian smiled kindly. You have come all the way here. This is enough. Why should we work harder? Yin Jiao smiled and said, It's not tiring. It's not tiring. Everyone will share a little, and it will be over with a little talking and laughing. Mrs. Yu also helped to speak. They are all honest children. I have been feeling bad for not getting them here for so many years. Let them get busy. Old man Zhong waited until they finished speaking, and then reluctantly said, I have never seen you love to go to the kitchen so much. Go ahead. Although he said so, he couldn't hide his smile. Everyone exchanged glances quickly, and all tried to hold back their laughter, and rushed to the kitchen. Pangmu also loved meat. Although he always supported his wife unconditionally, he was still a little scared when the time came. Can it work? He had heard of vegetarian dishes being made to taste like meat, but he had never eaten it, and he always felt it was a bit mysterious. You'll believe it after you eat it, Yin Jiao said, and pushed him again. Soak the gluten in warm water. The weather is a bit cold. Although the gluten is not frozen after being left outside overnight, it is cold and hard. It is better to preheat it in advance. Hey! Pang Mu went there quickly. Lin Quan walked over with his hands behind his back, humming, looks like. Before he finished speaking, a head of garlic was stuffed into his hand. Yin Jiao waved his hand. Go. Peel garlic in the corner. So the scene that followed was very harmonious. A group of bigwigs who stamped their feet outside and shook the ground 3 times were all ordered around, washing onions, peeling garlic, and lighting fires. It is worth mentioning that Bai Ning is now quite experienced in the business of making fire, and no longer has the style of curly bangs in the past, which is really regrettable. After a busy morning, the lunch was very rich. Stir-fried vegetables, braised spare ribs, fried lotus root, braised pork belly, soup lion head, spiced duck and other hard dishes were placed on a large table. Old man Zhong nodded repeatedly, and his fat face, which was already filled with meat and had few wrinkles, became more relaxed. Hey, it's good to celebrate his birthday, all of which are his favorites. Mrs. Tian was a little worried, thinking that the younger generation's good intentions should not be let down. So she whispered to her husband, "Eat less meat and more vegetables." Liao Yin laughed and poured wine for the teacher first. Later, when pouring wine for Mrs. Tian, he whispered, "Don't worry. It doesn't matter if you use more." Mrs. Tian looked at him in surprise. This child is a little abnormal today. You know, he was the one who nagged the most in the past. His wife was annoyed by him. Why is he indulged now? Old man Zhong said some opening remarks, and everyone toasted each other and raised their chopsticks. Everyone talked and laughed and gave way to each other. It looked very lively, but in fact no one took a bite. They were all waiting for the reaction of old man Zhong, either openly or secretly. He just thought that the children were filial and polite, and couldn't bear to eat first. So he picked up a piece of spiced duck that looked reddish-brown and shiny and very delicious. As a result, after taking a bite, he subconsciously looked at Yin Jiao. "Is this the way you cook it in your hometown?" Yin Jiao nodded. "Yes. How do you think it tastes?" Everyone also stared without blinking. Zhong Wei chewed a few times, nodded, and took a sip of wine. Maybe the method is slightly different, but it is delicate and soft without losing its chewiness. And the taste is mellow. Very good. After a pause, he said with a little imperceptible excitement, "I have always disliked the smell of duck, but this is handled well. There is no smell at all." Everyone's expression instantly became strange. Being curd-skinned and the like are naturally soft and chewy. So where does the smell of mutton come from? Liao Wuyan cleared his throat and respectfully scooped out a large piece of ribs for him. This ribs has been boned beforehand and stewed until it's tender. Please try it. Of course, there are no bones in gluten. Zhong Wei hummed, picked up a piece and ate it, nodding again. Not bad. Pork belly? Hey, what's added to it? It's so smooth. And although it lacks some bones, it's not greasy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, showing a look of satisfaction, and said in unison, "If you like it, eat more." Chapter 92. However, the well-intentioned scam did not last until the Chinese New Year. Zhong Wei was undoubtedly a very curious and inquisitive old man. After tasting Yin Jiao's cooking, he was really happy for 2 days. But he always felt that the taste was not the same as the meat he usually ate. And then he became crazy curious, through the usual style of Liao Wuyan and Lin Quan brothers, as well as the vast greenhouse vegetable garden. It can be inferred that Zhong Wei is not a classic literati. So the saying a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen does not work for him at all. So when Yin Jiao and the chef were conducting further research on this, the old man quietly sneaked in, and then saw countless bean skins, gluten, mushrooms and winter melon cut into the shape of pork belly. Lin Quan sold out Yin Jiao and the others without hesitation. "I said no before?" Everyone immediately glared at him. "Traitor!" Liao Wuyan gave him a look of revenge, then looked at the old meatball curled up in the chair and frowned. "It's also for your own good." Mrs. Tian, who was sitting on the other side of the table, also advised, "That's right. It's rare that the children are willing to worry about you." After saying that, she nodded to Liao Wuyan and the others and said in approval, "I have said it many times on weekdays, but you just don't listen. You did a good job." Zhong Wei made a loud nasal sound, slowly raised his eyelids, and said in a sarcastic tone, "You are buried in the earth up to your neck. You can't even decide what to eat. What's the point of living?" Yin Jiao was dumbfounded. Was he going to cry, make a scene, or even hang himself? Even though they had lived together for most of her life, Mrs. Tian still felt that her husband was a bit of a rogue. She immediately raised her hand and slapped him hard on the back of his hand, and apologized to everyone. This old bastard who doesn't know what's good for him. Fortunately, misses you, and the two children were not here. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. But it's obviously not much better now. Liao Wuyan originally felt a little guilty. But seeing him like this, he immediately threw away the desire to apologize, and became even tougher. He frowned and said disdainfully, Look at yourself. How fat you are. It seems that you know how old you are. You can't go on like this. After a pause, he used a killer move. Life is meaningless. Is it interesting to die of obesity? Even if you die in the palace, at least you can be remembered forever. How is it better than dying of obesity in a foreign land? He kept saying die of obesity, and die of obesity. And every word was so heartbreaking that the old man blushed with anger. Lin Quan glanced at Zhong Wei and immediately pointed at Liao Wuyan and shouted, You have no respect for your teacher. What should you do? What should you do? Before he finished speaking, Liao Wuyan's knife-like eyes glanced over and sneered. I haven't even said anything to you. But you are shaking. I think you deserve to be beaten. What else can I expect from you? Huh? Is this how I asked you to look after me? Lin Quan finally got a chance to fight back. But he was stopped by the general before he could finish his sentence. He instinctively shrank his neck and whispered, Then he has to listen to me. You don't have to say anything to him. Seeing that his beloved little disciple had been defeated, Old Man Zhong waved at him, motioning him to stand behind him, and then said to Liao Wuyan stubbornly, You have grown wings. And you are blaming me in front of me? Liao Wuyan was also very angry. Instead of being angry, he laughed and sat down with his robe lifted. Seeing his posture, everyone shrank their necks at the same time. It was bad. As everyone knows, Mr. Liao usually talks rather than fights. If there is a grudge, he often takes revenge on the spot. Of course, there are many cases where he takes revenge for multiple grudges. So if he stands in front of you and scolds you aggressively, it's almost like a summer storm, and you can just get through it. But once he sits down steadily, he will start to talk about the past. Yin Jiao found it interesting and winked at Pang Mu. The couple whispered to each other in tacit understanding. Why do I feel my brother is more like the head of the family? Pang Mu laughed and whispered, Hey, there must be someone to calm the situation. Right? As they said that, the couple didn't know what they were thinking, and silently looked at the guards. Qi Yuan and Xiao Lu shuddered first and looked at them vigilantly. What are you doing? The couple shook their heads and looked at Xiao Ba, who was still motionless at this moment. Xiao Ba, who noticed their gaze, looked over with a puzzled look in his eyes. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu sighed and clasped their fists towards him. Thank you for your hard work. The head of the guard group is very unreliable. And Xiao Ba, his younger brother, has really worked hard over the years. The master and the apprentice have been exchanging verbal battles for countless times. Lin Quan, who is usually sharp-tongued, is now shrinking like a little turtle, standing behind to save his life. Yin Jiao and the others were all seeing this for the first time, and they were amazed. They asked people to change tea and serve melon seeds with great interest, and they ate happily. Although it was not raining outside, it was still gloomy. The ubiquitous water vapor was like a ghost, filling every corner of the room and outside. The blazing stove could not dry everyone's skin. From the perspective of skin care, it is indeed very moisturizing. And you don't have to worry about dry mouth if you eat too many melon seeds. In terms of knowledge and quick thinking, Liao Wuyan and Zhong Wei are actually on par with each other. But one is thin and young, and the other is old and puffy. After dozens of rounds, the difference in physical strength alone is obvious. Liao Wuyan, who exercises and controls his diet for many years, is calm and relaxed, and can even find time to eat a snack, while Zhong Wei is already blushing, panting, sweating, and out of breath. Seeing this, Liao Wuyan shook his robe leisurely, picked up the teacup, blew on the water leisurely, and said lightly, What did I say? If you continue like this, let alone the swords inside and outside the court, you will fatten yourself to death, which will save those political enemies from taking action. How many servants do you have in your family? If something happens to them, they won't be able to help you. Yin Jiao always knew that Liao Wuyan had a bad mouth, and the people around him also enjoyed this treatment. But she never expected that he would be so unscrupulous in front of his own master. You know, this is an era of heaven, earth, emperor, parents and teachers. Even if there is a casual conversation between peers, it may be distorted as not respecting teachers and education. And Liao Wuyan's verbal attack with half a dirty word, but double the destructive effect. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was ruined overnight. She subconsciously looked at Mrs. Tion, who knew that the old lady also looked refreshed. Finally, someone vented for me. At this time, it is impossible to refuse to accept the old age or the fatness. Zhong Wei has lost his temper after being scolded. Mrs. Tion also took advantage of the victory and said, Ziji is right. And Zi Qing. He has said it many times in the past years. And he is not seeking anything else. Even for the children's filial piety. Can't you live a few more years? As the chef, Yin Jiao has also been glared at by the fat old man. Seeing Liao Wuyan and Mrs. Tion start cooking one after another, she couldn't help but use the last blow. Even if they are all corpses, the fat man will rot faster than others. Everyone. It has that smell. But there is no need to. Zhong Wei's face was as green as the rose leaves in the garden outside. As if it was only now that he remembered what this girl's main job was. A hero needs 3 helpers. Zhong Wei suffered because he was alone. Any of Liao Wuyan and the others would be a bad mouth. Not to mention that they were united against the enemy at this moment. And the fat old man had no chance of winning. Under the powerful mass offensive, the old man Zhong reluctantly declared defeat. Mrs. Tion was so happy that her face was shining. She called the cook in front of him and said that she would only give him 1 meat meal a day in the future. And the rest would be made of fake meat dishes. After hearing this, Yin Jiao could see a bit of despair on the face of the fat old man who was approaching the end of the year. In the past, Yin Jiao would never believe that she would be a dead house. But now, she would rather stay in bed all day long than go out to enjoy the flowers and flowers. Too cold. Wet and cold. Although it's not as exaggerated as what people say online in later generations. It's hard to bear in the winter. No matter where you go, the air is like a cold, sticky, wet towel on your face. It's too uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be better to have a warm and dry bed? 2 guards were greedy and foolishly went out for 2 days. As a result, they froze their hands and swollen like wilted vegetables in the vegetable cellar. They gave up. It's so unfair. One of them scratched his head frantically and said with tears in his eyes, I follow my master to the northeast every year. The snow is 2 or 3 feet thick, and water turns into ice. I can freeze to the ground when I pee outside without pulling up my pants. Even so, I have never been frozen. Who would have thought that he would come to Jiangnan, a place where there is no ice all year round, and his hands would be frozen? How could he face his colleagues when he returned? Dr. Feng sneered and wrote a prescription, and threw it in his face. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer. When he said this, he was hugging a quilt and eating a dessert that froze his teeth. He heard Lord Yin say it was called colorful canned fruit. He didn't know what canned fruit meant. But he didn't expect that various fruits, honey, and sugar were boiled and cooled before eating, which had a unique flavor, especially suitable for the Kong. In a blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve, and the sky finally opened its eyes, and it actually snowed a little. Mrs. Tion smiled. You are lucky after all. It seems that God also feels sorry for your filial piety and rushed here. Now, you are here for fun. Lin Quan also sighed, and his tone was inevitably a little sour. The last time I saw snow here was 4 years ago, and you saw it as soon as you came. Yin Jiao responded mercilessly, That's because you are not a good person. Everyone laughed and said that this comment was too accurate. No matter what, it must snow during the new year to make it more interesting. Otherwise the heart will be empty. As if something is missing. Zhong Wei was holding a hand warmer in the back and humming, and said with a bit of humiliation, It's New Year's Day, and you are not allowed to order dishes? Everyone laughed and said very respectfully, You order? It's the new year. We'll listen to you. Zhong Wei snorted twice, and although he tried his best to look unyielding and arrogant, he couldn't resist the temptation and opened his mouth to list a long list of dishes. It was pitiful. He had survived the previous decades of swordplay, but he didn't expect that at the last minute. He had to ask for his favorite meal. These dishes were prepared by special chefs, which was not a big deal. But Yin Jiao was eager to show off his skills and prepared the New Year's Eve dinner a few days in advance. Now all the preparations were done, just waiting to start cooking. After all, the south is far away from the main battlefield, and it is also a land of fish and rice, with a developed economy and a fast recovery. Let's just talk about beef. In the north, people still have it from time to time, and the supply is unstable. But Pingzhou already has a fixed beef shop. When Yin Jiao heard the news before, she was extremely excited, and countless beef dishes popped up in her mind like information explosion. But in the end, she rejected them all. Since it is the new year, we have to make a big scene, and those delicate dishes can be made slowly on ordinary days. Yesterday morning, the butcher slaughtered a live cow and sent it over. It was as tender as it could be. After all, the size of the cow is too big. The whole roast looks spectacular, but it can't bring out the deliciousness of the beef to the greatest extent. Yin Jiao led people to cut it into suitable sizes in advance and marinate it separately. It has been almost a day now, and it is very tasty. As for the offal, fried, deep fried, stewed, boiled, how can it not be delicious? The iron plates, wooden racks, and even the smooth pebbles were all hot, crowded and filled up a corridor, which was quite spectacular. Zhong Wei and Mrs. Tian were stunned. After a while, the fire started, and the fat and tender beef slowly changed color. Especially the edge gradually became golden, and large pieces of fat dripped, bursting between the firewood and coal, and the rich aroma spread far and wide. The beef bones were not wasted. All of them were added with the medicinal material package prescribed by Dr. Feng and thrown into the big pot to boil. The clear soup slowly turned thick and white, and the juice rolled up and down with a smooth bone marrow, which was very fragrant. Old man Zhong was as happy as a 200-pound child, but he was a little dissatisfied with being fooled. You have prepared everything, and you still ask me to order? This is bullying. Chapter 93. This is my first time to celebrate the new year in the south. Pang Mu looked at the snowflakes flying in the sky with mixed feelings. Everyone used to curse the overwhelming snowstorms in the northwest countless times. But now when he thinks back, he actually has some reluctant memories. Me too. Yin Jiao stood side by side with him, stretched out his hand to take a hexagonal snowflake, looked at it carefully for a moment, and then smiled. Mr. Liao is really good at observing the sky. From the confusion and uneasiness when he first came to Dala to the firmness and calmness now, he has experienced too many things in between, and the excitement is more than the sum of the previous 20 years of life. However, it is not scientific to have such heavy snow in the south. Right? Today is New Year's Eve. Pingzhou City is decorated with lanterns everywhere. The red lanterns in the heavy snow are reflected on people's happy faces, which makes people feel warm unconsciously. About 5 or 6 days ago, Liao Huiyan suddenly announced at the dinner table that after several days of night observation, he concluded that there would be heavy snow in the near future. At that time, most people were skeptical, because according to Yin Jiao's physical sensation, the temperature at that time should still be around 8 degrees above zero, and it was impossible to snow. As a result, the temperature suddenly dropped in the afternoon of that day. The next day, a meow found ice chips in a small pond outside the house. She was so surprised that she shouted and called everyone in the yard to come and see. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, it snowed. The winter snow after 6 years made Mr. Liao successfully defend his dignity as a half-immortal again. The children in the private school were on vacation, and Lin Quan, who was temporarily serving as a teacher, was not idle. He was sent by Zhong Wei to take Yin Jiao and others around. Mrs. Tian reminded, "Don't forget to come back for the New Year's Eve dinner, and stay up all night." Lin Quan sighed obediently. In fact, he was quite afraid of the cold and was too lazy to go out. But this reluctance was obviously vulnerable to maintaining the image of a good apprentice. Yin Jiao stared at the back of his head for 3 streets, and finally sighed faintly in Pang Mu's strong curious eyes. "I suspect he has a split personality." Pang Mu, what crack? Ping An also raised his head and asked in confusion, "What crack?" Yin Jiao rubbed his little face. "This is a profound question. You don't understand it yet." She looked at Lin Quan, who was dressed like a moving haystack, raised her hand and pointed at her head, and analyzed it seriously to Pang Mu. "This is a manifestation of being different from ordinary people." Pang Mu raised his eyebrows. "In terms of talent and character, he is indeed different from ordinary people. But I always feel that you have something to say. It doesn't sound like a good word." Yin Jiao threw a look at him that said, "You know me," and whispered, "Look, he is so cool when he is out there. Who would have thought that he is still a good boy in the eyes of a group of teachers? A senior prostitute teaching and educating people. Don't you think this matter itself is very terrible?" Before Pang Mu could speak, the haystack in front of him stopped, turned his head, and said expressionlessly, "I heard it." Yin Jiao was about to speak when a man with a frosted face ran down from the bridge on the right and shouted to Lin Quan from a distance, "Sir! Sir! Please stay." Just looking at his appearance and slightly bent back, the man seemed to be at least 50 years old. But looking at his hands and feet and listening to his voice, he seemed to be only about 30 years old. There were at least 7 or 8 patches of different sizes on his clothes that were so washed that his original color could hardly be seen. His outstretched hands were also full of cracks and chilblains. But he was very clean from head to toe. His hair was combed neatly, and there was no dirt even under his fingernails. Qi Yuan, who was about to step forward to stop the man, waved his hand back, shook his head slightly, and decided to wait and see. To be honest, when they didn't see the person clearly, everyone's first reaction was that Lin Quan had caused a love affair again, and now the creditor came to his door. The man trotted to Lin Quan, bowed first, and then carefully took out a patched dry purse from his arms. "Sir, the 3 taels of silver you borrowed from me last year. Now I finally have it all." Lin Quan's hands were still tucked into his warm sleeves. "Oh, it's Lao Li. How is your daughter?" Lao Li couldn't help showing a little joy when he heard the words, and nodded vigorously. "Thanks to you. It's all right. Everything is fine. After that," he said with shame, "we agreed to pay it back in half a year." "Really? Really?" Lin Quan took the purse and poured the small pile of silver into his palm. "Even if you want to pay it back in half a year, I'm not here." He picked up another silver and threw it back. "The little girl is weak. Don't neglect her. She still needs to be nursed back. Here. This is the New Year's money." Oli took it instinctively, weighed it, and found that there were about 4 or 5 cents of silver. He was very frightened and said with shame, "No. No. How can I take this?" Lin Quan said lazily, "I gave it to Xinger. What does it have to do with you?" As he said that, he ignored Oli and brushed his shoulder and walked past him. Yin Jiao got interested and hurried to catch up with the haystack and asked, "Wow, you are so poor, but you still lend money to others? Who is he?" Lin Quan really doesn't care about external things. Not only is he penniless and has no private property, but his calligraphy and painting skills only come into play when he wants to save money and wander around. Therefore, the world-famous Mr. Lin Qing is a poor guy most of the time. "I don't know," Lin Quan said casually. "He is a citizen of Pingzhou City, the father of a little girl named Xinger." Pang Mu and Yin Jiao, who caught up later, were surprised and said, "You don't know him, but you still lend him money? What if he is a liar? Silver is useless in my hands." Lin Quan walked lazily, without any awareness of being a tour guide, and did not explain the surrounding scenery at all. Let him go. Everyone was silent. After a long time, Qi Yuan and Yin Jiao said in unison, "Borrow money." Lin Quan threw out 2 words without looking back. "Get lost." The way of celebrating the New Year varies from place to place. For example, the Wanjiantai in the capital city has fireworks and temple fairs. The border town Zenyuanfu has sacrifices and military songs. And Pingzhou has lion dances and river lanterns. The rivers in Pingzhou only freeze for a few days a year. The snow in the past 2 days is indeed amazing. But it is only good-looking and useless. It melts into water after a while when it falls to the ground. And then the pedestrians step on it, making the ground full of wet black mud. As for the river, there was only a little bit of ice on the edge. But the sound of the flowing water continued. On New Year's Eve, the people of Pingzhou City would release river lanterns to pray for good luck in the coming year. Lin Quan seemed to finally remember that he was a tour guide, and immediately pointed at the crowd impatiently. "River, release lanterns." Zhong Wei and Madame Tian didn't like to join in the fun, and they were old, so they stayed at home with Madame Yu. Pang Mu asked the lantern seller for more, wrote his family, thought about it, and also asked for the saint. In comparison, Yin Jiao's workload was very heavy. It seemed that whenever there was a scene like praying, Yin Jiao was the busiest one. From relatives and friends to the Queen Mother, and good colleagues, Shangwan. She wanted to put in all the names that were not enemies. And every time at this time, everyone looked at her with particularly gentle eyes. For those who have a smooth life and have nothing to ask for, releasing river lanterns is just a way to join in the fun. But for those who are in trouble, it is no less than a life-saving straw. Yin Jiao looked around and found several faces full of piety, even anxiety and despair. Do your best and leave it to fate. When human power can no longer do more, pinning hope on all illusory things becomes their only choice. Hey, Jia, look over there. Bai Ning suddenly came over and nudged Yin Jiao, who was daydreaming, with her elbow. Yin Jiao looked in the direction of her finger, and saw two girls with their hands clasped together, muttering something on the river bank about 10 feet away. Because of the noise around them, they couldn't hear what the other party said, but they knew it was no small matter just by looking at their expressions. Yin Jiao instantly understood what Bai Ning cared about. Most of the people who went out together on New Year's Eve were family members. If there was really something important that needed to be prayed for, it would usually be done by the elders. Hairpins, earrings, necklaces and bracelets were all there, and the clothes were made of this year's popular colors and lotus patterns. Judging from their clothes, the two girls in front of them, who had no similarities in appearance, should both come from wealthy families. You know, during festivals, criminals are rampant. Normal families would not allow two beautiful girls to go out alone. But now they are praying in the crowd without their entourage. This is a bit strange. They mentioned Arwan, and it seems that she is sick. Tu Qing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Friends?" Yin Jiao never doubted his hearing. "Probably," Bai Ning said. "Little girls of this age have limited social life. In life, apart from family members, they are friends of the same age. There are probably only a few people who are worth their concern on New Year's Eve. Someone is coming." Pangmu came over with Pingyan in his arms and raised his chin in one direction. When the few people looked in the direction he pointed, they saw several strong young men coming out of the crowd. They were wearing two styles of clothes, obviously from two families. The people stretched their necks to look around as they walked along. Soon, one of them found the traces of the two little girls by the river, and then desperately gestured to his companions. The servants who were originally scattered in the crowd quickly gathered towards the river, and soon came behind the two girls. Seeing that they were intact, the servants were relieved at first. But when the two leading ones saw the words written on the river lanterns below, their faces suddenly changed. They didn't care about the danger of falling into the water, and rushed over to pick up the river lanterns and threw them on the ground and crushed them. The two girls were furious, and they started crying after shouting a few words at them, attracting the attention of the people around them. The servants on both sides were also afraid of something happening, so they immediately asked people to protect their young ladies, and quickly squeezed out of the crowd. If Bai Ning just called Yin Jiao to see something strange at the beginning, then now everyone is really curious. Why would two young girls from well-off families sneak out on New Year's Eve? And why would they secretly pray for others? What happened to the person named Erwin that made the servant's expression change drastically when he saw this name? The protagonist had already left, and the river lanterns at home had been released. There was no need to stay here and squeeze with others. So Yin Jiao and his group retreated along the original path. The snow was still falling, and those who fell into the river were swept away before they could celebrate. The roofs, treetops, and roads were already dyed white. Countless lanterns swayed in the wind, spreading patches of red in the snow, looking both festive and weird. "Master, the river lanterns." Xiao Wu had returned at some point, holding a trampled river lantern in his hand. Pangmu took it in his hand and flipped it over, then took out a piece of paper stained with black snow water from the broken frame. The ink on it had melted, but the words Ruan could still be vaguely distinguished. It turned out to be Ruan, not Ruan. Is there a wealthy family with the surname he in Pingzhou City? Pangmu subconsciously looked at Lin Quan. Birds of a feather flocked together. The two girls came from good families, so they must be the same kind of people. Since he wanted to inquire about the local situation, he naturally had to ask the person who was most familiar with the place. However, Lin Quan shook his head decisively. "I don't know." Pangmu then realized that this guy didn't even bother to inquire about the identity of the person who borrowed the money, so it was reasonable that he didn't know about the wealthy families in the city. Everyone was silent for a long time, and glared at him. "What's the use of you?" Chapter 94. When a group of people returned to the Zhong family excitedly, the three old people were surprised. "Why are you back so soon?" Mrs. Tian looked at the copper kettle dripping in the corner and reminded, "The lion dance will start in half an hour. We are going to go out to see the excitement. Why did you come back early?" Zhong Wei glanced at their faces and said clearly, "Is there a case?" Pangmu stopped slapping the snowflakes and smiled. "I can't hide it from you after all." Yin Jiao and others looked at each other and couldn't help asking, How did you know? They didn't say a word yet. Zhong Wei snorted, and his round belly trembled slightly. You are still young. He didn't say anything. And after keeping the secret, he lowered his head again, his eyebrows and eyes showing a little joy of the changing situation. Liao Wuyan shook his head and laughed, and said to Yin Jiao, you can't ask. The old man has been restrained by everyone in the past few days, and he feels very aggrieved. Now he finally has a chance to show off. How can he open his mouth easily? Mrs. Yu stared at them for a while, nodded. It's a little different. Although these children were also laughing a few days ago, they always felt that something was missing. Once they were idle, their eyes began to be empty, as if they didn't know how to spend their free time. But now, everyone's face is shining. Yin Jiao subconsciously raised his hand to touch his face. Is it really that obvious? Mrs. Yu smiled and nodded. Yes. Yin Jiao smacked his lips. I was born to work hard. It is indeed tiring when you are tired. But it is also really fulfilling. You don't have to think about anything extra. Just keep your head down and keep moving forward. On the contrary, the current life without pressure, which is similar to eating and waiting for death, makes them restless for no reason. It may be a bit unfair to the victim to say this, and it sounds too perverted, but even if it is someone else's private affairs, they can't help but want to investigate secretly. The guards volunteered to investigate the identities of Yuan and the other two girls. The rest of the people were not idle either. They started to scratch in the snow and listed several common possible situations one by one. As the night deepened, more and more people walked on the street. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The crackling sound of firecrackers rang out from far and near, accompanied by the loud laughter of adults and children, the sound of running, and the sound of gongs and drums of dragon and lion dances, which merged into an invisible torrent and poured into the ears. From time to time, colorful lights flashed through the dark night, paused in the air for a while, and then suddenly exploded, illuminating the ink-like dark night. Those huge flowers of light were fleeting, as brilliant as shooting stars. Everyone unconsciously stopped the thin bamboo sticks in their hands, looked up at the sky, and exclaimed as the flowers bloomed and withered. The growth of age is always accompanied by many joys and sorrows. When adults watch fireworks, many pictures that they thought were forgotten in the depths of their memories always appear in their minds for no reason. While the world of children is always pure, they just marveled at the breathtaking beauty of the fireworks, and then jumped and cheered hand in hand in the snow. Pang Mu and Tu Qing brought out all the fireworks and firecrackers they bought during the day, filling the yard. Ping'an and Sheer could no longer bear it, and shouted at the top of their voices to let them go. The two fathers held them in their arms, put a long stick of incense in their tender palms, pinched the children's hands, and lit them quickly, and then ran away at the moment when the fuse was burning. Boom! Bang! Pop! Then laughter and joy were born in this courtyard, flowing freely like a tide. Zhong Wei hadn't celebrated the new year with so many people for many years. His chubby face was full of smiles. Suddenly, he felt that being a vegetarian was not that difficult to accept. He took out a lot of red envelopes and distributed them one by one. Mom! Ping'an ran over screaming, and crashed into Yin Jiao's arms like a small cannonball, holding up a little face that was red with excitement, and shouted, Did you see it? I set off flowers. Such big flowers. And boom, they opened. He stretched out his two short arms as wide as possible, made a circle, and chirped like a cheerful little bird, his dark eyes sparkling with joy. Yin Jiao smiled and kissed him. Great! Lin Quan called him over there, and the mother and daughter turned around and saw Lin Quan holding a mini snowman about the height of a palm. The tip of the snowman's nose was made of a tube made of red paper, which looked very interesting. Build a snowman. Sheer waved at Ping'an excitedly. Ping'an rushed over happily, leaving Yin Jiao, who was hesitant to speak. Lin Quan was frightened by her look. What's that look in your eyes? Yin Jiao gestured at the snowman in his hand and sneered. Your snowman is at best a snow baby. Right? Lin Quan got angry when he saw her smug face, and then recalled the huge snowman more than one person tall that he had seen in the north. Suddenly, a faint shame emerged in his heart. So he raised his hand and smashed the snow baby. Caught off guard, Yin Jiao instantly felt a stream of ice water running down her neck. She screamed, and then, a quarter of an hour later, Captain Yin pressed Mr. Lin Qing into the snow and rubbed it repeatedly. When the guards came back, Qi Yuan, the head of the guards, lagged behind a little, and was playing snowballs with Su Qian. In the noisy background, the two of them could clearly hear "Yo hey!" the sweet shouts. The faces of the four people in front of them were distorted. Their steps became bigger and bigger, and the frequency of their steps became faster and faster. Obviously, they all wanted to get rid of the couple behind them as soon as possible. After returning to the yard, Qi Yuan and Su Qian instinctively restrained themselves a lot. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief and began to report the results. Unmarried girls are delicate, especially those from wealthy families, said Xiao Ba. It's not convenient to ask their names, so I have to start with their ages. The two girls who released the river lanterns looked like they were only in their early teens, and it seemed that Miss Yuan was not much older. Pingzhou City was originally developed from several villages, one of which was Hejia Village, and there were at least 800 people with the surname He. There are 3 families with rich houses in the city, and 2 of them have girls of this age. Xiaolu said, since it is a blessing. I think something happened to Miss Yuan recently. We asked around and found that the He family in Tianjue Lane east of Wanyu Bridge has a 13-year-old daughter. It seems that she started to see doctors frequently last month, and doctors have been in and out this month. Xiuxi slightly raised the corners of his lips, revealing 2 dimples. Such a thing happened at the end of the year, and neighbors and friends had to visit. The He family just said it was a flu, but gradually some people began to doubt it, saying that if it was just a flu, it would be too long. And since Missy fell ill, no one has been able to see her. Before the new year, relatives and friends visit each other more often, whether they are sincere or not. Since they heard that there is a patient, there will always be people who come to visit. How can there be no one? Xiaowu is taciturn. Xiba is calm and does not like to show off. Seeing that Xiaoxi and Xiaolu are full of energy, they do not compete with him. Therefore, as soon as Xiuxi finished speaking, Xiaolu continued mysteriously. I don't know where the rumor came from. It seems that someone accidentally saw the medicine residue poured by his servants, saying that it is not a prescription for treating colds at all, but it seems to be a nourishing prescription for pregnant women. Nourishment for pregnant women? Yin Jia was stunned, and suddenly a little embarrassed. You mean? It is very likely that Miss Yuan is not sick at all, but pregnant before marriage, and the He family feels embarrassed, so they block the news. However, there is no impenetrable wall in the world, and the news gradually spread outside, and the families of Yuan's 2 little sisters must have heard about it, and they must have warned their daughters. But the 2 girls were too young, and their families would definitely not tell them about this matter. So the 2 of them had a misunderstanding, and secretly came out to release river lanterns to pray for blessings. In this era, girls getting pregnant before marriage is definitely a scandal that ordinary families can hardly accept. Everyone suddenly realized, and Bai Ning clapped his hands. If that's the case, it makes sense that those servants lost their composure after seeing Yuan's name. After hearing the news, the parents of the 2 little girls must have worried that their daughters would also be involved, but they couldn't say it clearly, so they had to instruct their subordinates. At this point, everyone looked at each other in surprise. So, it was really someone else's private matter. Originally, they were planning to do a big job, but it turned out to be a personal family affair, and a group of people were suddenly embarrassed, seeing that the few people who were full of energy just now suddenly became frostbitten eggplants. Liao Wuyan said with a smile, since there are no cases, it's a good thing. It's the new year. Let's hope for something good. Everyone laughed at this remark. Yes, when can these people really do nothing all day long? And when will the world be peaceful? After thinking it through, everyone regained their spirits and started to live the new year seriously. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu even took the initiative to lead everyone to discuss what they should do if they really retire one day. In the end, everyone agreed that it was most reliable to open a restaurant. However, God seemed to like to play tricks on people. When you want something, it doesn't give it to you. When you decide to give up, it suddenly throws out a bomb. Early in the morning of the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year, Pingzhou City, which was in a strong New Year atmosphere, suddenly exploded. The coffin gave birth to a child. The coffin gave birth to a child. A shrill voice suddenly broke through the quiet sky in the early morning, waking countless people from their sweet dreams. When Yin Jia was woken up, he didn't hear what was being shouted outside at all. He just felt that the noise was too loud, so he hurriedly asked someone to inquire. As a result, Su Qian ran back with a pale face soon. My lord, That miss he is dead. Who? Yin Jiao's brain was slow when he didn't get enough sleep. And for a while, he couldn't match the miss she mentioned. He Ruan? That's the He Ruan. Su Qian raised her voice slightly. It's the He Ruan girl who was prayed for by people on New Year's Eve. And the one who was rumored to be pregnant before marriage. Yin Jiao woke up instantly. Speak slowly. Pang Mu gestured for her to calm down. I vaguely heard something about a child? Give birth in a coffin. Su Qian blinked quickly. This is her habitual action, which usually occurs after experiencing something rare and shocking. Su Qian took a few deep breaths and quickly sorted out her thoughts. He Ruan died at some point. Perhaps because they were afraid of being considered unlucky if they met someone. The He family hurriedly carried the coffin out of the city early this morning. But because it snowed a few days ago, and the temperature dropped in the past few days, the melted snow formed a layer of ice on the ground. And it was even more slippery in the morning with frost. It was still dark outside. And one of the coffin bearers slipped, and the coffin fell to the ground and broke apart. It was a coincidence that a night watchman happened to pass by and watched a swollen female corpse roll in front of him. And then an unformed baby's body slowly slipped out. Chapter 95. Su Qian has been with Yin Jiao for several years, and has seen many horrific scenes. But she is naturally brave, and never thinks it is a big deal. But now that she has experienced this, she instinctively feels a chill running up her spine. Sir! She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Can a dead person give birth to a child? Yes. Yin Jiao quickly dressed, and asked someone to call a meow. The sudden case was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly mobilizing her body and mind. Su Qian's face turned pale. You are afraid sometimes? Yin Jiao smiled and pinched her cheek. It looks like it, but it is actually two completely different things. A living person is a normal birth, while the coffin birth that is often said by the people is just the corpse's postmortem decay and expansion, coupled with muscle relaxation, which makes the fetus that is not yet full-term bulge out. To put it bluntly, it was just a normal death phenomenon. But because the birth of a child, which represents new life, was linked to the coffin, which represents death, it was a bit weird. Su Qian said oh, and her face looked much better. Pang Mu shook his head and laughed. If an ordinary girl heard this, she would probably jump 3 feet high. Su Qian snorted, raised her chin vigorously, and walked out with him. As long as it's not a ghost, there's nothing to be afraid of, no matter how bad the villain is. He only has one life, so it's over if he's beaten to death. Isn't it? My lord, Xiao Lu, who had gone out to investigate the situation in advance, was coming back from outside. His nose was red from the cold, and he exhaled a cloud of white steam from his mouth. People have been ordered to surround it. It is estimated that it won't be long before the patrolling yamen hear the news and rush over. They came quietly, and had no direct contact with Pingzhou officials. They didn't know whether it was good or bad, so they had better hurry to see the scene. Didn't the He family follow? Yin Jiao paused and nodded to a meow who ran out of the small courtyard next door. Xiao Lu shook his head. Yin Jiao frowned slightly. This matter was getting more and more strange. The sky outside was still dark, with only a little morning star on the horizon shining dimly. Several families nearby were awakened from their sleep by the howling of the night watchman. They lit up the lights sparsely, but because there was no follow-up, few people were willing to run out to watch the excitement in the cold early morning of the first month of the lunar year. There were no pedestrians on the street, and it was terribly quiet. Yin Jiao and the others hurried along and met up with Qi Yuan at the door. From a distance, they saw Xiao Ba, Song Liang and several guards holding torches and waving at them. There were several dark shadows curled up at the foot of the wall. When they got closer, they could hear the crackling sound of burning torches, and the trembling of people's upper and lower teeth knocking against each other in the air. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu exchanged glances quickly, and without saying a word, they tacitly split into two groups. One went forward to ask questions, and the other buried his head in the autopsy. Su Qian cleared the scene skillfully, and a meow came forward with a torch. And indeed, the mother and son on the ground faintly exuded the stench of corpses. The 4 coffin bearers and the night watchman, who had just recovered from their shock, almost popped their eyes out of their wits when they saw this scene. They instinctively opened their mouths to howl. But Xiao Ba had blocked their mouths with his men in advance, so they could only barely make a few unclear hums. Fortunately, it's winter. Ah Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise it would be terrible. She squinted her eyes, and looked at the obviously swollen body, then carefully examined the head and limbs, and fiddled with her arms with her hands in fish-skin gloves. There are no obvious external injuries. These are typical post-mortem injuries, which should have been broken when the coffin fell out just now. As she said that, she shone the light at the location of the coffin. And sure enough, skin tissue and mucus left by the body rolling and bumping were found between the two places. Yin Jiao hummed. How long do you think she has been dead? Ah Miao hesitated for a moment. It feels like more than 2 days. Yin Jiao bent down, almost close to the face of the deceased, opened her eyelids and shone the light from different positions. Shaking his head, you can still see the pupils. It should be less than 2 days. Miao was slightly startled. And then she understood without Yin Jiao's reminder. When you light a fire in winter, the indoor temperature is actually higher than in spring and autumn. And the hot and closed environment will aggravate corruption. Yin Jiao nodded in approval, and went to look at the sticky embryo again. She had come across several cases of 1 corpse and 2 lives before, and she consulted with Dr. Feng and several midwives afterwards. So she had a rough understanding of the growth of the fetus. It feels like it's 5 or 6 months old. She gently moved it and said uncertainly, after all, she is not a professional researcher, so there must be errors. But it should be within this range. When it was about to dawn, several women squatted on the ground and fiddled with the corpse without changing their expressions. Where had the night watchman seen such a scene? He vomited with a wow. The night watchman fired the first shot of the vomiting war this year. Led by him, the 4 coffin bearers also rushed to vomit, and the scene soon became sour and smelly. Who is it? Suddenly, a few fires floated in the distance, followed by chaotic and orderly footsteps. Judging from the sound, it should be a young and strong man in his 30s. Qi Yuan whispered to Pang Mu, the Yamen runners are coming. As he said that, he took the initiative to step forward and stopped in front of the group of Yamen runners, explaining the reason in a few words. The leading Yamen runner looked like a capable man in his 30s. Hearing this, he first looked at Qi Yuan a few times, then looked behind him, and saw that there was a dead person on the ground. His face suddenly changed, and he suddenly drew his sword out of the sheath. Don't move. Stop what you are doing, and stand at the foot of the wall. Before he finished speaking, he felt his eyes blurred and his hands numb. He couldn't help but let out a low sound. When he came to his senses, he saw that his sword had been in the other party's hand. An expert can tell the outcome with one move. Qi Yuan's move shocked the patrolling Yamen runners. Boss! Seeing this, several people behind him rushed forward and stared at Qi Yuan with a fierce look. Very vigilant. After all, they were Yamen runners from the state capital. Although they knew they were no match, they did not choose to retreat, which made Qi Yuan have a better impression of them. The leading Yamen runner waved his other hand back and asked tentatively, I am Jiang Feng, the head of Pingzhou Police. May I ask your name and why you are here again? He has been a police chief for many years and thinks he is pretty good at martial arts. But he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Those few moves were clean and sharp. Not like wild moves. You can't make the decision on this matter. Qi Yuan casually threw the knife back. Call your prefect. Jiang Feng raised his hand to take the knife, and sheathed it, obviously hesitant, because he didn't know the other party's origin. And secondly, he was afraid that his own prefect had not yet gotten up. If he reported rashly? What if? Qi Yuan waved his hand. Go. Jiang Feng frowned, quickly weighed the pros and cons, turned around and told his subordinates, you stay. I'll report to the prefect. Since the other party was willing to return the knife to him, and the other few people did not move. That is, they had no intention of taking action. Then this place was safe for the time being. And if the prefect got angry, at least he could take the lead. The conditions were limited now, and Yin Jiao and the others could not do a thorough autopsy at all. After briefly telling Pang Mu, they stood together and waited for the local prefect to come. Pang Mu said, these 4 coffin bearers are all servants of the He family. They said that their young lady had an accident about 2 months ago. Since then, the He family has been a little strange. The master and the lady had a few quarrels in the middle, and then the news was blocked. But there is no wall that is impenetrable. They are just low-level servants of the He family, and cannot serve in the inner courtyard. They don't know when the person died. They were suddenly called last night, rewarded with a lot of silver, and told about this job, even before the coffin was overturned. They didn't know that it was their daughter who was inside. Don't know? Then where to carry it? Yin Jiao was surprised. She thought it was carried to the He family's ancestral tomb outside the city. Pang Mu's face turned colder. Let them dig a hole in the nameless hill outside and bury it. There is a circular hill outside Pingzhou City. There is a small sunken basin inside the hill. The grass and trees grow wildly, and wild beasts roam. Usually, no one goes there. After a long time, everyone tacitly buries the bodies of death row prisoners and some vagrants, beggars, etc. And the local people also call it Nameless Hill, where the nameless are buried. Everyone was silent. An unknown person is buried on an unknown hill. But He Yuan is not an unknown person, but a well-known local lady. What a huge difference. The sky in the east has turned pale, and the night is not as dark as before. But they suddenly feel as if it is colder, and they feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. Do you think the local governor knows about this? After a long time, Yin Jiao slowly exhaled and asked. Death is not a trivial matter. Except in wartime. Whenever a civilian dies, no matter what the reason is, it must be checked and verified by the local coroner, and then reported to the government, and handled according to natural death and murder. And the household registration will be cancelled before the funeral can be held. The answer will be there soon, Pang Mu said, as he looked at a sedan chair slowly emerging from the morning mist in the distance. Jiang Feng went back with a sedan chair, and it seemed that the person sitting inside was the prefect of Pingzhou. Soon, the sedan chair came closer, and Jiang Feng took the initiative to open the curtain of the sedan chair, and a middle-aged scholar in his 40s came out from inside. The man was quite burly, with short beards on both sides, and his official uniform was tight. Judging from his figure, he really didn't look like a civil servant. He looked around and his eyes quickly locked on Pang Mu and Yin Jiao. I am Kai Wengao, the prefect of Pingzhou. Who are you? Tell me your name. His attitude was okay. Not too arrogant or angry. And I think he was a bit cunning. Pang Mu nodded to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan immediately took 3 steps forward and took out a token from his waist. Duke Dingwu and the yellow character A number Yin, the head of the criminal department, passed by here. Now they have taken over this case. They order you to cooperate with all local officials to handle it without any mistakes. Because there are too few clues now, and the nature of the case is unclear. He did not say whether he had doubts or not. Under the torchlight, the copper token, which was only half the size of a palm, shone brightly, and the 2 positive characters Dingwu constantly reflected the faint light. This couple is so famous that it seems that no matter where they go, they are accompanied by blood and rain. To some extent, it is indeed daunting. When Kai Wegao heard this, he was startled at first. Then he instinctively lifted up his robe and knelt down. I am Kai Wengao, the governor of Pingzhou, and I greet Lord Dingwu. Lord Yin. Pang Mu raised his hand and asked them to stand up. The deceased is He Yuan, the daughter of the He family in Tianjue Lane east of Wanyu Bridge. She is 13 years old this year and died within 2 days. Has her family invited a coroner or gone to the government office to cancel her account? Kai Wegao got up from the ground swiftly, not even bothering to brush off the frost and snow on his official robe, and nodded immediately. I invited them. And the coroner also went to see her. She took abortion drugs indiscriminately, which led to the fetus's death in the womb. And she was not treated in time, resulting in 2 deaths. After a pause, he added, to be honest, young boys and girls of this age are just looking after the present and not the future. So it is inevitable that they will do something and deal with it carelessly afterwards. Yin Jiao's heart moved slightly. She remembered that Xiao Lu and the others had heard that someone had found medicine for pregnant women in the medicine residue that the He family had thrown away. So since they had used it for maintenance before, why did they want to abort it now? Are there any doubts? Pang Mu asked. He and Yin Jiao were almost 30 years old when they got married. In his opinion, a 13-year-old girl was still a child. Kai Wengao thought for a while. It shouldn't be. And the family of the deceased has never said anything. The legal provisions that women over 13 years old can get married are inherited from the previous dynasty. Someone originally proposed to change it, but later due to years of war and heavy population losses, the court encouraged childbirth, and it has been shelved until now. So although the 13-year-old mother is indeed a little young for now, it is not illegal from a legal perspective. Yin Jiao asked, do you know who the father of the child is? Kai Wengao shook his head. I have asked, but the He family insisted that the family scandal should not be made public. They just said that the deceased himself was not decent, and they didn't want to bring shame to the He family, so they had to let it go. The deceased himself never reported the case, and the family insisted that it was a voluntary private matter, and the government was powerless. Seeing that Peng Mu and Yin Jiao had no intention of leaving, Kai Wengao thought for a while and said, "But I also think that I can check it in detail." Peng Mu raised his eyebrows with a playful expression. "Okay, then carry the body back and check it in detail." Kai Wengao responded without changing his expression, and waved his hand towards Jiang Feng. "Come on, carry the deceased back properly, and clean up this place." Yin Jiao and Peng Mu looked at each other and said nothing. Having been in the officialdom for so long, she knew the mentality of Kai Wengao, or a considerable number of officials. It is better to have less trouble than more. It is the New Year's Day. Since there is no evidence to prove that it is a homicide, and the family of the deceased has admitted it, it is better to close the case quickly. Chapter 96. When everyone arrived at the Pingzhou County office, it was already daybreak, and a few people began to go out to fetch water and sweep the floor. It was daybreak, but the fog was thicker. People could hardly be seen from about 10 steps away. Only when passing by the front door of each household, the red lanterns with the candles extinguished swayed in the wind, making the corpses carried by look even more pitiful and lonely. There is a saying among the people that the new year is not over until the 15th day. Today is only the 2nd day of the 1st lunar month, and the air is still filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. There are also many broken firecrackers on the street outside. When the wind blows, the red paper scraps on the ground are blown up to more than 1 person high, which makes people feel creepy. A girl who just turned 13 died. From the funeral to the yamen, no family member accompanied her from beginning to end. Peng Mu was also a father, so he couldn't help but vent his anger at this time. Go to his house to call for help. Jiang Feng was shocked by the coldness in his words, and instinctively looked at Kai Wengao, who nodded and bowed, saying, "The yamen will naturally follow the lead of the Lord." He was so cooperative that it was hard to be angry. It was foggy, and the ground was slippery. The team transporting the body gradually fell behind. Yin Jiao and Peng Mu and their group took the lead and arrived at the yamen. After refusing Kai Wengao's invitation to serve hot tea and breakfast, they immediately asked to see the coroner, who went to his house to perform an autopsy that day. The coroner's surname was Gong. He was over 50 years old this year. He had the common feature of more than 90% of the members of the coroner team. He was an old bachelor. When the yamen runners came to his door, he had just gotten up and heated up 2 vegetarian buns. He was brought over before he could even take a bite. "Young man, please ask me why the master called me during the new year? Did someone die somewhere?" The yamen runner himself didn't know much, so he just pointed to the sky in annoyance and said, "I heard that a big shot from the capital came and wanted to ask you a question." To them, their own prefect was already a big shot. But when they saw the legendary Duke Dingwu today, they felt their calves were spinning. He was so majestic that they dared not delay. The palace coroner rented a small room behind the government office, which was only a few dozen steps away. He came in almost as soon as Yin Jiao and the others were sitting down. After knowing that the person sitting above was a big shot from the capital, the palace coroner did not dare to look up and wait and see. He knelt down and kowtowed to greet the emperor, and asked cautiously, "I wonder why the Lord sent me here." The embarrassing status of coroners has been around for a long time. It can be regarded as a historical problem. Even with the joint efforts of the legendary figure Zhang Jizhua and the wonderful Yin Jiao, the social status of most colleagues has not achieved earth-shaking changes. It's just that the surrounding areas of the capital, the prefectural capital, and the big places pay more attention to it than before. Yin Jiao saw that his hair was gray. His black cotton gown was washed and frayed, and his hunched back was like a bow that had been out of repair for a long time. And he felt a little uncomfortable. Coroners are not officials, and they can't even be considered clerks. Not only are they tabooed by the world, but they don't make much money either. It's a typical job with no money and no status. Forget it. Stand up and answer. The palace coroner heard a female voice, and immediately thought of some rumors. He couldn't help but look over there. "Are you?" Kai Wengao just said something bold, but Yin Jiao blocked it with his eyes. "I am Yin Jiao." Yin Jiao nodded. "We are in the same line of work." "I dare not. I dare not," the palace coroner said in fear. But suddenly he felt an inexplicable joy and relief in his heart. This feeling is very strange. Just like even if you know that you can't go further, You know that some friends you have never met have succeeded. You will always feel proud of it. And your life seems to have hope. Unlike most women who are good at living, the lives of old bachelors are often a mess. Pang Mu saw that his wrists exposed from his short sleeves were red from the cold. So he glanced at Kai Wagao, who understood what he meant and hurriedly said, "Come on. Bring hot tea." The palace coroner was flattered and took it. He thanked Kai Wagao first, and then cast a grateful glance at Pang Mu. Having worked for Kai Wagao for several years, he knew the other party's attitude towards him. Now he was unusually considerate. How could it be without reason? "Did you go to the He family to perform an autopsy yesterday?" Yin Jiao asked. Kai Wagao couldn't help but glance at her quickly. Although he was immediately warned by Pang Mu, who noticed it, he couldn't help but say in his heart, this Captain Yan's attitude towards Gong's coroner is much more friendly than towards himself. Gong's coroner only took a sip and held the slightly hot tea bowl in his palm to warm it. Hearing this, he hurriedly and carefully placed the tea bowl on the small table next to him. Yes, the dead is the daughter of the He family. Her full name is He Ruan. She is 13 years old this year. Cause of death? The mother was weak. The fetus was strong. And she took too much abortion medicine. So the fetus died in the womb. And there were 2 deaths. Is there any doubt? Yin Jiao asked a key question. The palace coroner immediately understood what she meant and shook his head. There is no external injury. And the He family's words are consistent. So it should be. Yin Jiao frowned and pondered for a moment. When did the He family report it? And when did you arrive at the He family? Although the palace coroner was old, he still had a good memory and was careful in his work. He answered without any confusion. The government office had just opened at that time. It should be around 1500 hours in the morning. The adults immediately arranged for me to go there. And the He family was 5 streets away from the government office. And it took more than 2/4 of an hour to walk. How long had He Ruan been dead when you went there? Yin Jiao asked immediately. It must have been more than half a day, the palace coroner said cautiously. I asked them at the time, saying that since he had died a long time ago, why did they go to the government office to report it now? The He family said that he died at night and was found in the morning. This time is very close to the conclusion drawn from the preliminary autopsy. And he must have died on New Year's Eve. It doesn't make sense. Yin Jiao shook his head. Taking abortion pills is very painful. I'm afraid it's hard for anyone to hold back without saying a word. The He family is not poor. And He Ruan must have someone serving him. How could no one hear it? I asked the same question at the time. The palace coroner said. But I didn't find out anything. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Yin Jiao said, don't blame you. The essential job of a coroner is just to perform an autopsy. The specific cause of death is not part of their job. Moreover, the situation is awkward. Not to mention the well-known family in the city like the He family. Even ordinary people would not be impatient to be asked questions by a mere coroner. The palace coroner's lips trembled a few times, as if he wanted to say something grateful. But he didn't say a word. Yin Jiao turned to Kai Wengao and said, Master Kai, there may be something strange in this matter. I think the palace coroner will be useful later. He also told him, Yao, you should go too. Hurry up. And when the body comes, go and clean it up with the coroner. Kai Wengao understood and immediately asked someone to take the coroner and a Miao downstairs to eat and rest. Master Kai. Pang Mu waited until he finished making arrangements before saying, have you asked the deceased's family in detail? Where did the abortion drug come from? Have you checked with the clinic and the doctor? And why did the deceased take it, and no one found out until he died? In addition, who is the father of the child? Was the deceased willing? Have you asked all these questions clearly? His tone was neither fast nor slow, and his voice was neither high nor low. But the sense of oppression in it was exposed. Even if getting married at the age of 13 is not against the law, if the deceased was not willing at the beginning, it would be a big problem. Kai Wengao could have handled it. But after Pang Mu threw a long string of questions at him, he was a little tired of parrying. Reporting to the Lord? I did ask. And the He family refused to say it first. Kai Wengao wanted to say something to show off and ease the atmosphere. But Pang Mu's face was full of indifference and impatience. So he didn't dare to say anything more. At first, the He family didn't know that He Ruan was pregnant. They just thought it was a common discomfort. So they asked someone to invite Dr. Ma from the Lincoln Clinic in the city to take her pulse. But who knew that he was pregnant? Later, after all, It was not decent to get pregnant before marriage. So they planned to secretly abort it. But they didn't expect Miss He to be too weak. Pang Mu was obviously not satisfied with this answer. He knocked the table heavily with his fingers. His face cold. The abortion drug was also produced by Lin Chun? Are you sure that the deceased agreed to take the drug and took it voluntarily? Kai Wen-gao was finally speechless. This subordinate. He hadn't finished speaking. And sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Did Duke Ding was suspect that He Ruan's death was not an accident, but someone deliberately murdered him? If that was the case, he couldn't escape the responsibility. Pang Mu slammed the table and said angrily, "You dare to cancel the account in a hurry without knowing anything? And look at the dead without evidence?" "I dare not," Kai Wen-gao said loudly. "It's just that the time is still short. And I am also suspicious. I plan to slowly investigate in the next few days. After all, the dead are the most important. And we can't keep the body in a place forever. Right?" Qi Yuan, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but sneer. "Can't keep the body in a place? As far as I know, Pingzhou has always had the custom of keeping the body in a place for 7 days. But He Ruan has only been dead for 2 days. So why can't we keep it in a place?" Kai Wen-gao said dryly. "After all, it's a bad reputation. And it's the new year. So it's understandable that the He family made this choice." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room instantly became depressing, and everyone present felt like a heavy stone was pressing on their chests. The words were rough, but the truth was not rough. Although what Kai Wen-gao said was unpleasant to hear. If you really want to investigate, it is indeed not wrong. People take the Spring Festival very seriously, and funerals are extremely taboo. Once an accident happens, either the funeral is held before the new year or the funeral is temporarily postponed. Otherwise, not only the family, but also the neighbors will feel unlucky. In addition, He Ruan was pregnant before marriage, which was even more shameful for the He family. It was reasonable to bury her hastily out of shame and anger. Even though he was the governor, he could not control when the funeral was stopped or when the funeral was held. Having said that, Kai Wen-gao, as the governor of a region, held great power in the local area, received the emperor's orders and the people's opinions. But he should not let it go so hastily. "My lord." At this time, Jiang Feng, who went to the He family to call for someone, finally came back. After entering the door, he realized that he had called the wrong name, and hurriedly said, "My lord. Lord Yin. My lord. Mr. He is here. Where's the madam?" Yin Jiao said unhappily. Mothers are naturally close to their daughters. And what's more, this is a matter like this. He Ruan's mother will definitely know much more than Mr. He. It is said that she was sick in the 12th lunar month and couldn't get out of bed. Now she is still sleeping after taking medicine. Jiang Feng guessed Yin Jiao's thoughts and said with embarrassment, "If the adults want to ask questions now, I'm afraid they will ask the doctor to give her acupuncture and carry her here. After all, it's just a suspicion at the moment, and there is no definite evidence to prove that it was murder rather than an accident. If a patient is dragged from the sickbed to here now, if the case can be concluded in the future, it will be fine. If not, it will probably cause public outrage and complaints." Duke Dingwu and his party only came by chance. No matter what happened, they could just walk away. Wouldn't the government be the one to bear the blame? Yin Jiao didn't think too much about it. When she heard that Madame He was so ill, she didn't insist. She thought for a while, waved to Xiao Lu, and asked him to come closer. Take 2 people to secretly watch the He family and see if anyone has gone out in the past few days. Be careful not to let anyone run away. If there is anything urgent, call me immediately. Before the dust settles, it is better to plan for the worst. Xiao Lu clasped his fists and accepted the order, and went out without saying a word. As soon as Mr. He appeared, Yin Jiao exchanged glances with Pang Mu. This age is very delicate. The man was about 50 years old, with a ruddy face, wearing a red copper brocade robe with auspicious copper coin patterns, and a golden-laid jade ring on his hand, which really showed the air of wealth. After verifying his identity, Pang Mu said meaningfully, "Mr. He looks good." His daughter had just died, but the father not only did not show any sadness, but he was also wearing gold and silver and a red robe. Mr. He was startled and was about to speak, but Yin Jiao asked first, "Isn't He Ruan the daughter of your wife?" Judging from his age, Mrs. He would be about 35 or 36 years old 13 years ago. It was rare for a woman of this age to give birth in ancient times. Mr. He hurriedly said, "It was born to my concubine. But she has been raised by the main wife. The mother and daughter are very close and have a deep affection. Just like biological children." At this point, he sighed again, looked, after Juan left. "My wife couldn't hold on and fell down." "But why did I hear that your wife was ill before the new year?" Yin Jiao said. Mr. He sighed. "Alas, after all, I raised her myself. But such an unseemly thing happened. My wife blames herself for not teaching her well. And she is also distressed." "Your wife is thoughtful," Pang Mu said lightly, and suddenly changed the subject. "It's just that I think you are quite open-minded." Mr. He. Chapter 97. Mr. He was stunned for a moment. Then sighed, "The dead are gone. I am not talented. But I am the head of the family. Even if I don't look at myself, I have to think about the hundreds of mouths. If I fall, where will they eat?" He shook his robe and laughed at himself. "When you open a door to do business, you naturally look at customers. Do you have to wear morning clothes to meet people during the new year?" Yin Jiao clicked his tongue and smiled indifferently. "That's right. Not to mention that she is just a daughter. Mr. He is still strong and can find a beautiful concubine." It was meant to provoke her. But Mr. He looked at her with a complicated expression and waved his hand. "You are joking. Although she is just a concubine, she is still a close relative. I am already very sad that she is so unruly. Now she has lost her life because of this. It is really painful, as if my liver and gallbladder were dug out." Then, she sighed deeply. "I still say the same thing. My wife has fallen. I must not fall." This statement is not only fair and above board, but also extremely beautiful, which makes people respect her. Mr. He's positive response made Yin Jiao's subsequent series of tricks aborted prematurely. So he had to bow his hands and said, "Forgive me for my slip of the tongue." She suddenly changed the subject and asked, "But how do you know that she was not disciplined? And not forced by someone? Who is the father of the fetus in your daughter's belly?" Mr. He glanced at her, bowed to everyone with some embarrassment, and said, "It's useless to pursue it now. Please, please, for the sake of my lifelong honesty, give the He family some dignity." Pang Mu was somewhat displeased and felt that he could not understand. He immediately emphasized, "Master He, your daughter is dead." He deliberately used the harsh word dead. Master He gritted his teeth and almost begged, "My lords, I have a little reputation here. The ancestors of the He families are all connected. Now they are also related. There are at least a dozen unmarried children. Even if I feel sorry for my own daughter, it is more distressing to see other people's children suffer innocently. Originally, this incident made the relatives unhappy. If we can wait quietly for this matter to pass, the children will still get married in 3 or 2 years. My daughter got pregnant before marriage, and all the clan members were embarrassed. To put it bluntly, now that she is dead, the dead are the greatest, and the matter will gradually calm down. Who would be willing to investigate it in detail and make it known to everyone? It is reasonable, and it is also human, but it is unpleasant after all." Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other and said seriously, "Human life is at stake. Only the law is considered, not human feelings. She is not only your daughter, the descendant of the surname He, but also a citizen of Dalu. As officials, we have the responsibility to investigate it thoroughly. You have to say it whether you want to or not, even if you have 1,000 reasons. The law is the law." The two sides suddenly came to a standstill. After waiting for a long time, seeing that Mr. He kept his mouth shut, Kai Wengao could not help but slam the table and stood up, pointing at Pang Mu and said, "This is the imperial envoy appointed by the saint. Wherever he goes, it is like the saint himself. He is willing to investigate your case. What a great honor. But you avoid talking about it. He Guang, you are so brave." The power of the imperial envoy is not very specific to ordinary people in the middle and lower classes, but it is clear how terrible the local officials, who live with them day and night, are. He Guang was frightened and shuddered, looking at Pang Mu again. He really showed his impatience. He couldn't help but panic. This. Although Pang Mu disliked Kai Wengao's exaggerated words, he did not spoil it. He just frowned and said, "Come on. Bring all the He family members who had contact with the deceased." He stared at He Guang and said, "If you don't say it, someone else will." "Sir." "No. Absolutely not." He Guang seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. and trembled and shouted. No! He-Wan was the daughter of the He family. At least 60% to 70% of the people in the He family had contact with her. If they were all brought here, wouldn't it cause a sensation in the whole Pingo City? Originally, everything he did was to make a big thing small. How could he do the opposite? He-Guang was also an old man. But now his back was bent, and his shoulders were collapsed. He knelt on the ground shivering and rubbing his hands. It was obviously a cold day, but his forehead and temples were sweating. He licked his dry lips and stammered. Actually, I don't know who it is. It's just that this kind of thing is hard to track down. Nonsense! Cao Gao didn't believe it at all. It's true! He-Guang almost cried. Don't worry about you laughing at me. I was originally planning to find her a good marriage. But when I found out that she was pregnant before marriage, I almost fainted. I asked her, but she refused to tell me who the bastard was, and only said that he would come to propose marriage in a while, and I would be happy when I saw him. I didn't agree at first, but she threatened to die, so I had no choice. So she started taking maintenance medicine? Yin Jiao asked. He-Guang nodded. Then why did you want to have an abortion later? Yin Jiao frowned. I find this strange too. He-Guang sighed. But I am busy with business. And it was a busy time before the new year. I haven't seen her for more than half a month. When I got the news, she was already dead. A good child died inexplicably. And you, as a father, are just going to let it go? Pang Mu didn't know what to say. They are all fathers, and many of them have bad manners. Not to mention that he doesn't have a daughter now. Even if Ping An occasionally bumps into something when he goes out and gets unhappy, he wants to dig deep to find out the reason, and then nip all threats in the bud. However, now another father told me that his daughter was dead. He didn't know who killed her, but he didn't plan to investigate anyway. What a reason! Sir! He-Guang sat down on the ground dejectedly. Slapping his thigh almost collapsed. How can we investigate? There is no evidence. Are you really going to turn the tables and make a big fuss? If that's the case, even if something is found out later, can the person come back to life? And by then, the whole clan will be implicated. And then my family will inevitably bear the anger from the clan members. At the very least, we will be cursed for the rest of our lives. And at the worst, we will be expelled from the clan. And our life will be worse than death. I am a bastard of a branch family. It is not easy to get to this point. To have a place, and to take over the family business. No. Absolutely not. At the end, the tearful He-Guang was completely different from the one who came in at the beginning. Unlike officials who took office in other places, most of the Yamen runners were native locals. Jiang Feng had heard about the He family's affairs. Seeing that the old master He, who was always in glory, became like this, he sighed. Cao Gao was still sharp in his words. After all, you are just doing it for yourself. Yin Jiao subconsciously glanced at him, and felt that this sentence might be the sharpest and most incisive sentence he said today. He-Guang keeps saying that he is doing it for the whole clan. But what he cares most about is himself and his current wealth and status. As a father, he should care for his daughter and accompany her to grow up. As a member of the He family, he should seek justice for the clan members who died accidentally. Even if he wants to eliminate the storm in public opinion, he should bring the real murderer to justice behind the scenes. But at this moment, he wants to restore everything to peace. But he is willing to choose the most stupid way. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu only feel that He-Guang's words and deeds are so disgusting now. Seeing that they can't ask more, they just send him away. A meow has already greeted outside, meaning that the preliminary work of the autopsy has been done, and the autopsy can be performed at any time. Cao Gao looked at a meow, then at Yin Jiao, who nodded in response, and finally at Pang Mu. He did not dare to make a rash judgment as before, and asked tentatively, Master, do you think He-Guang's words are credible? Pang Mu looked at Yin Jiao, who stood up and stretched his hands and feet, pointing to the door. I will go to the autopsy first. You guys take your time to discuss, and we will discuss it later. On the way to the autopsy room, the pictures and words just now kept appearing in Yin Jiao's mind. No matter how true or false He-Guang's words were, it seemed imperative to interrogate Mrs. He, who was too sick to get out of bed early in the morning. Unknowingly, it was noon, and the cold fog that was as thick as milk in the morning quietly dissipated, revealing a rare bright warm sun in the southern winter. However, the coroner's room was so deep, so dark, and so cold that it seemed that even 10 suns could not shine through. The palace coroner seemed to dislike staying in the cold and damp coroner's room with a female corpse, and directly greeted her halfway. "Sir, is it really necessary to perform an autopsy?" In his opinion, the cause of death was clear, and there was no external injury. The deceased was relatively healthy before her death, and had no latent symptoms. Didn't she die from drinking abortion drugs? It's a sin, no matter how beautiful she was before her death. What was placed on the table now was just a disgusting female corpse that had rotted, swollen, and distorted. Yin Jiao put on the fish skin gloves and the smock coated with tung oil without looking away, and said without thinking, naturally. Miao made a reassuring gesture to the palace coroner. "Don't worry. Master knows what's going on." The palace coroner pulled his lips dryly and said nothing. The autopsy was carried out in a dead silence. It was really as the palace coroner said. He Ruan had no obvious external injuries, and He Ruan himself had no hidden illness before his death. So it was unlikely that he died suddenly. So no matter from which angle, it seemed to prove that He Ruan was depressed and suddenly drank abortion pills to commit suicide. The palace coroner breathed a long sigh of relief. And just when he was about to say, "What did I say?" he saw Yin Jiao's eyes suddenly light up. "Look here." Before he finished speaking, Miao had already come over in a well-trained manner. The stomach, the digestion of the contents inside is very close to the time of death we speculated. It seems that it was less than half an hour after eating. It can be determined. The palace coroner was originally expecting something, but after hearing this, he was not discouraged. "So what? Don't we already know when she died?" Yin Jiao, who had already simply analyzed several types of food, glanced at him and said lightly, "Miao, write these down and go back to the He family to ask if they are consistent with the dinner served that day." Miao responded crisply. Yin Jiao took out a spoon from the investigation box, probed into the stomach, and scooped out spoonful after spoonful of sticky contents that exuded a strange stench. As the daughter of the He family, He Ruan certainly cannot always have abortion pills on hand, Yin Jiao said in a muffled voice. So before she ate, the pill should have been with her. Then here comes the contradiction. She raised her head and looked at the palace coroner and Miao, and said faintly, "If you were about to perform an extremely painful and terrible, even life-threatening shameful act, would you still be in such a mood to eat so richly?" Chapter 98. The palace coroner thought seriously for a moment. Before dying, "Don't you all?" Yin Jiao rolled his eyes and interrupted, "You were talking about the last meal. But did He Ruan know that she was going to die? Not to mention that He Ruan had been drinking pregnancy-preserving medicine before. Even if something happened later, and she had to have an abortion, she would never want to risk her life." The palace coroner choked. His face was hot, and he shook his head. Miao said, "Master, is someone from the He family trying to harm her? If so, is the murderer also a member of the He family?" Because the palace coroner was present and was not one of his own, Yin Jiao did not speak. But countless inferences flashed through his mind quickly. The murderer may not be the father of the child, but the latter is definitely involved. Therefore, even if the murderer is not a member of the He family, he must have some very close connection with them. Otherwise, how could he mix the abortion pills in without anyone noticing? So, there are two biggest possibilities. First, an acquaintance outside colluded with the people around He Ruan who served him to deliver the pills. Second, someone in the He family who had an old grudge against He Ruan took advantage of her illness to kill her, which could achieve the goal and successfully divert attention, killing two birds with one stone. The first possibility is too broad and needs to be investigated in detail. But what if it is the second one? Who in the He family would dislike He Ruan so much that they would want to kill her? Madam He Guang said that He Ruan was born to a concubine, but she was raised by Madam He since she was a child. He himself vowed that the mother and daughter had a close relationship, and they were like biological children. But was it really so? Yin Jiao put herself in his shoes and thought about it. If her husband took many concubines, not only let them get pregnant and give birth to children, but also let her raise children for them, would she really be close to this child? No, she couldn't do it, because that would be more painful than killing her. Of course, she knew that she couldn't completely speculate on the feudal woman who had been indoctrinated with the idea of polygamy, and the husband being the head of the wife since she was born. But this possibility was not impossible. Seeing Yin Jiao lost in thought, silent for a long time, but with a changing expression on his face, the coroner couldn't help asking, Could the child's father be from the He family? He Guang. Or He Ruan's half-brother? This kind of case has happened before. Unlikely. Yin Jiao came back to his senses, tidied up the body, and sewed it up again. When you were not here just now, He Guang said that the deceased had insisted that the mysterious man would come to propose marriage. If they were a family, wouldn't it be incest? How could they propose marriage? A meow and the coroner nodded. That's right. Okay. Yin Jiao wiped He Ruan's skin clean, thought about it, and went to get the powder again, and whispered while carefully painting, I will seek justice for you, and be a beautiful girl in the next life. The palace coroner looked at her in shock, and a little sour and bitter thing slowly welled up in his heart. When Yin Jiao disinfected herself, deodorized herself, and took a combat bath to meet up with Pang Mu, the other party was waiting for her to have lunch and dinner together. Master Kai is still here? She looked at Kai Wengao, who stood aside obediently with his hands crossed. With some surprise, Kai Wengao's face twitched slightly, and he reminded with a hint of grievance to answer the master. This is the government office. In other words, this is my home. Yin Jiao was startled, laughed, and greeted enthusiastically, look at me. I'm so busy. Has Master Kai eaten? Come on. Don't just stand there. Sit down and eat something if you haven't eaten yet. Pang Mu looked at Kai Wengao with a smile, pointing to the empty seat beside him. Master Kai. You're welcome. Kai Wengao took a breath and bowed to them. Since Master Yin is back, I won't bother you. Enjoy your meal. After that, he went out without waiting for the two to stop him. Yin Jiao spread his hands. Look, we have become bullies who have occupied the magpie's nest. Pang Mu served her a bowl of hot soup and waved. Bully is bully. Eat first. Yin Jiao was really hungry, and after taking a sip of hot soup, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Delicious. It should be made from fresh fish that had just been caught. Only the most tender fish meat was sliced into thin slices, spread on the basin, and poured into the boiling soup. The fish slices were instantly cooked, but not too old. Yin Jiao ate half a bowl of rice to fill his stomach, and when his hunger subsided, he told her his findings and conclusions. How is yours? He Guang has 3 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter was born to his first wife, and she and the second daughter were married a few years ago. The son He Ming and the third daughter He Ruan were both recognized by his first wife. Pang Mu scooped a spoonful of fish balls and blew them cool before putting them in her bowl. There is juice in it. Be careful of the heat. Mrs. He has no sons of her own, so it is reasonable for her to adopt a concubine. Even if He Guang didn't do this, she would have asked for it herself. But a daughter born to a concubine? She already has one. So is there still a need? Why bother to get one and put it in front of her? Yin Jiao nodded. I also suspect so. As she said that, she suddenly tilted her head to look at Pang Mu, looking at him with a smile, and said, How is it, sir, hearing about the love affairs of other people's wives? How do you feel? Pang Mu is so young and in a high position, but he only married one. Over the years, rumors outside have never stopped. Some people laugh at him for being afraid of his wife, and some slander him for being incompetent. Privately, there are also many people who hint at it openly or secretly, and they want to squeeze their own wives in. Pang Mu was angry and amused. Seeing that there was no one around, he leaned over and kissed her hard. When he left, he felt that he was not satisfied, but he was reluctant to leave. He bit her lightly a few times and said hatefully, Just talk nonsense. One always irritates him. If there are more, he will have to reunite with his father and brother several years earlier. Yin Jiao's eyes quickly became watery, and he took the initiative to come over and return a few bites. Okay, let's just live together as a pair of freaks in this life. He just finished speaking, and laughed first. Pang Mu laughed a few times and said, I have asked Lao Qi and others to inquire about He Ming's whereabouts in the past few months, and the comings and goings of his servants in the past few days. If it was really done by outsiders, maybe some clues can be found. Do you suspect it is related to He Ming? Yin Jiao bit half of the fish ball, and the transparent juice inside slowly gathered into a pool in the spoon. After just fooling around for a while, the originally hot fish balls were completely cold and had a bit of a fishy smell. Lord Yin was very skilled in taking out his anger. Change it. This fish ball was made of real ingredients, with no seasoning except for a little salt in the soup. It was fine when it was hot, but now it was cold and had a fishy smell. Outsiders really couldn't get used to it. Pang Mu smacked his tongue, leaned over to eat the half, and made another hot one for her. There is no evidence. Just intuition. Anyway, there are no clues now. Anyone who had the opportunity to contact Yuan before his death is a suspect. There is no harm in checking it out. Yin Jiao hummed, and ate the new fish ball with fish slice porridge proudly. I'll ask Xiao Ba to check the 2 little girls we met when we released the river lanterns that day. I'll go see Mrs. He in the afternoon. By the way, she suddenly remembered something and shouted to the outside. Su Qian, go and invite Dr. Feng. Pang Mu raised his eyebrows. Oh, Lord Yin, you are determined to get it. Yin Jiao folded his hands, picked up a chopstick of shredded beef, and hummed, whether Mrs. He is really sick or not. I will see her. The 2 of them ate and rinsed their mouths, and then acted separately. Yin Jiao led his men directly to the door of the He family. When the doorman saw the token, he saluted with fear and trepidation. When he heard that the other party wanted to see his wife, he apologized. This is really unfortunate. Sir, my wife is sick and can't get up. She hasn't seen guests for a long time. I know this. Yin Jiao smiled and pointed at Dr. Feng. Have you seen him? He was originally an imperial physician, and he has seen all the empress dowagers, emperors, princes and princesses. No matter what disease your wife has, he will definitely cure it. Dr. Feng hummed in agreement with her words, looking very arrogant. The doorman hesitated. Then, I will go in and report. Your Excellency, why don't you come in and have tea first? Dr. Feng shook his sleeves heavily, and he was a little impatient. When the doorman heard it, he ran faster. After the people left, Yin Jiao gave Dr. Feng a thumbs up. When a group of people went in and sat down, Xiaolu had quietly appeared beside Yin Jiao. Mrs. He is indeed ill, but not as seriously as the rumors outside. Xiaolu hid under the wall for a long time. Freezing cold, he gulped down a cup of hot tea, wiped his mouth and continued. Last night, I saw a few maids and women go in to report the bill. After that, he ate the snacks on the table in no time, and finally touched his stomach and looked at Yin Jiao. Is there any meat? He hadn't eaten for 2 meals, and this thing didn't have any oil or water, and it didn't satisfy his hunger. Yin Jiao took out his purse filled with dried meat and threw it to him. Has anyone from the He family gone out these days? Xiaolu bit a piece of beef jerky and nodded. Yes, but they don't look suspicious. By the way, He Ming, the only young master of the He family, went out on the night of New Year's Eve, saying that he was going to meet friends. But he hasn't come back yet. He went out on New Year's Eve? Yin Jiao was slightly stunned. Where did he go to meet friends? Xiaolu curled his lips. I guess it's not true. Who would go to meet on New Year's Eve? It's not like other people's families celebrate the New Year. Besides, your sister is dead now. Even if it's just to gain a good reputation, you have to come back to show your appreciation. Yin Jiao said. He Ming also studied? Pingzhou has always valued literature. Xiaolu whispered. Not to mention boys. Any family that can make ends meet. Even girls are sent to girls' schools. If there are many children, they will invite a teacher to open a family school at home, so that they can get married in the future. Where does Yuan go to school? Yin Jiao's eyes lit up. Xiaolu shook his head. I don't know about that. He was busy spying on the whereabouts of the He family. How could he spare the time to look for clues? Yin Jiao laughed, stared at him for a long time, and suddenly snatched the purse back. Xiaolu, is this something a human would do? After about a quarter of an hour, a very delicately dressed maid came to invite people, saying that Madam He was ready, but she was not in good health, and if there was any inadequate hospitality, please forgive me. Yin Jiao waved his hand nonchalantly. Today I just came to see Madam. What's the point of talking about hospitality or not? The He family is a typical water village style, with white walls, black tiles, rockery and flowing water. Wherever there is open space, it must be decorated with a few bamboos, which is very elegant. Madam He must have redressed herself and put on a big coat for meeting guests. She was supported by a maid and greeted the gate of the courtyard. I didn't know Lord Yin was far away. Madam He was about to bow down, but Yin Jiao signaled Su Qian to hold him back and said with a smile, I'm sorry to disturb you by coming here without permission. I dare not. Madam He's eyes were full of bloodshot, and her lips were pale and dry. She looked really sick. She coughed a few times, staggered a few times, and followed Yin Jiao in. She was old, but her figure was still slender, and her eyebrows and eyes could vaguely reveal her youthful beauty. After both parties sat down, Yin Jiao said straight to the point, "I passed by your precious place and heard that something big happened to your family and she was sick. It happened that I had a doctor with me, so I came here without asking." Although Madame He had heard the news from her servants just now, she was speechless when she saw that she had turned the tables. "The Venerable gave me a gift, and I dared not refuse it." On the surface, Yin Jiao was a sixth-rank official of the imperial court, and she was also the wife of a duke who was registered with the Empress Dowager. As long as she asked, others could only be grateful. Madame He was just a country lady from a small state capital, and she was so lucky that outsiders could not even envy her. If she was really sick, it would be a blessing to be treated by the former imperial physician, and if she was not sick, Madame He could not refuse. And she dared not refuse. Dr. Feng followed Yin Jiao's lead, and did not wait for Madame He to react, and half forced her to take her pulse. During the pulse diagnosis, Yin Jiao looked around the room calmly, while quietly observing the expressions of Madame He and several maids who served closely. Madame He was very stable, just lowering her head slightly and holding her breath, and nothing could be seen. But the maid who followed her seemed to be a little timid. Was she simply timid because of her lack of experience? The room was filled with a scent of oranges, which was very fresh and elegant, and combined with the cold air that seeped in from outside, it became even more pleasant. Not long after, there was movement from Dr. Feng's end. He nodded meaningfully to Yin Jiao, and then said quietly, "Anger hurts the liver, joy hurts the heart, worry hurts the lungs, thinking hurts the spleen, and fear hurts the kidneys. But I think that Madame's spleen meridian is stagnant, and the kidney water is very unbalanced. If Madame He is really like what He Guang said, she loves, hurts, and pities her adopted daughter's actions and experiences. Even if she is sick, it should be a liver meridian and lung disease." Chapter 99. When Dr. Feng said this, Madame He paused while rubbing her forehead. Her eyelids trembled, and tears suddenly rolled out of her eyes. She choked and said, "I have seen water's body. So much blood. I am just a lady in the inner house. How could I have seen such a scene? I was really scared. I couldn't eat or sleep these days, and I always think about the time when the child was alive." After that, she suddenly burst into tears, covering her face with a handkerchief, and said, "It's all my fault. It's me. I didn't teach her well." So that, Yin Jiao really didn't expect Madame He's tears to come so quickly. After coming to his senses, he only felt a headache from her crying. "I heard that you brought He Ruan home to raise her before she was even a month old, and they have been no different from your own mother and daughter for many years." Yin Jiao interrupted decisively. Mrs. He was forced to stop talking halfway, wiped her tears and nodded. "Yes. Poor child. Her mother died a few days after giving birth to her. Perhaps because he had read too many melodramatic stories and palace fighting dramas. The words 'kill the mother' and 'keep the child' instantly appeared in Yin Jiao's mind. Did He Ruan's mother really die of postpartum complications as Mrs. He said? Or was there another reason? Mr. He is busy outside all day, but you are in charge of the inside." Yin Jiao flattered. "I heard that the young master takes care of the girls meticulously." Madame He sighed. "It's just my duty as a mother." "Then do you know who is the biological father of He Ruan's child?" Yin Jiao stared at Madame He's face while speaking. "I really don't know." Madame He shook her head. "Then do you know where her abortion pills came from?" "I don't know." Yin Jiao raised her eyebrows, shook her skirt, and leaned back on the chair with her legs crossed. "You are really embarrassed compared to what I said before." Originally, Madame He saw that she was a young wife. Although she had a great reputation outside, she always felt that she was just praised by the Duke of Dinghua. But now it seems that there is no false reputation under the reputation. "Your Excellency's words make me feel ashamed." Madame He opened her mouth and murmured, "You should feel ashamed." Yin Jiao ignored this retreat and said coldly, "My daughter died in front of my eyes. You two say you don't come home often, and you say you don't know anything. What's the use of you?" Madame He opened her eyes wide. Yin Jiao snorted, picked up the teacup and scraped it a few times, wiped his lips slightly and put it back, and suddenly changed the subject. "Where is He Ming?" Madame He instinctively blurted out. "He went to a literary meeting." "A literary meeting on New Year's Eve?" Yin Jiao sneered. "Who are you going to a literary meeting with?" It's already the first day of the new year. Madam, he doesn't know. Right? Mrs. He's face turned red little by little, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. Su Qian said quietly from behind, "This is what the mistress did. Her daughter died. But she didn't know anything. Her son ran away. But she didn't know anything either. It turns out that being a housekeeper is such a simple job." Mrs. He was speechless, and her face had turned liver-colored. "Ladies, where are the servants in the young master's room?" Yin Jiao looked at Su Qian approvingly. Mrs. He was no longer crying, but sweating instead. She immediately took a handkerchief and pressed it against her forehead and nose, and said in a trembling voice, "I am angry that they didn't serve well. The servants in my daughter's room have been beaten and sold, but the servants in my son's room are still there." "Madam, you are so quick," Su Qian sneered. "She is obviously too sick to get out of bed. It's hard for that man to take care of all this during the new year." "Hey, madam, you just love your daughter too much," Yin Jiao said. "I don't know which man. I don't want to hear any more unknown or unclear words. What love your daughter too much? If she had said it as soon as she entered the door, it would be fine. But now?" Madam, he felt embarrassed. The north wind blew outside, like a sobbing goblin coming down the mountain. Madam, he swayed a few times and seemed to faint. Yin Jiao immediately raised his hand to Dr. Feng, who quietly shook open the needle bag, and a large row of silver needles inside sparkled in the sun. Yin Jiao looked at Madam He with a smile, as if to say, "You can faint. I have a doctor here, and I will definitely cure you." The blood on Madam He's face faded completely. The room was eerily quiet. At this moment, the trembling maid behind Madam He suddenly gritted her teeth and said with all her might, "Madam has been very ill these days, and the family is busy. So you are confused? Yesterday you said that the Bodhisattva is merciful, and you don't allow people to call for help. Just beat them up and send them to the farm to do rough work. Now they are still locked up in the woodshed in the backyard." When these words came out, Madam He turned to look at her first. The maid's lips trembled violently for a few times, and she looked at Madam He with a bit of pleading. Madam He was silent for a long time, then slowly nodded. "Yes, I am sick and confused." Yin Jiao looked at the girl in surprise, and said with a hint of meaning, "You have a smart girl." Madam He, who was in the situation just now, has been confused. Yin Jiao represents the face of the court. No matter whether she should be involved in this matter or not, she has intervened now, and the people below can only cooperate with her. But Madam He really dares to ask anything and knows nothing. To put it in a small way, it is the incompetence of the housekeeper, but to put it in a big way, it is contempt for the court. How can their small common people bear such a big crime? As Su Qian said, it has only been a few days since the incident, and it is also the new year. If the mistress really wanted to investigate thoroughly, it would probably still be going on now. But Madam He said that the person had been sold. Who is she trying to fool? Either she is slapping herself in the face. He Wan has no weight in her heart. If he dies, he dies. Or, she has something to hide. She is eager to get rid of the people who know the truth, so that there will be no evidence. When that time comes, no matter what the situation is, no matter the court law or He Guang himself, Madam He will not be able to get away with it. And the maids rely on their masters to survive. If one of them suffers, they will suffer together. Once Madam He falls, the maids who serve her will be worse off than death. Yin Jiao sneered, thought for a while, and called Song Liang forward. "Take people to the back to bring the people who serve the two girls and the young master to the yamen. I want to interrogate them carefully. A living person will not disappear out of thin air. Since no one here knows, let's ask slowly. Someone will remember." Song Liang has been bored for a long time. After hearing this, he was eager to go, and he clenched his fist and sent someone to go. Madam He saw that this group of wolf-like guards really rushed to her backyard without caring about anything. Her head buzzed, and she was going crazy. "Master Yin, what are you doing?" "My son? I'm afraid Madam doesn't understand the current situation." Yin Jiao stood up, walked around the hall with his hands behind his back, and looked up at his nails in the light, and said lazily, "Someone in your family died. The death was unclear. This is a murder case, and the murderer is still at large." Mrs. He's face turned even paler, and she looked a bit like a ghost. "I am an official, and I have reason to suspect anyone who deserves suspicion before closing the case." She turned around, and the red skirt on her body swung open suddenly, then fluttered down and hung obediently beside her legs. Why, madam, you don't want to cooperate? Or are you pretending to be confused when you know the truth? Huh? Mrs. He took 2 sharp breaths and was about to stand up. But her feet softened and she fell back down, as if she was really sick. Sir, you are joking. She forced a smile and said dryly, Sir, you are willing to run around for my daughter, and I am naturally grateful. But why are you talking so much? Su Qian had already lost her patience and glared at him. What are you talking about? If you are sick, just say less. The local prefect Kai Wengao should be careful when meeting her master. But this stupid woman keeps talking. Who gave her face? Being polite to you is the master's self-restraint. I have never seen such an ungrateful person. Bah! Yin Jiao took people to the He family. And then in broad daylight, a large group of people were escorted back to the government office. Not to mention that the people in several streets pointed and talked about the He family after hearing the noise. Even Kai Wengao's face turned green. It was the New Year's Day. And such a thing happened again. Seeing that the butcher knife of this local official killer was ready to move towards his neck. Chapter 100. It was the new year, and the first month of the lunar year had not yet ended. The common people were already idle, and had nothing to do. Seeing a large group of people suddenly dragged out of the He family, they all grabbed melon seeds and squeezed into the street to watch the excitement. Within a few hours, the rumors had spread all over the street, and with the word of mouth, they became more and more terrifying, outrageous and incredible. I am afraid that even the person involved would not recognize them after hearing them. The face that He Guang tried so hard and unscrupulously to save was completely gone in the blink of an eye. Yin Jiao had no time to care about these things for the time being. She asked Dr. Feng to go back and rest, and left Xiao to continue to follow and see if he could catch He Ming, the fish that escaped the net. And by the way, see Mrs. He's subsequent actions, and then continue to lead people to follow the address that Xiaoba found out to find the girl who released the river lanterns that day to question her. Seeing that before catching He Ming, nothing can be asked from the master of the He family. Even the servants. There is a difference between master and servant. It is better to walk on 2 legs. One is Qi Qing, 11 this year, and the other is Sui Yu, 12, said Xiao Ba with a red nose. The 2 families live not far away. Sui's family is in the alley on the right-hand side of the bridge in front, and Qi's family is 2 streets behind. Although the sun came out, it was nothing compared to the warm sun in the north. It was droopy, gray and miserable without any temperature. Always cloudy and damp and uncomfortable. Yin Jiao nodded and kept walking. Let's go nearby. What's the situation at Sui Yu's home? Xiao Ba wiped his face and said, the couple has only 1 daughter. It seems that they moved here 6 years ago. The details of their early years are still unclear. Now they have opened a silk and satin shop, and they sell some goods from north to south. They have quite a few furniture. Pingzhou has convenient transportation and is known as the world's granary. There are many immigrants, and the situation of the Sui family is also very common. The Sui family is indeed wealthy. Almost the entire alley is their house. The 2 black lacquered doors are painted brightly. From a distance, the gatekeeper raised his voice and asked, you look unfamiliar. If you are visiting the Sui family, do you have a visiting card? Su Qian smiled. Someone actually asked us for a visiting card. Everyone couldn't help laughing. But the servant looked suspicious. Yin Jiao said, a glimpse of the whole picture shows that this family is well organized. Well, go up and show your identity. Because he was looking for the young lady to understand the situation. Yin Jiao was afraid of scaring the little girl, so he asked Su Qian to go up and explain the reason. How could the servant have met such a big shot? He didn't recognize the token in his hand. Just turned it over and over twice, and said with a little fear, my lord, my master went north to sell goods before the new year and hasn't come back yet. There were both men and women in this group, and they didn't look like ordinary people. But the male owner of the family was out and didn't come back, leaving only a mother and daughter. Shouldn't we be on guard? Yin Jiao smiled and said, it's okay. Is your wife here? I want to ask your daughter something. Business is good around the new year, since the Sui family makes a living in silk. It is reasonable that they are not at home. The servant looked at them again, then took the initiative to lead them in, and asked someone to serve hot tea. Sir, please sit down first. I will go and invite my wife. Not long after, a woman in her 40s hurried to the front. bowed first, and then asked in confusion, "I wonder what this lord wants to ask my daughter." Seeing the alertness on her face, Yin Jiao said, "I think the lady must have heard about the He family. I heard that your daughter and Miss He were quite close when they were alive. So she came to ask about it as a routine." Mrs. Sui seemed to suddenly relax her nerves, and after a moment's hesitation, she emphasized, "My lord, don't listen to the gossips of outsiders. In fact, the maids are not that good. They are just close in age and have studied in the same girls' school for a few days. That's why." The master had repeatedly reminded her before leaving home, and even mentioned it several times in every letter, not to allow his daughter to have contact with the He family. If something happened during his absence, how would she, a woman, cope with it? Yin Jiao knew that her worry was nothing more than that Sui Yu would be implicated and her reputation ruined. He immediately nodded and comforted her. "I know. It's just a routine questioning. Not only your daughter, but also other people who have had contact with Miss He are like this." Mrs. Sui stopped talking and turned to ask her maid to call Sui Yu. She hesitated for a moment and then asked boldly, "Sir, may I listen in?" Yin Jiao looked at her for a few times. "Madam, you can stay outside. I'm sure you know that children of this age have secrets. They are restrained when their elders are around. If they miss any information, it will cause misunderstandings later." Since she said so, Mrs. Sui didn't dare to ask again. After all, they were separated by a wall. If there was anything wrong, she wouldn't be afraid as long as her daughter started to shout. After about a quarter of an hour, a little girl wearing a magenta jacket with gold fur edges came. She was one of the girls who released the river lanterns that day. She has a good-looking face, tall stature, and beautiful features, but she doesn't look like Mrs. Sui. Maybe she looks more like the old Master Sui, who has not yet appeared. Sui Yu should have just changed into the clothes for meeting guests after hearing the reminder from the maid who passed the message. Otherwise, she would not have been so solemn when she was at home with her mother. Seeing that there were outsiders, she looked at Mrs. He in a daze. "Mother, do you know who this is?" Yin Jiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Mrs. Sui. It turned out that she hadn't said anything yet. Mrs. Sui was a little embarrassed. After thinking it over again and again, she said it tactfully. At the end, she didn't forget to remind her, "This is a serious matter. Don't lose your temper and talk nonsense." Sui Yu was unexpectedly excited. Hearing this, she hurriedly said, "How can I talk nonsense?" Mrs. Sui glanced at Yin Jiao quickly and pulled her again. The little girl pouted, but she knew her limits. She said no more and went forward to greet Yin Jiao in a proper manner. Yin Jiao liked her beauty, liveliness, and sense of propriety. As expected, he held her hand and looked at her like a relative, and smiled and said to Mrs. Sui, "She is a good-looking girl." There is no mother who doesn't like to hear this. In recent years, Yin Jiao has always started with this, and it has always worked. As expected, Mrs. Sui, who was just nervous, smiled and said modestly, "I don't deserve your praise. I deserve it. It's our first meeting." Yin Jiao smiled and was about to take off some jewelry from his body to play with the child. As a result, he realized that he was in a hurry to go out and didn't have time to bring any jewelry. The only thing in his purse was dried meat. The worst thing is that even the dried meat has been eaten up by Xiaolu in advance. Su Qian was on duty last night and had not taken off her jewelry yet. So she took out a red gold bracelet with a double dragon and a pearl and put it into Yin Jiao's sleeve while she was fiddling with his sleeves. Yin Jiao took it out and gave it to Sui Yu. Although it was strange to take out the most expensive bear-but bracelet out of the sleeve, it was the only way to do it now. Sui Yu was shocked and shook his head to refuse. "It's too expensive. Just looking at the weight, it must be about 1 or 2 taels. If you count the gems and pearls on it, as well as the extra wages, it would definitely cost 50 taels of silver. All in all, there was nothing in my jewelry box that could compare with this bracelet. This lady had never had any contact with my family, so how could she dare to ask for such an expensive gift?" Mrs. Sui was also startled. No. Now she believed that the other party had no bad intentions. But this move was too scary. Su Qian also knew that this one was ruined, and she couldn't help but touch her nose awkwardly and looked up at the beams. What cheap things did she have on her? Besides, the ruby headband was more expensive. Both sides declined, and the bracelet was not given away in the end. But the atmosphere was much more lively than at the beginning. When Yin Jiao took Sui Yu to the inner warm room, Mrs. Sui didn't look at her as a human trafficker. After all, the ignorant are fearless. Although Sui Yu can see that Yin Jiao and others are of noble status, she has limited knowledge. The episode just now made her completely relax and really tell everything she knows. After her family moved here a few years ago, she first met another little girl named Chi-Ching. Later, the elders of the two families sent the two little girls to the girls' school in the city, where they met the deceased Yuan. The three of them hit it off immediately and soon became inseparable. But Yuan was a few years older than them. In the past 2 years, her family began to consciously look for suitable boys and often took them out. So the three of them inevitably saw each other less often. But their friendship did not diminish. Especially this year, Sui Yu said dejectedly. The three of us have never been able to go out together. Sister, he either went to a banquet or went out of the city to burn incense. It was finally the end of the year. But some bad words came out. After all, she is a little girl. When she talked about this, she couldn't help but blush. Yin Jiao patted her hands and asked softly, "You didn't see her in private. So what about in the school? Has she been in frequent contact with anyone in the past year or two?" Sui Yu shook her head and said sadly, "She hasn't come to school much in the past year or two." At this point, she paused, tilted her head and thought for a while, and said uncertainly, "But occasionally we do write letters and ask the maids to deliver things and pass on messages." Sister, he said that she had been to a literary gathering, which was very interesting. Many of them were talented scholars with official titles, as well as their relatives and sisters. It was very interesting. She also said that she would invite us to go in the future. "Where is the literary gathering?" Yin Jiao asked. His heart moved. Sui Yu shook her head and said, "She didn't say it in detail, but I remember she mentioned Liushang's Xushui by accident. I think it was a garden with a small river outside the city. To make Liushang's Xushui, there must be a winding stream, and it can't be too wide or too fierce." Yin Jiao said approvingly. "What a smart girl. Did she say who took her there?" Since it was a literary gathering, the probability of her parents taking her there was very small. And Yuan was just a girl who only studied in the girls' school and had mediocre talent. If she didn't have an introduction, it would be difficult for her to get in. "We are the three best friends in the girls' school. Sister, he doesn't associate with men outside the school casually. And she doesn't have any cousins. So I guess it was her brother." When talking about this person, Sui Yu couldn't help but frown, with undisguised disgust on her face. Her brother is in a formal academy, but he doesn't study seriously. He idles around at home all day, doing some crooked things. He is not a good person. "He Ming?" Yin Jiao asked. And at the same time, he looked at this little girl with new eyes again. It's hard for her to have such rigorous logic and clear thinking at such a young age, and to be able to infer so many details from Yuan's vague letters. Yin Jiao gestured to Su Qian, asking her to go outside and tell Xiao Ba to find the gardens that meet the requirements in Pingdo City in advance. And he would talk more with Sui Yu. Maybe there would be other clues. She has always been good at speaking. And after doing this job, she paid special attention to the ways and means of communicating with people. Under her deliberate guidance, Sui Yu's chatterbox opened quickly, and she went off topic several times. "Sir, do you think people have past lives?" The little girl suddenly rolled her eyes, leaned forward, and asked mysteriously. Yin Jiao was startled, and thought seriously, maybe, seeing that she was obviously a high-ranking official without airs, and not perfunctory like others. Sui Yu was grateful first, and couldn't help but regard her as a confidant, and lowered his voice even more. "To be honest, I fought in a war in my past life. It was really childish talk." Yin Jiao almost laughed out loud, but was afraid that the little girl would get angry. So he quickly became serious. "Do you still remember?" Sui Yu blinked and whispered, "I don't remember it very clearly. After all, it's been a lifetime. But there are still a few fragments left. When I told my parents when I was a child, they not only didn't believe it, but also got angry. They just scolded me for talking nonsense and told me not to mention it again." Speaking of this, she felt a little aggrieved. Yin Jiao laughed. "You are still a child? How old are you now? This little girl is so clever." Sui Yu hummed a few times in dissatisfaction, and hurriedly presented the evidence. "I remember a lot of people, although I can't see them clearly, but they are all tattered. And there is so much blood. There seems to be a fire in the distance. Shouting and killing. And yes, I can still smell it. Ah, I seem to have fallen off the carriage. It hurts. You said. I have never left Jiangnan. If it weren't for my previous life, how could I remember it so vividly? With the sound, the smell, and the pain. She just shook her head and kept talking, and was eager to get Yin Jiao's affirmation so that she could use it to suppress her parents. Little did she know that Yin Jiao was already confused after hearing this. The little girl may not know the scene she described, but Yin Jiao understood. That was a war. My lord. My lord. Seeing that Yin Jiao was distracted, Sui Yu raised her little hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Do you think this is true? Yin Jiao quickly came back to his senses. And somehow, he suddenly became nervous, and his heart began to beat wildly. You just said that you have never left Jiangnan? Were you born here? Although Sui Yu didn't know why she suddenly asked this. They were talking about the same thing. So she nodded and said, Yes. Then I heard your mother's accent. It seems to have some meaning from the northwest. Yin Jiao had stayed in Jinyuan Prefecture not long ago, and there were many people around him who had stayed in the northwest for more than 10 or even decades. He was very familiar with the accent there, and would never make a mistake. Sui Yu suddenly chuckled. My parents are so old, and they are doing business. It is possible that they lived somewhere else before. Yin Jiao was stunned, and then laughed. That's right. Although she had traveled through time inexplicably, Yin Jiao still instinctively didn't believe in memories of past lives. But if it wasn't memories of past lives, then it must be memories of this life. But the problem is that the Dalu War ended many years ago. How old was Sui Yu when the war took place? Not to mention memory. Was her vision fully developed? Yin Jiao was about to laugh, but a thought that had been silent for a long time suddenly flashed through her mind. And then she trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Excuse me, did your father have a wound on his face? Chapter 101. As soon as Yin Jiao said this, Sui Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Her face full of you are so amazing. You know all this. How did you know that? She held her face with both hands, trying to get close to Yin Jiao, temporarily forgetting the pain of losing her friend. Yin Jiao thought it was not good. If there was such a coincidence, he shouldn't ask this first. But the words were already spoken, and it was hard to take them back. Playing dumb was not going to work. She thought quickly in her head, and suddenly made a hushed gesture to the little girl, whispering, Actually, when I first met your mother just now, I felt that she looked familiar, but I couldn't remember her for a while. Just now, I suddenly remembered your father, so I asked this question. By the way, since the question has been opened, Yin Jiao asked again, do you have a little red birthmark on your right ankle? Yes. As she said that, she actually pulled up her trouser legs and pressed down her socks, revealing a red birthmark about the size of half a person's finger. Yin Jiao sighed in her heart. This size is indeed in line with the law of growth and stretching. Only my parents and a maid who serves me personally know about this. Have you seen me before? Sui Yu's cat eyes widened even more, and she was overjoyed and said, Does the Lord know my parents? But why didn't my mother recognize you? I don't remember you either. How old are you? Yin Jiao smiled and said, We didn't have much contact back then, and times have changed. We are all old now. It's not surprising that I can't recognize you for a while. Even if it was a white lie. She still felt uneasy to deceive a little girl. Sui Yu nodded. That's right. As she said that, she hurriedly added, You are not old at all. You look good. If you really know my parents, I will call you sister boldly later. Yin Jiao was amused and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pinch her red face. Little flatterer. You are so sweet. Sui Yu covered her face and laughed. On the table were round, yellow oranges. The heat from the brazier filled the room with a faint citrus fragrance, and the little girl in front of him was sweeter than the juicy oranges. What's your nickname? Yin Jiao felt that it was unlikely that the other party would use the nickname Enya engraved on the child's collar. When it came to this, Sui Yu changed her straightforwardness and hesitated with her lips pouted. After a long while, she said like a mosquito, My parents said that the 2 years when I was born were not good, and many babies died. So they named me Xuan Yor. Puff. Yin Jiao and Su Qian both laughed. From Enya to Xuan'er, the difference is big enough. If it is a boy, he will probably be called Xuanju, which is homophonic to Tai Zhu. The little girl blushed immediately and said aggrievedly, I said I don't like it. It's not only tongue-twisting but also not nice. But my parents refused to change it. They said if they changed it, I would be snatched away. Silly girl. They are all painstaking. Look, you have grown up safely. Haven't you? Yin Jian naturally understood the thoughts of the Sui family couple. I am afraid that they were also anxious in the first few years. Otherwise, they would not have to travel thousands of miles from the northwest to the southeast, and move frequently between several places until they were willing to settle down in Pingzhou City after the storm. Alas, Yin Jiao was afraid that she would reveal it in advance. So he repeatedly reminded her, don't tell anyone about this. Especially your parents. The little girl was about to ask why. But suddenly she seemed to understand. I understand. You want to scare them. Right? This is really interesting. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Yin Jiao stared at her for a while, and saw that her round little face was full of innocence and weirdness. So he knew that the Sui family must have treated her as a treasure over the years. Otherwise she would never have such a personality. She felt a little more comforted in her heart. But she couldn't help but feel uneasy, because she was afraid that the peaceful life in front of her would be broken soon. Seeing that the Sui family couple are so old, but they still have only Sui Yu as their only daughter. If Sui Yu really recognizes her biological parents, I am afraid it will be another big entanglement. If she returns, it will be painful like cutting flesh. And Sui Yu probably won't be willing to suddenly leave her adoptive parents, who have lived with her for many years. But if she doesn't return, her biological parents still have no children, and they have been searching for her for so many years. So they will definitely not give up easily. Alas, it's just the ruthless war and fate. Let's take it one step at a time. When leaving the Sui family with mixed feelings, Sui Yu took the initiative to jump and see her out the door, and then leaned on the door frame and waved to Yin Jiao with a smile, which confused Mrs. Sui, who didn't know what was going on. Ordinary people are naturally afraid of officials, and the other party is here to investigate a case. How come they are like relatives after talking for a long time? Girl, what did Lord Yin just ask you? Sui Yu blinked and shook her head innocently. Nothing? Mrs. Sui frowned and was about to ask in detail, but she saw her daughter covering her ears and rushing back to the yard babbling. Mrs. Sui was stunned on the spot, but she couldn't help laughing when she saw her daughter's carefree back. Well, why bother with so much? On the way to Qi's house, Yin Jiao didn't say a word, but Su Qian couldn't help but whispered, Sir, is it really such a coincidence? On their way to Jinyuan Prefecture, they met Lord Yiqingye, who was returning to Beijing to report on his work. The other party asked them to help find his friend's long-lost daughter, but the other party had been looking for her for many years. But there was no news at all. How come they had just arrived in Pingzhou not long ago and suddenly got her without any effort? Although there is no coincidence. This is too coincidental. Hearing this, Yin Jiao pinched his eyebrows and sighed, and felt confused. What is this? Although it was too coincidental, it was unlikely to be a fake, because Xiao Ba and the others had already found out the details of the Sui family, and they had indeed lived in Pingzhou for many years. And the people and officials in the city could testify. If the other party really wanted to play the long game and seize the officials' property, they should have run right under our noses or spread the news in advance. How could they go through the diagonal of the entire Dalit territory and stay quietly in Pingzhou for nearly 10 years? If the Sui family was poor, or the Sui couple treated Sui Yu badly, then Yin Jiao would save her from danger by finding her biological parents, and he would not hesitate at all. But the Sui family happened to be wealthy, and the couple treated her very well. Over the years, they have been a close family, and no one could find any fault. Suddenly, there was a question about her biological parents. The days are short in winter. The sun has gradually set in the west, and the sky has become gloomy and dim again. Yin Jiao wrapped her clothes subconsciously, and felt her head as big as a bucket, and even her stomach was clenched with worry, and she felt nauseous. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Next, at Qi's house, Yin Jiao didn't give more clues than Sui Yu said, so she had to go home and meet up with Pang Mu. Pang Mu entered the house a step later than her. The two washed their hands and faces first, then took off their shoes and went to the Kong directly. After feeling the heat flowing from the bottom to the top of their bodies, they all sighed comfortably. In the winter, this life is given by the warm Kong. Ping'an was playing happily with Sheer, and the chirping sound spread all over the yard. The two listened for a while, but didn't ask anyone to disturb them. There are only a few years in a person's life when they are free from worries. When they start to learn, the happy days will become fewer and fewer. No news from Xiaoxi. But Xiao Wu learned from a local thug that he seemed to have seen He Ming near a brothel in the east of the city on the morning of the first day of the new year. I don't know if he is still there now. A brothel again? Yin Jiao was speechless. The couple looked at each other, and the best candidate emerged in their minds. But, Yin Jiao hesitated. Lin Quan is too good at pretending in front of Mr. Zhong. Will he go to a place like a brothel? In front of the old man? They couldn't force him to kidnap and sell him to a brothel. That's easy, Peng Mu said nonchalantly. Let Mr. Liao go and talk to her. If he can't persuade her, he can go. Yin Jiao, you are clearly trying to make your fellow disciples fight each other. But it's true that, except for the two brothers, none of them would go to brothels. As she spoke, Cui He, the eldest maid beside the old lady, personally brought a round-bellied porcelain cup over, bowed first, and then smiled at Yin Jiao. The old lady said in the morning that the lady seemed to have a cough yesterday. So she asked Dr. Feng. At noon, she stewed a red date, white fungus and lotus seed soup. It was stewed soft and rotten, and it has been simmering on the stove. She specifically asked me to bring you a cup as soon as you get home. Peng Mu answered the phone for her, and asked about the old lady's condition. He lifted the lid and smelled a sweet smell. He couldn't help laughing. This is for women. Is there any for me? What kind of nourishing een and moistening lungs? It's sweet and mushy. It's not his cup. Cui He said uncertainly. There should be rice porridge in the kitchen. Otherwise, I'll order a bowl for you. Peng Mu. What do you mean? My daughter-in-law just coughed and I stewed some tonic. When it's my son's turn. It's rice porridge. It may not be available. Yin Jiao snorted and forced a spoonful of it to Peng Mu. He smiled and waved his hand at Cui He. Don't worry about him. It's a trouble for you to run a trip. Say thank you to the old lady for me. Cui He went out with a smile. Look at you. You are so nagging, Yin Jiao said with a smile. Okay. I will make you something delicious tomorrow when I have time. I am just saying. Peng Mu scratched his head. It is cold and wet here. Don't freeze your hands again. I think more people in the south have frostbite on their hands than in the north. It is not easy to get rid of that stuff once it gets on you. In the early years, when we fought in the northwest, basically everyone had sores on their hands and feet. Even if they have been cured for several years, they often swell and itch every winter. And they will get infected again if they are not careful. Yin Jiao ate a bowl of tremella soup and quickly told him about Suiyu. When do you think we should contact them? This is probably true. It's said that it must be said. The key is when and how to say it. Peng Mu stopped fiddling with the lid of the pot, his face full of disbelief. What a coincidence. Who says it's not? Yin Jiao rinsed his mouth with clean water, but still felt a little nauseous. He thought he might have caught a cold. So he turned over a few more pickled black plums to eat. Peng Mu lay on the Kong sideways, propped up one leg, and tapped his knee slowly with one hand. After thinking for a while, didn't they say that Mr. Sui hasn't come back yet? It's probably soon. I'd better wait until I see him and ask him in detail. For this kind of thing, it's better to speak up after you are completely sure. Otherwise, not only will the biological parents be overjoyed and sad, but the Sui family will also be disturbed. If it's a misunderstanding, it will be bad if there is a rift between the family. I thought so too. Yin Jiao lay down and moved closer to him, half leaning on his arms, and said, after searching for so many years, it's too tragic to be happy in vain. Peng Mu pinched her hand and hummed. Seeing that she didn't have any jewelry on her, he couldn't help but laugh. You've been busy all day. You're pretty simple. Stop talking about this. Speaking of this, Yin Jiao laughed to himself first, and then told the embarrassing story of wanting to give a gift to the little girl at Sui's house. But there was not even dried meat, so he had to borrow Su Qian's bracelet. But it was too expensive, so he didn't give it away. The couple laughed on the Kong. In the evening, Ping An came over after taking a bath, and the family of three was playing with the flower rope on the Kong. They were having fun when Shi Yuan knocked on the door outside. As soon as the door opened, two heads squeezed in with Su Qian, their faces full of gloating. It seems that the He family is fighting. Peng Mu and Yin Jiao opened the window a little and pricked up their ears to listen. Ping An was left alone, holding the red rope stupidly. After a while, he moved his butt towards the other side, carefully trying to keep the shape of the flower rope unchanged. and anxiously shouted, Ping'an! Look! Ping'an! Look! Qi Yuan was amused by his appearance, and pulled the thick fox fur hooded cloak on the hanger, wrapped the child tightly, and then carried it on his shoulder. Let's go outside and look. Come back. Yin Jiao shouted with a mixture of laughter and tears. What's wrong with this? You stay up late at night to watch people fighting. Before he finished speaking, the big and small ones had already disappeared. Come on. Let's go and take a look. Laymen are just listening to the noise. We are going to listen to clues. Maybe we can find something. Before he could say anything else, Pang Mu had already put on his shoes and was going out excitedly. Su Qian was laughing at the door. It's not the 15th yet. The Lantern Festival and Temple Fair haven't started yet, and the people in the city are just bored. It's rare that the rich families are quarreling so much, and the sound of plates and bowls being smashed can be heard from 2 streets away. Why don't we all go and see it? The He family's house is 3 streets away from the courtyard where Yin Jiao and his friends live, and there is a bridge in the middle. It is hard for Qi Yuan to find it so timely. The He family has no fame or official rank. Due to the rules and laws, the house they live in has only 3 entrances, but there are a few more east-west courtyards. This directly leads to the overall poor sound insulation effect of this horizontally flat building pattern. It is quiet at night in winter. Once the noise in the courtyard is loud, it can be heard on the streets in front and behind. When Yin Jiao and his friends went there, many people were crowded outside the He family, listening and laughing, and it was very lively. Su Qian asked a middle-aged woman at random. It is said that they started fighting in the house, and it was unclear. Later, probably because they were too excited, Mr. He shouted that he wanted to sleep in the guest room, and Mrs. He chased him out. The couple quarreled in the yard, smashing and fighting, which attracted the neighbors to join in the fun. You're late, the old lady said with regret. I just went in, and the servants blocked me from getting closer, so I couldn't hear clearly. Su Qian laughed. Why don't you leave? The old lady sighed. It's not going to end in a short time after such a fight. It's possible that there will be another fight later. Yin Jiao wanted to laugh when he heard it, thinking that you are too enthusiastic. And you are still waiting for the second round? The He family is so shameless that even if it is for the expectation of everyone, at least they will not come for the second round today. Then why did they fight just now? Did you hear it? Su Qian asked. I heard it. I heard it. The old lady came out alone and was worried about having no one to talk to. Hearing this, she hurriedly said, It seems that Madam He scolded the man for being ungrateful and fickle, and Master He scolded her for not being devoted. Probably because of Miss He's matter. Her official language was not standard, and Su Qian took a long time to understand, and subconsciously looked at Yin Jiao. Ungrateful? Flirting? Not devoted? Why do I have to listen to so many stories? Chapter 101. As soon as Yin Jiao said this, Sui Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Her face full of you are so amazing. You know all this. How did you know that? She held her face with both hands, trying to get close to Yin Jiao, temporarily forgetting the pain of losing her friend. Yin Jiao thought it was not good. If there was such a coincidence, he shouldn't ask this first. But the words were already spoken, and it was hard to take them back. Playing dumb was not going to work. She thought quickly in her head, and suddenly made a hushed gesture to the little girl, whispering, Actually, when I first met your mother just now, I felt that she looked familiar, but I couldn't remember her for a while. Just now, I suddenly remembered your father. So I asked this question. By the way, since the question has been opened, Yin Jiao asked again, Do you have a little red birthmark on your right ankle? Yes. As she said that, she actually pulled up her trouser legs and pressed down her socks, revealing a red birthmark about the size of half a person's finger. Yin Jiao sighed in her heart. This size is indeed in line with the law of growth and stretching. Only my parents and a maid who serves me personally know about this. Have you seen me before? Sui Yu's cat eyes widened even more, and she was overjoyed and said, Does the Lord know my parents? But why didn't my mother recognize you? I don't remember you either. How old are you? Yin Jiao smiled and said, We didn't have much contact back then, and times have changed. We are all old now. It's not surprising that I can't recognize you for a while. Even if it was a white lie. She still felt uneasy to deceive a little girl. Sui Yu nodded. That's right. As she said that, she hurriedly added, You are not old at all. You look good. If you really know my parents, I will call you sister boldly later. Yin Jiao was amused and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pinch her red face. Little flatterer. You are so sweet. Sui Yu covered her face and laughed. On the table were round, yellow oranges. The heat from the brazier filled the room with a faint citrus fragrance. And the little girl in front of him was sweeter than the juicy oranges. What's your nickname? Yin Jiao felt that it was unlikely that the other party would use the nickname Anya engraved on the child's collar. When it came to this, Sui Yu changed her straightforwardness and hesitated with her lips pouted. After a long while, she said like a mosquito, my parents said that the 2 years when I was born were not good, and many babies died. So they named me Xuan Yor. Puff. Yin Jiao and Su Qian both laughed. From Anya to Xuan'er, the difference is big enough. If it is a boy, he will probably be called Xuanju, which is homophonic to Tai Zhu. The little girl blushed immediately and said aggrievedly, I said I don't like it. It's not only tongue-twisting but also not nice. But my parents refused to change it. They said if they changed it, I would be snatched away. Silly girl. They are all painstakingly thinking about it. Look, you have grown up safely. Haven't you? Yin Jian naturally understood the thoughts of the Sui family couple. I am afraid that they were also anxious in the first few years. Otherwise, they would not have to travel thousands of miles from the northwest to the southeast, and move frequently between several places until they were willing to settle down in Pingdou City after the storm had passed. Alas, Yin Jiao was afraid that she would reveal it in advance. So he repeatedly reminded her, don't tell anyone about this, especially your parents. The little girl was about to ask why, but suddenly she seemed to understand. I understand. You want to scare them, right? This is really interesting. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Yin Jiao stared at her for a while, and saw that her round little face was full of innocence and weirdness. So he knew that the Sui family must have treated her as a treasure over the years. Otherwise she would never have such a personality. She felt a little more comforted in her heart. But she couldn't help but feel uneasy, because she was afraid that the peaceful life in front of her would be broken soon. Seeing that the Sui family couple are so old, but they still have only Sui Yu as their only daughter. If Sui Yu really recognizes her biological parents, I am afraid it will be another big entanglement. If she returns, it will be painful like cutting flesh. And Sui Yu probably won't be willing to suddenly leave her adoptive parents, who have lived with her for many years. But if she doesn't return, her biological parents still have no children, and they have been searching for her for so many years. So they will definitely not give up easily. Alas, it's just the ruthless war and fate. Let's take it one step at a time. When leaving the Sui family with mixed feelings, Sui Yu took the initiative to jump and see her out the door, and then leaned on the door frame and waved to Yin Jiao with a smile, which confused Mrs. Sui, who didn't know what was going on. Ordinary people are naturally afraid of officials, and the other party is here to investigate a case. How come they are like relatives after talking for a long time? Girl, what did Lord Yin just ask you? Sui Yu blinked and shook her head innocently. Nothing? Mrs. Sui frowned and was about to ask in detail, but she saw her daughter covering her ears and rushing back to the yard babbling. Mrs. Sui was stunned on the spot, but she couldn't help laughing when she saw her daughter's carefree back. Well, why bother with so much? On the way to Qi's house, Yin Jiao didn't say a word, but Su Qian couldn't help but whispered, Sir, is it really such a coincidence? On their way to Jinyuan Prefecture, they met Lord Yiqingye, who was returning to Beijing to report on his work. The other party asked them to help find his friend's long-lost daughter, but the other party had been looking for her for many years. But there was no news at all. How come they had just arrived in Pingzhou not long ago and suddenly got her without any effort? Although there is no coincidence, this is too coincidental. Hearing this, Yin Jiao pinched his eyebrows and sighed, and felt confused. What is this? Although it was too coincidental, it was unlikely to be a fake, because Xiao Ba and the others had already found out the details of the Sui family, and they had indeed lived in Pingzhou for many years. And the people and officials in the city could testify. If the other party really wanted to play the long game and seize the officials' property, they should have run right under our noses or spread the news in advance. How could they go through the diagonal of the entire Dalit territory and stay quietly in Pingzhou for nearly 10 years? If the Sui family was poor, or the Sui couple treated Sui Yu badly, then Yin Jiao would save her from danger by finding her biological parents, and he would not hesitate at all. But the Sui family happened to be wealthy, and the couple treated her very well. Over the years, they have been a close family, and no one could find any fault. Suddenly, there was a question about her biological parents. The days are short in winter. The sun has gradually set in the west, and the sky has become gloomy and dim again. Yinjiao wrapped her clothes subconsciously, and felt her head was as big as a bucket, and even her stomach was clenched with worry, and she felt nauseous. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Next, at Chi's house, Yinjiao didn't get more clues than Suiyu said, so she had to go home and meet up with Pangmu. Pangmu entered the house a step later than her. The two washed their hands and faces first, then took off their shoes and went to the con directly. After feeling the heat flowing from the bottom to the top of their bodies, they all sighed comfortably. In the winter, this life is given by the warm con. Pingan was playing happily with Sheer, and the chirping sound spread all over the yard. The two listened for a while, but didn't ask anyone to disturb them. There are only a few years in a person's life when they are free from worries. When they start to learn, the happy days will become fewer and fewer. No news from Xiaoxi. But Xiaowu learned from a local thug that he seemed to have seen Himing near a brothel in the east of the city on the morning of the first day of the new year. I don't know if he is still there now. A brothel again? Yinjiao was speechless. The couple looked at each other, and the best candidate emerged in their minds. But, Yinjiao hesitated. Lin Quan is too good at pretending in front of Mr. Zhong. Will he go to a place like a brothel? In front of the old man? They couldn't force him to kidnap and sell him to a brothel. That's easy, Pangmu said nonchalantly. Let Mr. Liao go and talk to her. If he can't persuade her, he can go. Yinjiao, you are clearly trying to make your fellow disciples fight each other. But it's true that, except for the two brothers, none of them would go to brothels. As she spoke, Shui, the eldest maid beside the old lady, personally brought a round-bellied porcelain cup over, bowed first, and then smiled at Yinjiao. The old lady said in the morning that the lady seemed to have a cough yesterday, so she asked Dr. Feng. At noon, she stewed a red date, white fungus and lotus seed soup. It was stewed soft and rotten, and it has been simmering on the stove. She specifically asked me to bring you a cup as soon as you get home. Pangmu answered the phone for her, and asked about the old lady's condition. He lifted the lid and smelled a sweet smell. He couldn't help laughing. This is for women. Is there any for me? What kind of nourishing and moistening lungs? It's sweet and mushy. It's not his cup. Shui said uncertainly. There should be rice porridge in the kitchen. Otherwise, I'll order a bowl for you. Pangmu. What do you mean? My daughter-in-law just coughed and I stewed some tonic. When it's my son's turn, it's rice porridge. It may not be available. Yinjiao snorted and forced a spoonful of it to Pangmu. He smiled and waved his hand at Shui. Don't worry about him. It's a trouble for you to run a trip. Say thank you to the old lady for me. Shui went out with a smile. Look at you. You are so nagging, Yinjiao said with a smile. Okay. I will make you something delicious tomorrow when I have time. I am just saying. Pangmu scratched his head. It is cold and wet here. Don't freeze your hands again. I think more people in the south have frostbite on their hands than in the north. It is not easy to get rid of that stuff once it gets on you. In the early years, when we fought in the northwest, basically everyone had sores on their hands and feet. Even if they have been cured for several years, they often swell and itch every winter, and they will get infected again if they are not careful. Yinjiao ate a bowl of tremella soup and quickly told him about Suiyu. When do you think we should contact them? This is probably true. It's said that it must be said. The key is when and how to say it. Pangmu stopped fiddling with the lid of the pot, his face full of disbelief. What a coincidence. Who says it's not? Yinjiao rinsed his mouth with clean water, but still felt a little nauseous. He thought he might have caught a cold, so he turned over a few more pickled black plums to eat. Pangmu lay on the Kong sideways, propped up one leg, and tapped his knee slowly with one hand. After thinking for a while, didn't they say that Mr. Sui hasn't come back yet? It's probably soon. I'd better wait until I see him and ask him in detail. For this kind of thing, it's better to speak up after you are completely sure. Otherwise, not only will the biological parents be overjoyed and sad, but the Sui family will also be disturbed. If it's a misunderstanding, it will be bad if there is a rift between the family. I thought so too. Yinjiao lay down and moved closer to him, half leaning on his arms and said, After searching for so many years. It's too tragic to be happy in vain. Pang Mu pinched her hand and hummed. Seeing that she didn't have any jewelry on her, he couldn't help but laugh. You've been busy all day. You're pretty simple. Stop talking about this. Speaking of this, Yin Jiao laughed to himself first, and then told the embarrassing story of wanting to give a gift to the little girl at Sui's house. But there was not even dried meat, so he had to borrow Su Qian's bracelet. But it was too expensive, so he didn't give it away. The couple laughed on the Kong. In the evening, Ping'an came over after taking a bath, and the family of 3 was playing with the flower rope on the Kong. They were having fun when Qi Yuan knocked on the door outside. As soon as the door opened, 2 heads squeezed in with Su Qian, their faces full of gloating. It seems that the He family is fighting. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao opened the window a little and pricked up their ears to listen. Ping'an was left alone, holding the red rope stupidly. After a while, he moved his butt towards the other side, carefully trying to keep the shape of the flower rope unchanged, and anxiously shouted, Ping'an, look! Ping'an, look! Qi Yuan was amused by his appearance, and pulled the thick fox fur hooded cloak on the hanger, wrapped the child tightly, and then carried it on his shoulder. Let's go outside and look. Come back. Yin Jiao shouted with a mixture of laughter and tears. What's wrong with this? You stay up late at night to watch people fighting. Before he finished speaking, the big and small ones had already disappeared. Come on. Let's go and take a look. Laymen are just listening to the noise. We are going to listen to clues. Maybe we can find something. Before he could say anything else, Pang Mu had already put on his shoes and was going out excitedly. Su Qian was laughing at the door. It's not the 15th yet. The Lantern Festival and Temple Fair haven't started yet, and the people in the city are just bored. It's rare that the rich families are quarreling so much, and the sound of plates and bowls being smashed can be heard from 2 streets away. Why don't we all go and see it? The He family's house is 3 streets away from the courtyard where Yin Jiao and his friends live, and there is a bridge in the middle. It is hard for Qi Yuan to find it so timely. The He family has no fame or official rank. Due to the rules and laws, the house they live in has only 3 entrances, but there are a few more east-west courtyards. This directly leads to the overall poor sound insulation effect of this horizontally flat building pattern. It is quiet at night in winter. Once the noise in the courtyard is loud, it can be heard on the streets in front and behind. When Yin Jiao and his friends went there, many people were crowded outside the He family, listening and laughing, and it was very lively. Su Qian asked a middle-aged woman at random. It is said that they started fighting in the house, and it was unclear. Later, probably because they were too excited, Mr. He shouted that he wanted to sleep in the guest room, and Mrs. He chased him out. The couple quarreled in the yard, smashing and fighting, which attracted the neighbors to join in the fun. You're late, the old lady said with regret. I just went in, and the servants blocked me from getting closer, so I couldn't hear clearly. Su Qian laughed. Why don't you leave? The old lady sighed. It's not going to end in a short time after such a fight. It's possible that there will be another fight later. Yin Jiao wanted to laugh when he heard it, thinking that you are too enthusiastic, and you are still waiting for the second round? The He family is so shameless that even if it is for the expectation of everyone, at least they will not come for the second round today. Then why did they fight just now? Did you hear it? Su Qian asked. I heard it. I heard it. The old lady came out alone and was worried about having no one to talk to. Hearing this, she hurriedly said, It seems that Madam He scolded the man for being ungrateful and fickle, and Master He scolded her for not being devoted. Probably because of Miss He's matter. Her official language was not standard, and Su Qian took a long time to understand, and subconsciously looked at Yin Jiao. Ungrateful? Flirting? Not devoted? Why do I have to listen to so many stories? Chapter 102. Yin Jiao became more excited when he heard this, and asked with a smile, I don't know how to be ungrateful. The old lady was eager to hear this, and her eyes lit up immediately. She looked around first, and then lowered her voice slightly and said, The He family originally came from the same village, and most of the households were connected to each other. They did have a lot of property, but now most of them are in decline. He Guang was originally a bastard son of a branch family, and he couldn't get any good things. But who can blame him for being lucky? Later he met the current Mrs. He. Hey, her family is very rich, and her father used to be a prostitute. Prostitute? Before the aunt finished speaking, Yin Jiao had already shouted out, with a kind of unjust emotion surging wildly in his chest. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Yi's father was quite rebellious. But she soon realized that her thoughts were too vulgar, because the people around her were looking at her with a puzzled look. The aunt was even more puzzled. Yes, we in Pingzhou have always loved eating duck. Not to mention the banquets during the New Year and festivals. Even in daily life, we feel uncomfortable if we don't stew duck soup every now and then. Ping hugged Qi Yuan's head and smiled. Duck is delicious. Yin Jiao laughed dryly and rubbed his head. Please continue. Sin. This duck is not that duck. Wait a minute. This conversation seems a bit inappropriate for children. The old lady continued, even if he died now. He left behind a restaurant and Mrs. He, with a profit of at least 1,800 silver coins every year. After the two got married, He Guang slowly got up with his wife's capital. Yin Jiao and others exclaimed, I didn't expect there would be such a story. Su Qian couldn't wait any longer and urged, what happened next? Don't we women want to live a stable life? The old lady sighed and said with emotion, but men? Who doesn't have a few tricks? The eldest daughter of the He family was not even a month old. And He Guang took someone to a family, saying that he couldn't have no offspring. Too shameless. Yin Jiao and Su Qian shouted in unison. Shameless. Ping just thought it was funny and shouted along. Everyone was shocked. It was over. This kid actually learned to swear. Qi Yuan had already jumped up and turned around and ran back. I'll take him back first. Ping, the little fool, thought Uncle Qi was going to play with him again. And he giggled and hugged him tighter. After sending the kid away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and urged the aunt to continue. What else can we do? The aunt clapped her hands and said helplessly, even if Madam He is rich, she is still a woman after all. She doesn't want to divorce, so she has to swallow her anger. Su Qian spat directly on the ground. He is indeed ungrateful. Not only did he use his wife's money, but he also despised his wife for not being able to give birth to a son and insisted on taking a concubine. That would be fine. But he actually asked his wife to raise children for other women. How cheap. Then do you know how many concubines He Guang has taken in? Yin Jiao asked. The old lady waved her hands repeatedly. How can I know what's going on in other people's houses? Then what do you mean by Madam He is not dedicated? Su Qian asked, and then said with some dissatisfaction, didn't she take all the children born by those concubines to her and raise them? Isn't this generous enough? But when she said this, a very terrible thought suddenly emerged in her mind. So she subconsciously looked at Yin Jiao. And then Su Qian found that the other party's expression was also very complicated. If He Guang only had one concubine and she died during childbirth, it could be an accident, but if he had several concubines and they all died after giving birth, this speculation continued until everyone returned home. The room was warm, and the warm and dry air hit them, making them shiver. Is there any news from the government office? Peng Mu asked someone to ask. Now they no longer believed in Kai Wengao. Although he entrusted him to try the servants brought out from the He family, he also arranged for Tu Qing and Bai Ning to take turns watching over there to prevent fraud. The guard shook his head. There is no news yet. Do you want me to ask? There is no rush at this moment. Peng Mu waved his hand and said, if there is any news, Yin and the others will naturally send a message back. He thought for a while and said, oh, go and tell them about He Guang's concubine. If she is dead, find out how she died, which doctor was invited, and what medicine was used. Go. The guard took the order and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Yin Jiao looked outside the door and sighed. This is really a case of pulling out a carrot and bringing out mud. If our guess comes true, we will be busy. Peng Mu smiled. It's getting late, and you are very tired. Take a rest first. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it. But once he did, Yin Jiao felt tired like a tide rolling over him, and couldn't help yawning. Okay. The next morning, Tu Qing and the others hadn't come back yet, but Dr. Feng came first. Yin Jiao was stunned for a moment before he remembered that today was the day to check the pulse once a month. When you are away from home, it is inevitable that you will have some major or minor illnesses, and Dr. Feng has made many contributions in the process. If anyone feels uncomfortable, they will see him immediately. If they are not sick, they will also check their pulse once a month, so as to prevent any problems before they happen. The old lady had suffered from the cold in the northwest in her early years, and now she is old, and her waist and knee joints often ache. Dr. Feng adjusted the dosage of the medicine and prescribed a prescription, asking Sueha to boil it into a plaster and apply it to her once in the morning and evening every day. As for Pang Mu and others, they also had old injuries that would not kill them, but it was unlikely to be cured, so they had to slowly recuperate. On the contrary, Ping and Shir, the two younger ones, adapted the best. After coming here, they were a little tired for 2 days, but then they ate and slept, and grew a lot taller. But Yin Jiao felt that the way Dr. Feng looked at him was not right, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Maybe it's some acclimatization. After a long time, Dr. Feng stopped and said cautiously, "You have been busy recently and have not rested well. But you don't need to take medicine. Just use a soup to calm your nerves. Eat well and sleep well every day." Pang Mu and the old lady were relieved after hearing this, and they hurriedly served him to prescribe a prescription, and a Miao went to the kitchen with someone to stew it. After Dr. Feng left, Yin Jiao secretly pulled Pang Mu to whisper, "I wonder if I have a terminal illness." Pang Mu was shocked and quickly covered her mouth. "Why are you suddenly saying these unlucky words? Spit on the ground quickly. Children's words are innocent." Yin Jiao chuckled, "You usually don't believe these things. And besides, I'm not a child anymore. Now I believe it." Pang Mu said without hesitation, "Isn't your words childish enough?" Yin Jiao did what he said, and whispered, "Not just today. Didn't you notice that Dr. Feng's eyes are not right when he looks at me recently? And the number of times he pays attention to me is much more than before." If she hadn't said it, Pang Mu wouldn't have noticed it, because he paid more attention to his wife than anyone else. But after Yin Jiao's reminder, he thought about it, and it seemed to be true. He was originally trying to comfort his wife, but Pang Mu became uneasy after the commotion. He ate his meal absent-mindedly and tasted like chewing wax. Then he wiped his mouth and sneaked off to find Dr. Feng. After hearing his question, Dr. Feng was stunned for a long time, and then he said with a smile, "Where did you get this conclusion?" Pang Mu was delighted. "Then it's not." Dr. Feng said helplessly, "Of course it's not." Pang Mu let out a long breath, and for the first time ever, he put his hands together and bowed to the sky. "Amitabha." Dr. Feng laughed out loud, shook his head and said, "Originally I was a little unsure, and I didn't plan to tell you for the time being, so as not to be disappointed. But now it seems that it's not good not to tell you." "Happy?" Pang Mu was startled, and then overjoyed. "I'm going to be a father?" Dr. Feng nodded with a smile. "Although I can't say it's 100% sure. It can be 60%. The month is too early. It's best if I try again in 10 days or half a month." Pang Mu bowed to him to the ground. His teeth were exposed and his eyes were not visible. He thanked him over and over again, and went out hand in hand. As soon as he went out of the door, he saw Liao Wuyan smiling at the foot of the wall. When he saw him coming, he put his hands together and said congratulations. Pang Mu returned the greeting with great joy, trying to stay calm. "Sir, did you hear it?" But Dr. Feng also said that it's not sure yet. Liao Wuyan smiled and said, "Don't you and I know his medical books? If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't tell you." Pang Mu nodded. "That's right." Liao Wuyan counted on his fingers. "In that case, you might as well buy this house directly, or get a more spacious one, so that you won't be cramped in the future. This pregnancy is a lifetime thing. The mother needs to rest, and the child needs to be stable. How can it be easily moved? At least we have to stay in Pingzhou for a year or two, and it's not appropriate to rent a house all the time. In addition, the midwife, wet nurse, and all the maids and women who serve us must be trustworthy in terms of clothes, bedding, and bedding. We have to look for them carefully, and it may take several months. You are just smiling foolishly now. Are you going to wait until tomorrow to catch up?" Liao Wuyan said unhappily. Pang Mu slapped his forehead. "That's right. Sir, you are still very thoughtful. I will go now." Ha ha ha. After saying that, he ran away. Liao Wuyan looked at his childish back and couldn't help laughing. Then slowly exhaled and scolded with a smile. "You are so old, but you are still not steady." Chapter 103. Why did you trick the master into drinking the abortion pill? Murdering the master? Do you know that this is a capital crime? Kai Weigao slammed the gavel, shaking the two maids below. Tu Qin frowned instinctively and glanced at him slightly from the side. I never thought that Kai Wengao, a civil servant, was also alert. Or he had been paying attention to Tu Qin's movements from the beginning. As soon as the other party saw him, he immediately turned around and signaled with his eyes, Master Tu, do you have any advice? Tu Qin didn't say anything and turned his eyes back to the front. Although he didn't trust Kai Wengao very much, he didn't stop him rashly. This is because he knew that he was good at leading troops and training them, not trying cases. On the contrary, Kai Wengao himself, although there were many omissions in this case, his performance evaluation and public reputation in the past few years were very good. Even old man Zhong Weizhong generously gave Kai Wengao a good evaluation, which was considered a flaw that outweighed the merits. The two maids in the hall were originally serving the deceased Yuan. After the incident, they were beaten dozens of times by Madame He and thrown into the woodshed to wait for death. If Yin Jiao had not forcibly brought them here to apply medicine, I'm afraid they would have died by now. One of the two girls was timid and just kowtowed and said no with tears streaming down her face. The other one, Xiao Hong, was obviously more aggressive. She bit her mouth and bled when she heard the words. She lay on the ground and shouted hoarsely, I am innocent. I don't accept it. I didn't kill anyone. I don't believe that there is no law in this world. I was sold to others as a cow and a horse by my stepmother since I was a child. Now I have finally made a name for myself. But I have to let the dirty water be thrown on me. I was born with a lowly fate. So I am not worthy of being a human being? You are unworthy of being the superiors. Just closing your eyes and making random judgments. And then taking the benefits to buy coffins. If you have evidence, just bring it out. Otherwise, I will go to Beijing to file a complaint. Even if you kill me, I will turn into a ghost and pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and drink your blood. Her tearful face showed an abnormal flush. Her voice was hoarse, and blood seemed to seep out of her throat. Her two eyes full of resentment stared straight at Kai Wengao, which was creepy. If it were an ordinary official, how could he tolerate such insults from others? I am afraid he would have been furious a long time ago. But I didn't expect that Kai Wengao was really a man who could bend and stretch. He first observed Tu Qing's expression out of habit, and seeing that he was as calm as the water in the moat, he was relieved, and then calmly knocked the gavel for the second time, saying indifferently, I am not the kind of person who would take human life lightly. But you two are Yuan's personal maids, and you are the ones who take care of her and serve her with medicine and food. Now that she is dead, who else should I try if not you? This was reasonable and well-founded. And even though the girl was heartbroken, she couldn't help but choke and muttered for a while. It's not me, the girl named Xiaohong said angrily. We all signed a death contract. If something happens to the master, how can we have a good end? We will be the first to be involved. We may be beaten or killed. If you say that we were serving the medicine, it was indeed us two who were there. But how many people touched the herbs from the time they were bought to the time they were put into the pot? Why were they targeting us too? What if the pharmacy made a mistake? Or someone deliberately murdered them and could have succeeded at any time? Your Excellency should ask them. I have naturally thought of what you said a long time ago. Kai Wengao was obviously a little surprised by the girl's fearless performance. He leaned forward slightly and spoke in a much softer tone. The pharmacy naturally said that they were not at fault. And you can't prove who approached in the middle. You have poured out all the dregs of the medicine. How can we compare? This is another suspicious point. After all, abortion is a very risky thing. Pharmacists and doctors are afraid of getting involved in murder lawsuits. So they often list them separately in a book, and ask carefully when someone comes to buy. The people in the government have checked all the big and small pharmacies in the city. They can find out when and how much abortion drugs were sold in the past 2 months. And who used them. Yuan is not among the users. Since there is no evidence, either the murderer has stock, or he knows pharmacology and bought them separately, or he brought them from other places. All of these are possible. But it is not realistic to really figure it out. There are no clues. And in the end it can only prove that the pharmacy that dispensed the drugs is not an accomplice. Since they were slaves, it was basic to read people's expressions. Although Xiao Chui, another maid, was still afraid, she could not help but muster up the courage to defend herself loudly after realizing the subtle change in Kai Wengao's attitude. This matter has nothing to do with us. Originally, the medicine residue was kept, but later it was known by outsiders. They all said that the He family had no family education. The lady was furious and ordered us to pour the medicine residue directly into the toilet in the future. Kai Wengao asked, "Who can testify?" The two maids said in unison, "Everyone in the He family knows it. And you will know it once you ask." They were so sure that they should not be lying. Kai Wengao was about to speak, but suddenly heard Tu Qing, who had been silent all the time, asked, "How does your lady treat the young lady on weekdays? At this critical moment of life and death?" "Don't hide it." He didn't need to tell them. The two maids knew how powerful he was, and the two saw that he was young and handsome. Although he was intimidating without anger, people dared not look at him directly. He was not as ferocious as Kai Wengao. They unconsciously felt a little relieved and even spoke more fluently. "To answer your words, it's good on the surface, but it's not necessarily true that he cares so much behind the scenes. Originally, we were scared to death when the young lady got into this kind of thing. And the master and the mistress were also very angry. But later, it was the mistress who persuaded them to stop. It's useless to hate now. It's better to keep it secret and just tell the public that it was a marriage arranged in the early years, and find a random excuse to fool the matter of the wedding banquet." Tu Qing frowned and said, "How could she bear it?" Xiaochuier said, "Sir, you don't know that the lady and the young lady are not biological children. So it's really hard to manage them. This happened in previous years. If they were too strict, the young lady would complain to the master, and the master would blame the lady, and the two would inevitably quarrel. It's better to just keep it cold and put it aside, so there will be less trouble." Before she finished speaking, Xiao Hong glared at her. "You actually spoke to that vicious woman." Xiaochuier shrank her neck because of her scolding, but still muttered in a low voice, "What vicious woman?" "That's the lady." Xiao Hong couldn't bear to hear a word, and became more and more angry. She didn't care about the injuries on her body, and struggled to reach out to grab her. What kind of lady is she? She can't tolerate others in her eyes, and only wants to please outsiders. Seeing that the two girls were about to fight, Kai Wengao waved his hands to the left and right, and several Yamen runners stepped forward and easily separated the two. "What do you mean by this?" he asked leisurely. Xiaochuier was bolder at this moment. She glared at Xiao Hong first, and then said, "It's not the first time. She and several other people always say bad things about the lady in private. Isn't this betrayal?" "You know shit," Xiao Hong scolded. "You have only been here for a few days? What do you know?" Then, she said to Kai Wengao with a red face and thick neck, "I was sold to the He family when I was 6 years old. What haven't I experienced?" In the early years, the master also had a few close friends around him. But now, one by one, they are gone. If you say it's an accident, who will believe it? The lady is still pretending to be fine. She eats vegetarian food and chants Buddhists all day long. But which one of her subordinates has been spared? You're talking nonsense. Xiaochuier saw that he was really devoted to Madame He, and she was immediately annoyed after hearing this. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were about to quarrel again, and Kai Wengao lost his patience and directly ordered them to be detained and interrogated separately. Tu Qing suggested that Xiao Hong, who obviously had something to say, should be questioned first, and Kai Wengao naturally had no objection. As for evidence, Xiao Hong couldn't produce any real evidence. She only said that the He family originally had 2 concubines and a roommate. The first 2 left a son and a daughter respectively, who are the current young master He and the dead He Yuan. And the roommate died when giving birth. Although giving birth is like walking to the gates of hell for a woman. It is extremely risky. But if it was just one person, it would not be a big deal. But if all 3 of them were like this, it was indeed a bit suspicious. Kai Wengao glanced at Tu Qing and whispered, "Is there something hidden in this?" He was a little excited, because the 3 deaths were all caused by the previous few people. If there was indeed an injustice, he would have done a great job if he could find out. Even if there were some omissions in He Ruan's case, they could be made up. Tu Qing glanced back and knew his little plan very well. But he didn't say anything. He just asked Xiao Hong with a wooden face. Words are not enough. There must be some evidence. Xiao Hong gritted her teeth. In fact, before a concubine fawn gave birth in the early years, I went to her yard to deliver fruit for someone else. I accidentally heard a sentence that if she had an accident in the future, it must be the lady who did it. I was still young at that time, and I was scared. I didn't dare to tell anyone, but I gradually took it to heart. About half a month later, The lady suddenly found that Fang Yinyang's trusted maid had disappeared. When she asked Fang Yinyang only said that her parents had an acute illness. And she also wanted to accumulate blessings for the child in her belly. So she directly gave her a contract and asked her to leave. Now that I think about it, maybe Fang Yinyang discovered something in advance. And she couldn't get away. So she... Who did Fang Yinyang give birth to? Kaiwen's eyes lit up. What's the maid's surname? Where is she from? And what does she look like? She is the young master's biological mother. Xiao Hong shook her head and said with a bit of sadness, who has a name for those who sell themselves as slaves? Even if there is one. If the guess is true, the girl must have changed her name now. But I still remember her appearance. She was 16 years old at that time. And her stature and appearance were basically fixed. I think she won't change much now. Kaiwigao was happy at first, but then worried. So many years have passed, and there is no address. Is it possible to rely on a portrait to find a needle in a haystack? Even if he can find it, he doesn't know when it will happen. And what credit will he have? Tu Qing pondered for a moment, but said, but I think she must be in the nearby prefectures and counties. Andy Fong knew that her death was approaching, and she left with her confidant. She must have wanted to turn the tables in the future. If the girl wanted to keep abreast of the He family's dynamics, she must not go far. Kai Wengao immediately figured it out. Everyone knows that Lin Huan is a playboy. But he is also reliable when it comes to doing things. However, his speed once again refreshed everyone's perception. On the third night after being driven out by Liao Wuyan, Lin Huan came to knock on the door with a long-lost smell of powder and alcohol. Found it. He Ming found it. The 14-year-old boy was so scared that he huddled up when he was brought back from the brothel. And even wet his pants. It wasn't me. He Ming was not bad. And the slenderness and uprightness unique to young people made him look like a bamboo in the corner. But now the bamboo has fallen. And his face is covered with snot and tears. Pang Mu snorted. Do you know why I arrested you? He Ming shrank back into the corner pitifully. You really can't blame me. Pang Mu and the others had made many assumptions before, including what to do if He Ming refused to speak. But who would have thought that the other party didn't need to force him at all? And he would take the initiative to speak after being knocked. As the only son of He Guang, He Ming grew up in a blessed nest. Although he didn't have any major problems, he was inevitably a little lazy. He Guang dreamed of becoming an official, but unfortunately his ability was limited. So he had to force this idea on his son. But what's more regrettable is that He Ming is not only more limited than him, but he has even been spoiled and doesn't want to study hard at all. In order to ensure his own luxurious clothes and delicious food, He Ming had to go to literary gatherings and other places frequently to perfunctorily. Sometimes, in order to cover up, he would bring his sister He Ruan, who had a good relationship with him. The brother and sister were born beautiful and generous, so they got to know several people. Then, through those people of the same age, they got to know the uncle of one of them, Zhang Xing, a 27-year-old Jiren. Zhang Xing was humorous and eloquent, and he was rare without any airs. The He brothers and sisters admired him very much. They thought they had a new friend regardless of age. But who knew that an accident happened a few months ago? He Ruan suddenly found He Ming and said that she was pregnant with Zhang Xing's child. He Ming was shocked at the time. But later, He Ruan and Zhang Xing both said that they would definitely get married. So he had to pretend to be deaf and dumb. At this point, He Ming sniffed, wiped his face and said, but later I felt something was wrong. Zhang Xing said that he would come to propose marriage, but he postponed it with an excuse, and said that he was using his connections to find a job. If it works, he doesn't have to pass the imperial examination. He can become an official immediately, and then He Ruan will be the official's wife. Chapter 104. He Ming was a bit heartless to begin with, and seeing that both parties were so sure, he simply let go of his hand and ignored it. His father He Guang had to go out for social events during the spring festival, and He Ming was like a horse that had broken free from its reins. He could not stay at home at all. He barely managed to finish his lunch on New Year's Eve and ran away. He spent the next few days in the brothel living a life of drunkenness and debauchery. Yin Jiao found it incredible. It's been 5 or 6 days, and brothels are a place where all kinds of people gather, and gossip is the most well-informed. How could you not know anything about it? He Ming blushed and whispered, I haven't been out of the house. Yin Jiao was curious. Aren't you bored? He Ming smiled innocently. His eyes lit up. And he spoke fluently. Of course not. During the holidays, the outside world is less strict. And you can play things that you can't play on weekdays. There are so many ways. And you won't get bored in a month. Yin Jiao was speechless. And deep in his heart, he even wanted to listen a little. Peng Mu said helplessly, "Why do you ask so much? It's not good for the child." He suddenly remembered that Dr. Feng had not made a final diagnosis yet. And it would be harmful to the mother to be nervous now. So he stopped quickly. Yin Jiao looked at him suspiciously. And just as he was about to speak, he saw Jiang Feng running in from outside in a hurry, clasping his fists to the two of them, and said, "Master, Lord Yin, someone just found a woman sneaking around at the gate of the yamen. And her behavior was very suspicious. So he stepped forward and arrested her. Master Tu and my master found that she vaguely resembled the person in the portrait drawn based on the description of the maid Xiaohong. Would you like to have a trial?" Now everyone is roughly divided into 3 groups. Liao Wuyan and Lin Quan are watching the Sui family, preparing to carry out the identification work later. Tu Qing and Bai Ning take turns to accompany Kai Wengao. Half cooperation and half supervision, mainly focusing on the in-depth investigation of existing clues and the query and sorting of files over the years. Yin Jiao and Peng Mu, the husband and wife team, lead the trial, promote and other check and fill in the gaps. When the two heard this, they were overjoyed. "Is it true?" Jiang Feng nodded. "The woman is about 30 years old. But her head, face and neck are burned in many places. And her mouth is a little crooked. But she can be barely recognized." The 2 adults were afraid that it was not solid. So they went to mention Xiaohong again. Peng Mu said, "Be careful. Don't wait for us. Go over after you finish this." Jiang Feng was about to leave when he heard Himing bravely whisper, "Is the person you are talking about Aunt Mei from Quixinglu?" Everyone looked at him subconsciously. "Do you know her?" Yin Jiao asked. "Quixinglu is the brothel where Himing stayed for the past few days. It is one of the best in Pingdou City. I only thought it was because you said she was burned." Himing said. "She was a tea-making girl in Quixinglu. She had great skills. But she didn't come out much because her appearance was ruined. But she was very kind." At this point, he asked with unspeakable worry, "What happened to her? Is that Xiaohong my Xiaohong? How come there is another portrait? How is she related to this matter?" Yin Jiao ignored his questions and just asked, "Is she kind to everyone? How did you know each other? Do you usually communicate? Do you know her identity and origin? If nothing unexpected happened, that Aunt Mei might be the personal maid of Aunt Fong of the He family who disappeared mysteriously." He Ming was confused by her long series of questions. After a while, he stuttered, "If you didn't say it, I wouldn't think so. She seems to be quite withdrawn and seems to be particularly nice to me. But it may be because everyone is afraid of her. But I am not. I think a young woman like her, disfigured and falling into a brothel, must have a sad past. It has nothing to do with me. So why bother to expose her scars? I never asked. She rarely speaks. The first time we met was one day when I ate too much and vomited. She came in to clean up and served me very attentively. When I woke up and wanted to reward her with money, she was not happy, but angry, saying that I shouldn't come here and shouldn't treat myself like this." He scratched his head, a little confused. "She is not related to me, and her words are inexplicable." I was going to be annoyed, but then I thought, it seems that even my father has never cared about me like this. Yin Jiao and Peng Mu looked at each other, and the latter asked meaningfully, "Is Madam He not treating you well?" He Ming scratched his head again, seeming to be a little distressed. "Hey, how can I say it? I have no shortage of food, clothing, housing and transportation, and I spend all the money. In terms of indulgence, she is more generous than my father. But she always treats me like an outsider." At the end, this impetuous boy couldn't help but lower his head, and his thin figure revealed a bit of loneliness. After all, she is not his biological mother. He has always known that Madam He is not his biological mother. But the other party has never treated him harshly, giving him whatever he wants, and is very considerate. From childhood to adulthood, she has never said a harsh word to him, which is really impeccable. And it was precisely because of this that He Ming always felt uncomfortable, because the other party was too polite to him, as polite as treating a guest, seemingly impeccable, but in fact, he didn't care at all. So when his father was not at home on New Year's Eve, He Ming would rather go to the brothel than stay at home to eat the New Year's Eve dinner that was in name only. Originally, Yin Jiao thought he was a bit hateful for not knowing how to appreciate his blessings. But now he felt sorry for him. He was only a child of 10 years old, without his biological mother around. And his father was not at home all year round. And he didn't even have a trustworthy person. The stepmother was so indifferent and obedient. And now it seemed that the child's love of going to the brothel was not a big sin. Yin Jiao said a few words of comfort. But the boy's eyes turned red. And she didn't know what to say. After all, Pang Mu asked him in detail. And confirmed that He Ming was really stupid and rich. And didn't know anything he should know. So he dragged him to the front to recognize people. As soon as she went out, Yin Jiao collapsed to find that it was raining again. To be fair, Pingzhou is a place with beautiful scenery and picturesque scenery. Even the rain has a unique gentle atmosphere of a water town. A short trip of 3 to 5 days will definitely be a wonderful memory. But after experiencing that her clothes have never been dried since she came here, she always has to bake them indoors, and be vigilant against the dampness and mold of clothes and bedding. When she looks at these gentle raindrops as fine as cow hair, she feels like a gentle knife from the sky. As soon as he entered the second hall of the front yamen, He Ming shouted to the woman inside, "Auntie Mei. It's you. How did you get here? Did you run away by yourself?" Seeing that he was intact, Auntie Mei was obviously relieved. Pang Mu went over and whispered to Tu Qing. "How is it? Is it really her?" Tu Qing was born in a family of civil officials. He was the most talented in both civil and military affairs among their group. He was a good painter, and was particularly good at recognizing people. "It's almost right," he also answered in a low voice, pointing to the portrait in his hand. "Although the appearance is ruined, the eyes and nose are still there. These two things and the mouth are the most recognizable parts of the face. It should be correct. But it's better to let Xiaohong come and take a look." "You're right." Pang Mu relayed He Ming's explanation. "She has been staying in Quixinglu for the past 2 years, but I don't know if she has been anywhere before." Yin Jiao had asked He Ming to write down Zhang Xing's usual address and possible places to go. "Okay. There's nothing for you to do for now. Go home first." He Ming said "oh," and looked around subconsciously. "Did you go out without anyone?" Yin Jiao also felt something was wrong. He Ming habitually scratched his hair, then turned around and asked Aunt Mei. "Aunt Mei, have you seen my book boy?" Aunt Mei was also stunned. "He left Quixinglu the night you came. Didn't he go back to the He family? Didn't he wait for you somewhere else?" He Ming was stunned. "No. The master was still in the brothel. How could a servant run back home by himself? Moreover, he was taken back to the government office." What a big commotion. Even Aunt Mei knew about it. There was no reason why the servants waiting outside didn't hear the news. Yin Jiao figured out everything, and was so angry that his teeth itched. "Call the painter. Also, ask the servants of the He family, especially the kitchen staff, and the maids and women in He Ruan's yard, whether his book boy appeared before the incident." "What is this?" Kai Wengao also came to his senses. "That kid is problematic. Did he leave your sight before the incident? Or go out alone?" He Ming was a little out of tune. But so many things happened suddenly today. Even if he used his toes to guess that it was not good news. He stuttered. Sometimes I don't like people to follow me. So I just give him a few taels of silver and let him go. Who cares where he goes? There is no rule that the master keeps an eye on the servant." Tu Qing asked a key question. "Does he know Zhang Xing?" He Ming's legs softened, and he sat down on the ground, sweating profusely, and nodded tremblingly. There is no reason not to bring a servant to a literary gathering when visiting a brothel. This is a mess. And Aunt Mei, who was still vigilant, was also dumbfounded. After a while, she asked He Ming what happened. But He Ming didn't have the heart to talk about this. Now his mind was full of a terrible guess. "My servant conspired with outsiders to murder my sister. Yin Jiao just said that someone would send He Ming back to the He family." And the latter shook his head and said with a pale face, "No. No. No. I won't go back." Yin Jiao said. "Nonsense. Where are you going if you don't go home? Are you still living in the government office?" Who knew that He Ming really gritted his teeth. "Can't I go to the prison? At worst, I still have money. I'll go back to Quixinglu." If his father knew that he stayed in a brothel during the New Year, his legs would be broken. And there is also the matter of his sister. If the truth comes out, knowing that Zhang Xing knew him because of him, and he knew it but didn't report it first. He Ming shuddered violently and burst into tears. Yin Jiao didn't bother to pay attention to him, and waved to Jiang Feng, who grabbed He Ming's collar and went out like a chicken. When He Ming's screams gradually dissipated in the air, Yin Jiao looked at Aunt May. Since you are here, don't you have anything to say? For example, to appeal for justice or something? Aunt May's body was stiff for a moment. She looked at her, then at Kai Wengao and Pang Mu. She was more hesitant than shocked. After talking for a long time, Yin Jiao felt that his lips were dry, and he hurriedly brought tea to drink. The most dangerous place is also the safest. It must be difficult to hide under the enemy's nose for so many years. A young woman has the heart to make herself look like this. It's really hard for you. Aunt May's emotions suddenly became excited, and her breathing became rapid. 10 years of hiding is not enough? What are you waiting for? Yin Jiao put the teacup back on the table. The slight sound made by the bottom of the cup touching the table made Aunt May tremble. If it is like what is said in the storybook, waiting for the son of the benefactor to pass the imperial examination and ride a horse to parade in the streets, you may have to reincarnate again. He Ming is not a good student at all. Aunt May had a fleeting anger and frustration on her face, because as someone who was forced to take care of the young master in a brothel, she knew too well the truth of Yin Jiao's words. She originally just wanted to find a corner that was least likely to be discovered to survive, secretly waiting for the opportunity. And by the way, take care of the young master's growth for the mistress. She never thought that one day she would have the opportunity to take care of him personally. But God has mercy on her. That place is a brothel. She actually hopes that the other party will not know her existence before the truth is revealed. I want to sue Madame He for murder. Aunt May finally knelt down and said word by word. Not only my master, but also the other two. Kai Wengao seemed to see the political achievements within reach, and he was the first to get excited and asked, do you have any evidence? It has been so many years since the incident happened, and it is difficult to make a verdict without words. I have it. I have the suicide note written by my master, the residue of a packet of loose pregnancy-preserving medicine, and the whereabouts of the midwife who delivered the babies for the two of them. Chapter 105. Kai Wengao quickly asked Jiang Feng to catch the midwife, who had already fled to another place as Zhang Xing and Aunt May mentioned, and he stayed to listen to the story. The truth of the old cases from more than 10 years ago was slowly revealed, and everyone subconsciously slowed down their breathing, fearing to disturb Aunt May's thoughts. The rain outside was still drizzling, and with the gray sky, it seemed that someone was crying. Aunt May's mouth was burned, and most of her face trembled when she opened and closed it. She couldn't speak naturally like a normal person, causing some of her syllables to be distorted, which sounded particularly uncomfortable on rainy days. Aunt Fong was originally the daughter of a rural farmer. She was extremely poor. One year, Master He went out to do business and accidentally met her selling fish in the mud, and insisted on taking her home as a concubine. When the aunt came in, the He family already had an aunt and someone in the house. I heard that there were two unnamed ones, who were also unclear with the master. Mrs. He was not enthusiastic, but she was not as harsh as we imagined. So we all breathed a sigh of relief. When the aunt came, she only brought a little sister who grew up with her. I bought her on the way here, because my family was so poor that I couldn't even afford to eat. And I was a girl. I sold myself to someone as a maid. But the aunt treated me very well, like her own sister. And that was really a kindness that even my own parents didn't have. When recalling these, Aunt May's eyes unconsciously revealed a tenderness mixed with nostalgia and gratitude. Originally, Auntie thought that it was rare that the mistress was kind and the head of the household was capable. If she could have another child, her life would not be in vain. But unexpectedly, Auntie gradually felt something was wrong. Auntie May's voice suddenly changed. She gritted her teeth, and the scar on her face kept wriggling and twisting in the dim light. Like a ghost. The master is young and likes to go to the concubines' rooms. There are many pregnant women in the He family. Most of the children were born, but the first concubine and the one in the room died after giving birth. They were all chosen by Master He to give birth to a son. They were usually very strong. The doctor's pulse check said they were very good. Why did they die? That would be fine. But they both had the same midwife. It's not that Fang Yin-yang didn't try to struggle, such as changing a midwife. But Mr. He didn't care about the affairs of the harem at all. And she really couldn't hold anything against Madame He. As a concubine, she was just half a servant, to put it bluntly. And the mistress never treated her harshly. So how could she be picky? After saying it so many times, Mr. Yi became angry and scolded her for not knowing what was good for her and disrespecting the mistress. After several failures, Fang Yin-yang finally despaired. She felt that since Madam He could do something to the first two, she would definitely not let her go. So she decided to leave a way out for herself. Aunt May wiped her tears and choked up, saying, the other maid of the aunt is her sister, and she refused to leave no matter what. Besides, the aunt is about to give birth. If everyone she trusts leaves, I'm afraid she won't live long. Yin Jiao sighed. Aunt May and Fang and the other two had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. Although it was miserable, Yin Jiao had to tell the truth. It has been so long since the incident happened. The drug residue and the like cannot be used as strong physical evidence. If the midwife does not cooperate, no one can do anything to Madam He with just a blood letter. The conflict between the main wife and the concubine has a long history, and there are many tragedies of fighting each other. At this time, Aunt May accused the mistress of murdering many concubines. But Madam He could also say that the concubines had ulterior motives and intended to slander the mistress. Aunt May was silent for a long time after hearing this, and said sadly, in fact, I also know that it is difficult. So I didn't dare to say anything all these years. I originally planned to wait until the young master grew up and could be the master of the house. By that time, even if we can't go through the formal channels through the government, at least we can find a way to make the truth known to the world, and make Mrs. He live a life worse than death, so that Aunt Fawn can rest in peace in the afterlife. But I never expected that my young master would be so disappointing. The He family would have such a thing again. If I miss this opportunity, I'm afraid I won't have any hope in this life. Thinking of this, Aunt May couldn't help but sigh again. She seemed to sigh out half a lifetime of forbearance, pain and grief, and the whole person instantly withered and shrunken. And people's hearts were tightened when they heard it. Yin Jiao also sighed. Your face? Aunt May said lightly. Actually, there's nothing to say. I ran away at night. Although my aunt gave me the contract of selling my body, I dared not go to the government office to cancel my slavery. So I had to sell myself everywhere. That year, I was helping people sew quilts in a workshop. In the middle of the night, a fire broke out. Just like that. The pain of burns is definitely one of the most unbearable pains. Although she downplayed it, everyone present shuddered instinctively. Zhang Xing and the midwife listed as a suspect were not in the local area. Kai Wengao had issued an official document and ordered people to search for them without stopping. But if there was any news, it would take a few days. He Ming was repeatedly warned not to disclose what happened in the government office. If He Guang asked, he would just say that someone was gambling secretly. As a result, He Guang became more angry and directly ordered people to beat him up. He was quite brave and stubborn. But when things got to this point, he kept his mouth shut and cried that his father didn't care about family affairs and didn't get close to him. The father and son quarreled. Mrs. He symbolically stopped him, and then went back to her room to chant, as calm as if nothing had happened. The days of waiting were particularly hard, and everyone felt like they were living a year. Fortunately, there was something else to distract them. Mr. Sui, whose name was Sui Peng, came back before the 15th day of the first lunar month. After getting the news, Yin Jiao and Pang Mu went to the Sui family immediately. Mrs. Sui reacted strongly to their arrival. She was terrified and confused. After all, one was a small merchant, and the other was a duke who could call the saint a brother. The two were so different that they would probably never have any connection in their lifetime under normal circumstances. But now the other party took the initiative to come to the door again. What's the matter? Sui Yu, the little girl, was still as lively and bold as ever. When she heard that Yin Jiao was coming, she didn't wait for Mrs. Sui to call her, but ran to the front and peeked behind the big screen, which made Yin Jiao and Pang Mu laugh. Although she wanted to talk to Yin Jiao, she knew that the adults might have something important to do today, so she didn't dare to rush out without thinking. Mrs. Sui was a little embarrassed, and hurriedly smiled and apologized. My daughter is neglected, which really makes the two distinguished guests laugh. My husband is changing clothes, and he will come soon. And he will come soon. Sui Peng was out doing business. After returning to Pingzhou City, his first stop was his own shop. He returned home after arranging some goods handovers and counting accounts. As a result, he had just finished talking to his wife and children, and was taking a bath, when the doorman in front sent a message saying that a distinguished guest was coming. Yin Jiao waved his hand and smiled. No problem. Mrs. Sui smiled shyly, but still couldn't help looking at Pang Mu, her heart pounding. For ordinary people like them, people like Duke Dingwa were no different from the bodhisattvas and gods in mythology. Who could have thought that one day they would suddenly come to them? Even if the other party didn't care. They couldn't. Sui Peng came over quickly, with a damp mist on his body, and his big beard was really eye-catching. People in Dalu are actually very particular. Like this beard, they prefer long and flowing. And they think that the generals, who are in the way, have more stubble. Yin Jiao has been in Dalu for so many years, and has even seen several well-known middle-aged and elderly people oiling their beautiful beards every now and then, such as Xiao Liuan. There are many scholars, literati, and scholars in Jiangnan. Sui Peng's big beard is like the most unique scenery. Sui Peng's beard is black and thick, and it is so fluffy that nothing can be seen on his face except the facial features. Yin Jiao was thinking about how to say it to appear more correct, but heard Pang Mu throw out a thunderbolt. Are there any injuries on your face? The three heads present turned around quickly, and the speed and force made people wonder if they would fall to the ground and roll in the next moment. Yin Jiao's eyes widened, thinking to himself, you are so daring. What if this matter itself is a coincidence that has reached the extreme of misunderstanding? They are like this. Hey, he is a duke. As long as he doesn't kill people casually, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Thinking of this, Yin Jiao, who realized that she had fallen into the so-called circumvention vicious circle again, suddenly relaxed. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. After working in the officialdom for several years, she didn't learn the skill of keeping calm, but was restrained in these details. She really cared too much about Suiyu, the little girl, and was always worried that if things got too awkward, it would affect the little girl's life. But then again, if this was true, Suiyu's peaceful life would definitely be disturbed no matter what method was used. Sui Peng hesitated for a moment and nodded. When I was trying to make a living outside in my early years, I was stabbed by a thief. I was afraid of scaring people, so I grew a beard. But I didn't know that the master had such a sharp eye. Pang Mu shook his head. I'm afraid it's not to make a living, but to flee. Did you pick up anything? As soon as Pang Mu said this, Mrs. Sui shuddered, and the teacup in her hand fell to the ground and shattered. The hot tea splashed on her hands, and she forgot to cry out in pain. Master, why do you say that? She pulled the corners of her mouth awkwardly, her eyes flickering. Yin Jiao looked at her and felt that there was no need to ask anything. Everyone knows about war. It is normal for ordinary people to be displaced and flee everywhere. There is nothing to avoid. If there is nothing to hide, why be so nervous? Besides, Pang Mu's question was unclear, and irrelevant people would only be confused when they heard it. But they... Sui Peng's body was stiff for a moment, but he immediately called the maid forward. Help Madam to apply medicine in the back, and take the young lady back. Master, Madame Sui said in a trembling voice. Her hands supporting the table were shaking, and tears were rolling down uncontrollably. Sui Peng sighed, waved his hands, and said in a tired voice, Go. It's time to blister. Madame Sui staggered, as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. She half leaned on the maid, holding Suiyu's hand tightly, and went to the back. Suiyu looked at her mother's red hands with concern, and then looked back at Yin Jiao blankly, obviously not understanding what happened. When everyone in the hall had left, Sui Peng took a deep breath, then left his seat directly, and knelt in front of Pang Mu and Yin Jiao. May I ask, Sir, who are the parents of that child? People should not fight against officials. Since they have come to his door, it is useless for him to deny it. It is better to be straightforward. But the clothes, and even the swaddling clothes of that child were very exquisite. I think they are not from an ordinary family. Pang Mu looked at him for a long time. Don't worry. They are not royal relatives. Sui Peng breathed a sigh of relief and murmured. That's good. That's good. If they are royal relatives, let alone how they will live in the future. I am afraid it will be difficult for him to see them again in the future. Yin Jiao sighed and lowered his voice when he saw this. Don't worry. They are just ordinary officials. Upright and kind. Praised by the people and saints. Sui Peng seemed to have no strength to maintain his kneeling position. He swayed and sat back on his calves. His eyes were blank, and he hummed like he was sleepwalking for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he finally asked in a dry voice, Forgive me. Forgive me for being so bold. I dare to ask. I dare to ask. How many children does that adult have now? If there are many children, maybe the other party will see that the couple is so dedicated. Maybe. However, Yin Jiao's next words immediately shattered his fantasy. The wife's body was not very good to begin with, and she has been running around with her husband all year round, supervising the war. She ran around 3 days after giving birth, which has already damaged her foundation. She has no children now, and her eyes are almost blinded by crying because of missing her children. Sui Peng's back hunched instantly, and his body trembled violently. After a long time, he nodded slowly, and a few tears rolled down his messy beard. I understand. As parents, how could Yin Jiao and Pang Mu not understand this feeling? The two looked at each other and had already made up their minds. Don't lose your mind, Pang Mu said. Although the child is young, she knows the warmth and coldness of human feelings the most. She has seen and remembered what you and your wife have done over the years. And we understand it too. Sui Peng's body trembled, and he raised his head suddenly. What does the master mean? He was born rough, and had a big beard. He looked wild, but now he was crying. Yin Jiao nodded. They are not ignorant of etiquette. We will also try our best to mediate. Which is more important, giving birth or raising? This question cannot be judged even thousands of years later. But one thing is certain. Sui Peng and his wife saved Sui Yu's life, and raised her wholeheartedly in the past 10 years without expecting anything in return. So there should be a good ending. Chapter 106. Sui Peng could not remember how he sent the distinguished guest away, nor how he got back to the bedroom. He tripped over the low threshold when he entered the door, and the severe pain from his knees on the ground brought him back to his senses. Sui Yu had been forcibly sent back to the room. The candlelight in the main room was bright, and only Mrs. Sui was left crying. Why don't we run away at night? Otherwise, do we really have to send all you away? Isn't it enough to run away for a few years? Sui Peng gritted his teeth and wiped away his tears. It's not easy for my parents, since it was not lost on purpose. Now that the owner has found it, we are flesh and blood, so it should be returned. When Mrs. Sui heard this, she burst into tears. How hard it was back then. We fed a kitten-sized baby with water and blood until she grew up. Their eldest son was killed by the enemy when he was in his teens, and the couple fled with their 6-year-old second son. It was a pity that the child was too young, frightened, and caught in the rain. He had a high fever and died holding his parents' hands. The moment the second son closed his eyes, Sui Peng even thought, what's the point of living? The country was in chaos. The family was gone, and both sons were dead. What's the difference between the two of them and the wandering ghosts in the world? When the enemy attacked again, the couple held hands and ran with the crowd in a daze. Their minds were blank. However, at this moment, the faint cry of a baby in the crowd suddenly pulled them back to the world, risking the danger of being trampled by horse hooves and wheels. The two of them went against the crowd and picked up the crying baby girl in the cradle, and also picked up the will to live again. They have a child again. During the war years, it was a luxury for adults to survive, let alone a baby. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, it was a piece of meat that could be snatched and eaten at any time. The couple drank rainwater, horse urine, and ate rotten food dug out from the ruins, but saved a few water, rice and wild fruits, and cooked them bit by bit to feed the baby girl. This child is also lucky. She has never eaten real milk, meat and eggs, but she survived without any danger. But now, the child's biological parents have come. As parents, Sui Peng and his wife know the pain of losing a child too well. Even though they are reluctant, they have to bear the pain of letting them recognize each other. Mrs. Sui couldn't help crying. Why? What should I do? Poor parents. Rationally, of course, it is understandable. But emotionally, asking her to give up her child suddenly? It hurts more than digging out her heart. Sui Peng patted her on the back and sighed, forcing himself to comfort her. They are kind. It is said that the people should not fight with the officials. If that family insists, they can make their family destroyed in an instant with just a word. And they will never make waves in their lifetime. Can they bear it? Now they are still negotiating. Regardless of the outcome, this attitude is already very valuable. Do you and I not trust the reputation of the Dingwa family? Sui Peng patiently comforted his wife. Besides, they said today that they would help mediate. I heard that Yu's biological parents are also kind and reasonable people. I think. Before he finished speaking, He heard the door creak. Sui, who was supposed to be asleep, pushed the door open by himself. His little face was pale, and he asked in a trembling voice, Dad, Mom, what biological parents? Yin Jiao and Pang Mu returned home and met Liao Wuyan playing chess with Lin Quan, who came to visit. The two told this matter, and everyone sighed. He is a wise man. No wonder he can create this family business on his own. Lin Quan threw the chess piece in his palm a few times. 10 years of love is not something that can be broken overnight. Most people may instinctively deny it. It is hard for that man to be so decisive. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the common people. Don't underestimate them. Liao Wuyan said. When will you tell Yi Qing? Although everyone has been helping to find people, they have never contacted the couple of colleagues. Now that they suddenly have a clue, they naturally have to go around Yi Qing first. Right away. Pang Mu rubbed his hands. It's a good opportunity to mention this matter, and he Ruan's case to His Majesty. And it can also help old Ye's heart to travel hundreds of miles to speed up. Yi Qing did a good job in the local area a few years ago. He was promoted to the Imperial Censorate by the Emperor before the new year. He was very happy to impeach others. It seems that he wants to cultivate a black face. After accumulating some experience in the central government, he will definitely be sent to the local area to be entrusted with important tasks. Okay. Liao Wuyan nodded. Sui Yu's biological father is now a fourth-rank official. He cannot leave his post without an imperial decree. If the news is passed as soon as possible, they can make arrangements in advance. Yin Jiao has been sleepy recently. Hearing this, he yawned and asked Lin Quan, How is the old man recently? Usually, the master and apprentice will teach the children to read. Now it is not the end of the first month of the year, and no one sends children over. So they are idle and have nothing to do. So Lin Quan can come over to play. Lin Quan paused for a moment while throwing and catching the chess piece. He didn't know what he was thinking about. His expression suddenly became complicated and hard to describe. He has been learning to cook recently, and vegetarian dishes. Yin Jiao's eyes lit up and he smiled. Really? This is quite rare. How is the result? Lin Quan touched his chin and was still thinking about what to say when he heard Liao Wuyan say coldly, The two newly bought dogs are almost full. Everyone. If it's delicious, why would the dogs have a turn? Any news about Zhang Xing? After a while of random laughter, Pang Mu asked. Liao Wuyan shook his head. The person has not been found yet. But there are some clues. Just after the Chinese New Year, it was the time when literary gatherings were flourishing everywhere. Many scholars were walking around, either to broaden their horizons, or to communicate and improve themselves, or simply to expand their network of contacts. And the flow of information was very fast. As a young scholar in this area, Zhang Xing was humorous and had always been famous. He had only been to 3 literary gatherings with Lin Quan, but he had heard others mention his name no less than 10 times. It was not difficult to find his whereabouts. Next year is the 3-yearly exam, and Zhang Xing must take a try. Calculating the time, it is time for him to slowly head north. Yin Jiao said, This matter is inseparable from Zhang Xing, and I always feel that he is likely to be a habitual offender. Even if he hasn't killed anyone before, he must have cheated on young girls a lot. In the evening, when playing with Ping'an, the little guy wanted to pull Yin Jiao to jump, but Pang Mu was so scared that he just picked him up. What are you doing? Yin Jiao said with a mixture of laughter and tears. Pang Mu groaned and decided to follow Dr. Feng's advice and keep it secret. This kid has grown taller and stronger recently. If he gets hit, he will hurt for several days. You've been tired enough these days. Stop it. Ping'an blinked, pursed his lips and hummed a few times, rubbing the ground with his toes. Ping'an is very good. He won't hit his mother. Pang Mu stroked his head. Good boy. Both of them are tall. Ping'an is taller than other children of the same age. In the past 2 years, he has been running around with adults. So his body has become stronger, and he is really strong. Yin Jiao squinted at Pang Mu, and suddenly said something shocking. It's not the first time I'm pregnant. I know the severity of the pregnancy. There's no need to be so cautious. Pang Mu exclaimed, opened his mouth, and was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. You? How did you know? Yin Jiao was amused by him, hugged Ping'an and sat on the con, and laughed. That's funny. Do I need others to remind me of any changes in my body? People in her line of work are careful, and can't let go of any clues. Since a month ago, She has been keenly aware of some changes in her body, and has some guesses. Pang Mu scratched his head, and suddenly felt a little discouraged. He sat down next to her, with his head drooped. He couldn't tell whether he was relieved or frustrated. Well, then okay. He thought he was the first to know. Yin Jiao smiled and pinched his cheek. You are good enough. Pang Mu exhaled slowly. Dr. Feng also said that the pulse was a little weak when he took the pulse before, and he was not particularly sure. First, I was afraid of false joy. And second, you are in good health. It would be harmful to start to be nervous so early. He thought about it and asked someone to invite Dr. Feng over. It's been so many days, and now that the conversation has been opened, why not ask him to take the pulse again and tell me what to pay attention to? Yin Jiao nodded. Okay. Ping was confused, and when he heard that it was Dr. Feng, he immediately became nervous. Is Mom sick? Pang Mu smiled and lifted him to his lap. No. Maybe there is good news. What good news? Ping looked up at him. His big upside-down eyes were full of a shadow. Pang Mu rubbed his nose. You will know in a while. Dr. Feng came very quickly, and seeing the happy family of three, his face, which had always been with him, could not help but soften a lot. It's late at night. Thank you for coming. Pang Mu personally poured him tea. Dr. Feng bowed slightly, and seeing him like this, he also smiled. I guess the secret is not kept. Pang Mu laughed. You guessed it right. Dr. Feng warmed his hands on the fire. Seeing Ping staring at him, he felt his pulse first and took out a piece of maltose as a reward. The young prince has been doing very well recently. He can eat and sleep well. Listen, being able to eat and sleep well is a credit. Ping was very happy. He showed off the candy to his parents and was praised, while he was standing aside with his arms around Pang Mu's waist and licking the candy. Dr. Feng held his breath and took Yin Jiao's pulse. His expression was slightly excited. I wonder if any of the close relatives of the Lord and the adults have given birth to twins. Pang Mu shook his head subconsciously. If so, our family would not be so thin. Yin Jiao thought about it and said, my parents separated early and didn't have much contact. But I also vaguely heard that my aunt gave birth to twins twice. Dr. Feng smiled and nodded. That's it. Although it's still early, it's basically certain that it's twins. Congratulations to you too. The couple looked at each other and were overjoyed. Pang Mu was happy but soon started to worry again. Will it be difficult to give birth? He was with Yin Jiao when she gave birth safely. He knew the difficulty of giving birth for women and didn't want to have another one. But since it came, it was God's will. But the risk of twins must have increased exponentially, which made him unconsciously recall the blood and water that were brought out of the delivery room. And he felt terrified. Dr. Feng stroked his beard and smiled. It's okay. It's okay. Having a child is not about age, but about physical fitness. Speaking of which, Lord Yan's physique is better now than before. She just turned 30 this year. Not too early, but not too late. And Lord Yan has always paid attention to maintenance and strengthening his body. So he is in good health. Even those young wives in the inner court, who are only in their teens and 20s, do not have such a good physique. Speaking of this, Yin Jiao was very proud. She knew that the ancient technology and some medical methods were not as good as modern ones. So she paid special attention to fitness training, and followed by Ning to practice martial arts. Now she still has abdominal muscles and vest lines. Physical fitness is indeed much better than before the time travel. Ping was so confused. What happened to mother? Dr. Feng touched his head. The little prince will have a brother or sister. Ping opened his mouth in surprise. Where? Everyone laughed. Pang Mu pointed at Yin Jiao's belly. It's still small. It will come out to play with Ping in half a year. Ping was shocked. And it was obvious that it was very difficult to understand that an adult could have a baby in his belly. Good news can't be hidden at all. Within an hour, all the relatives and friends who should know knew it, and a group of people rushed to congratulate. The old lady was so happy that she only chanted Buddha, saying over and over that Yin Jiao was a great contributor, and she had to go to the ancestral hall to burn incense and pray to God for a smooth delivery in the future. She was very busy. Tu Qing laughed and punched Pang Mu. You are amazing. Pang Mu was so happy that his teeth were not visible. But he did not take credit for himself. He just told the truth. It's all Jijiao's credit. Her elders are used to having twins. They say it's hereditary. Bai Ning sat with Yin Jiao, looking at her belly. She couldn't help but feel a little envious. You are finally catching up. She has been married to Tu Qing for so many years. And now she only has Sierra. Yin Jiao smiled and said, you are much younger than us. And you have a long life ahead of you. I'm afraid that one day you won't be able to sit at the table. Bai Ning was happy and embarrassed. But she accepted the favor. These days, people like to have many children and grandchildren. Not just for themselves, but also for their children to take care of each other in the future. Especially for big families. It is easier to continue with more promising descendants. Lin Quan came breathlessly to give red envelopes, saying that he wanted to be a godfather. And then, he was driven out by everyone. He coaxed people to call him uncle, and then called him godfather. What kind of generation is this? After everyone made a fuss, Pang Mu suddenly remembered something, pulled Dr. Feng aside quietly, and asked in a low voice, can you tell the gender now? Dr. Feng was stunned, and immediately frowned and taught him, it is not easy for a woman to be pregnant for 10 months. And giving birth is also a trip to the gates of hell. The master has always been an open-minded person. Now he has a healthy and intelligent legitimate son. Why is he so pedantic? Pang Mu scolded him so much that he was confused for a long time. It took him a long time to realize that he had misunderstood him. He hurriedly explained, you misunderstood me. Including the one in my belly? I already have 3 children. Based on your experience, can we have a daughter? As he spoke, a rare expression of greed appeared on his face. And he smacked his lips and said, it would be best if it was a boy and a girl. Your Majesty had promised me before that if the son was a prince and the daughter was a princess, it would be just right for me to give the title to the youngest son after 100 years. No one would suffer a loss. And no one would take advantage. After a pause, he murmured with a silly face, of course, it would be best if it was a pair of sisters, both like Jiajiao. Your Majesty would certainly not be stingy to give me another princess. Daughters should be spoiled. Their noble birth and rich wealth will definitely add wings to a tiger. After hearing this, Dr. Feng was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he looked at him with a complicated expression and said, Your Excellency is very thoughtful. It's only been 2 months. And he has even thought about the title. Pang Mu laughed and rubbed his hands modestly. No. No. Dr. Feng was so angry that he laughed. How could I praise you? Giving birth to a boy or a girl is determined by heaven. How can you get whatever you want? If it's a pair of brothers, would you not want them? Pang Mu's mind suddenly appeared the scene of 3 chubby boys making a big fuss together, and then yelling at him for daddy. It would be a lie to say that he was unhappy. But he already had a son. So he couldn't give her a girl? It is said that people's greed is endless. And today he finally realized it. In his early years, he was a bachelor, and he just wanted to live a good life with his mother and brothers. Later, he got married, but he had no children. And he was extremely happy whether it was a son or a daughter. But now that he already had a legitimate son, he was not afraid of having no successor. So he became greedy and wanted to have both a son and a daughter. Chapter 107. On the 3rd day after Pang Mu was squeezed by Dr. Feng, Zhang Xing was arrested. When Jiang Feng led people to the literary meeting according to the clues, Zhang Xing was bathed in the admiring or envious eyes of the people around him. And he was talking freely with a red face. The girl closest to him had a charming face and outstanding dress. She seemed to have been fascinated. The light shining in her pair of affectionate eyes was even brighter than the gem necklace on her neck. A little constable said, A beast in human clothing. It's a good thing we came early. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be another fat fish. Most of the scholars, who were half full, had a bit of pedantic sourness. Originally, they saw Jiang Feng and others taking Zhang Xing away without saying a word and wanted to make a fuss. As a result, Jiang Feng reported Zhang Xing's crime of swindling and seducing women. And the scene immediately exploded with a buzzing sound. The ones who shouted the most ran the fastest. The girl who was about to scratch the little constable's face with her bright red nails instantly turned pale, staggered and fell backwards to the ground. Zhang Xing was quickly taken back to Pingzhou Yamen. And then he refused to admit it, saying, I have talent. Is it my fault that others admire me? When mentioning Ming, Zhang Xing frowned and thought for a long time, then shook his head. I am a dignified scholar. Every day I receive a few invitations. I have to attend banquets every few days. And I have met so many people that I can't remember who is who. As for He Ruan, he completely denied it. and resolutely refused to admit that they had met in private, let alone any physical intimacy. The shopkeeper of Fuyuan Tea House can testify. Pang Mu sneered. You and Yuan shared the same box at least 6 times in the past 20 days. Each time for at least half an hour. How can you say that? Zhang Xing opened his mouth and simply threw the pot into the ground. She worships me and insists on my advice on poetry and writing. I was unwilling at first. But it is rare for a woman like her to have such a heart. The saint said that there is no distinction between the teachings. So I naturally can't refuse. He tried to straighten his chest and raise his chin, looking fair and selfless. Even if someone was called to confront him, he would not be afraid. After all, the bag of medicine would be taken. And even if he said it, it would not be enough. Do you dare to say this to Yuan, who is in the underworld? If you ask Yin Jiao, who is the most disgusting person in his life. Scumbags are definitely at the top of the list. Although they were prepared. Zhang Xing's true despicableness still shocked everyone. Zhang Xing's body stiffened and his face turned pale. What do you mean? He is just an emotional liar who doesn't want to take responsibility. Anyway, those women dare not tell others even if they have lost their innocence. So how can they kill people? Yin Jiao said lightly. She died. 1 body and 2 lives. Blood all over the ground. It's tragic. By the way, your child may not be willing to die without seeing his father. So he climbed out of the coffin on purpose. Before she finished her words, Zhang Xing's throat moved a few times. And then he vomited with a wow. Stop talking. Stop talking. You. Shut up. You are such a bastard. Yin Jiao would not let him have his way. Not only did he not stop, but he got closer, lowered his voice to a high and thin level, and said sinisterly, Do you want to see your child? It's just a small ball. Maybe you look quite similar. After all, you are father and son. Blood is connected. Maybe he will come to see you tonight. Ah! Zhang Xing collapsed quickly, desperately holding his head and shrinking into the corner, shaking like a sieve. Qi Yuan spat heavily from behind. Bah! With such a little bit of cowardice. What kind of scum is he? Pang Mu patted his shoulder as if to comfort him, and then went forward to pull Yin Jiao back, frowning slightly and said, Don't be angry. Or you can go outside to rest first. This is too disgusting. She is still pregnant with 2 children. In terms of the ability to withstand physical nausea, Pang Mu and others are all scum. But Zhang Xing's character is indeed outstanding. If he continues to stay here, Yin Jiao is afraid that he will jump up and beat him up. Okay. Yin Jiao nodded. And just before leaving, he remembered something. By the way, you also heard what Jiang Feng said. I see that he is familiar with the place. So it must not be his first offense. It's better to ask more. What if there are other victims? After all, using deception is addictive. Pang Mu agreed, but still reminded in advance, don't be afraid of saying something unpleasant. If someone died, it would be easier to investigate. If not, I'm afraid the victim and his family will choose to conceal it. Even if we find evidence and confront them, it may not work. When it comes to innocence, there must be very few people willing to come forward to identify. Just like the previous case of Shujio. The victim was a man, but they were repeatedly frustrated when they went to the door to verify. And even one of the families beat them out with a broom. Yin Jiao sighed. If that really happens, there is nothing we can do. We just did everything we could. At least we have a clear conscience. Their worries soon became a reality. Because Jiang Feng ran back sweating and said, the woman who was at the scene with Zhang Xing has been taken back by her family. But as soon as I said I wanted to ask about the details, the family's face changed drastically and drove us out directly. Pang Mu nodded. I know. I'll tell your elders about this matter and see if we can pass a message to the local county magistrate to find a suitable person to keep an eye on him. Or ask him again after a while. If he is really determined not to tell, there is nothing we can do. Jiang Feng took the order and left. When the war was going on, spies were rampant, and Pang Mu dealt with them a lot. Zhang Xing's mouth was obviously not comparable to the iron mouths of spies. After one night, he cried bitterly and confessed everything he could and couldn't confess. Damn it. That guy is really not a human being. Qi Yuan angrily ate his food and cursed. Do you know that he has a wife and children in his hometown? And his daughter is now 5 or 6 years old. What a bastard. Pang Mu raised his hand and slapped him on the back of the head, warning him, keep your mouth clean at the dinner table. Be careful not to teach my daughter bad things. Qi Yuan choked on a grain of rice and started coughing wildly, which made Su Qian feel distressed. She patted his back and handed him water while saying, "You deserve it." Qi Yuan's face turned red from holding it in. After drinking the water, he stretched his neck and cried, "The master is still talking about me. Why doesn't anyone say anything to him? The young princess will keep talking about me in the future." Su Qian stepped on him in anger. "Even if you have food to eat, you can't stop your mouth." Everyone watched the joke and condemned Zhang Xing indignantly, trying to use subtle and sharp words, which was a great test of their knowledge reserves. Binding sighed, "Zhang Xing. That turtle soup. Damn it. It's just pitiful for his wife and children. How can the orphans and widows live? If Zhang Xing's crime is reported back to his hometown, his family will not be able to raise their heads." Everyone was amused by her turtle soup. There was a bowl of turtle soup on the table today, so Tu Qing silently served her a bowl and pushed it over with a smile. "Drink the soup." Everyone laughed again. Binding blushed, raised his hand, and hit him twice. He only did it with Yuan once. But he didn't expect that he would get pregnant after just one time. And he didn't expect that the girl was so bold that she dared to come to his house and force him to get married. Qi Yuan continued, "Although his wife is far away, he is not willing to do it. After thinking about it, he found someone to help him." His eyes accidentally passed over the two innocent faces of Ping'an and Sheer. He was speechless for a moment, and a layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly changed his words and said, "I got some medicine from that place, thinking that it would be a permanent solution. But I didn't expect that the medicine was too strong." Yuan was only 13 years old and was spoiled. How could she bear it? It was bad. Everyone sighed. Tianxia was in the stage of being studious and very diligent. She blinked and asked, "Uncle Qi, where is that place?" Ping'an, who was chewing a chicken leg, looked up quickly and moved his greasy mouth to learn to speak. "Where?" Qi Yuan blushed and couldn't figure out what was going on. Xiaolu and the others lowered their heads and laughed like they were having an epilepsy. Yin Jiao handed over the towel and told Ping'an to wipe his mouth himself. He then said to Sheer seriously, "This is something that only adults know. It's very profound." Sheer immediately stood up in awe and nodded vigorously. "I understand." Tu Qing looked at him with a wooden face, thinking, "You don't understand anything." After fooling the child, Antian looked at her son kindly as he wiped his face with the standard hair washing posture, and asked, "Does this matter have anything to do with Yiming's servant? Are there other people involved?" Pang Mu couldn't bear to see her fighting so hard, so he stared at her and drank half a bowl of hot chicken soup before saying, "It is indeed as we speculated. Zhang Xing didn't dare to do it himself, so he secretly bribed Yiming's servant. After all, Yuan is the daughter of the He family. Ordinary servants are not allowed to approach her or touch her things. However, it is different for He Xiaoya's servant. There are so many people fawning on her. It is normal for her to go to the kitchen to check the fire and order food and drink. There are too many opportunities." Yin Qiao thought for a while and shook her head. "It still doesn't make sense." She adjusted her sitting position and picked out a piece of ribs to cut the meat. "You think He Guang is so face-conscious that he must have strictly guarded the matter of making medicine for his daughter. Even if Yiming's servant wanted to get close, it would not be easy. In addition, Yuan must have been in great pain when she was killed. She would have screamed out of instinct. But why didn't anyone hear it? Xiao Chuier and Xiao Hong said that it was Madame's order to put Yuan under house arrest and not allow anyone to approach the courtyard. But we all saw it at the time. How big is the entire courtyard of the He family? It was quiet in the middle of the night. How could we not hear the heart-wrenching screams?" Although she didn't say it clearly, the adults present understood. "Madam He, maybe she is really not clean." "I have a question." A Miao, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised her hand. Yin Jiao nodded. "Go ahead." A Miao pursed her lips, her expression very serious. "Does Mr. Yi know about it himself? I mean, all his concubines have died in the past few years. Didn't he really have any doubts? And about his daughter's matter, if Madam He played a role in it, then what about Mr. He? Does he really know nothing?" There was a sudden silence at the table, with only the sound of two children gnawing on meat bones. After a long time, Xiaolu screamed and looked at a Miao with wide eyes. "Little girl, your idea is very dangerous." A Miao snorted and poked the edge of the bowl sullenly. Anyway, few men are good. The men present felt like they were shot in the chest. Chapter 108. The biggest disadvantage of inconvenient transportation is that information transmission is extremely slow. When the news of the capture of the midwife and Yi Qing's reply arrived one after another, it was already the end of the first month of the lunar year. The current officials are probably most keen on dismantling the predecessor's platform. Cai Wengao has obviously linked the capture of the midwife with his political achievements. He is more active than anyone else. He doesn't need Yin Jiao and Pang Mu to urge him at all. He has been urging and supervising day and night. He wishes he could use the magic of shrinking the earth into an inch on the spot and directly bring the person over. Yin Jiao found it funny, but he was relieved. He and Pang Mu temporarily focused on discussing Sui Yu's matter. Yi Qing's reply was written with great emotion, and his excitement jumped out of the paper. The ink was messy in several places. It was obvious that he was very excited when writing the letter and couldn't calm down for a long time. He and Sui Yu's biological father, Hu Bing, were both Juren in the same year. They met at a literary meeting after the autumn examination that year and hit it off. Then, they quickly became close friends, participated in the joint examination together, and became Jinshi in the same class. After several years in the Hanlin Academy, Yi Qing and Hu Bing went to different places to take up posts. Although they were both in the bitter cold northwest, fortunately, they were not far apart, and they could frequently exchange letters. The loss of Hu Bing and his wife's daughter was not only a concern for them, but also a huge stone on Yi Qing's chest. Over the years, he has asked people to find connections to help him find out. After so many years, they actually had the worst plan in their hearts, and the only thing left was obsession and luck. But who could have thought that one day this obsession and luck would actually come true? Pang Mu couldn't help but sigh. It's really a coincidence. If he and Yin Jiao hadn't investigated the Gao family's treason case, he wouldn't have been able to get acquainted with Yi Qing, and if he hadn't had this relationship with Yi Qing, even if they heard about each other's existence at the post station last year, they might not have met. And Yi Qing would have been even less likely to entrust them to help find the child. And if there hadn't been this commission? Even if Sui Yu was alive and kicking and took the initiative to show them the birthmark and collar, no one would have thought that there would be such a tortuous and bizarre story behind it. Really. Yin Jiao was also sighing. If any link is missing, there will be no family reunion in the future. Hu Bing and his wife were so happy after hearing the news. Hu Bing himself is still working in the Ministry of Rights, in charge of the handover of neighboring countries. He is a bit like a modern foreign ministry official. His position is sensitive and important, so it is not easy for him to move around. I heard that he has already asked for leave from the emperor, but I don't know if he has received a reply. But Mrs. Hu couldn't hold back her excitement. If it weren't for her poor eyesight and her family's concern for her to go alone, she would have set off for Pingzhou by now. Pang Mu sighed with emotion, and then heard Yin Jiao ask, should we help them find a house in advance? Looking at the Sui family, Sui Yu can't go with Hu Bing for a while. Maybe they will stay in Pingzhou for a while. And we can't always ask them to live in the post station. First, I came here for personal reasons, so it is inconvenient to stay at the post station for a long time. Second, since it is a family reunion, we must have some home atmosphere. Right? Pang Mu slapped his thigh. You are still thoughtful. Let's ask someone to do it tomorrow. The first month of the year has passed, and the weather is gradually getting warmer. Some impatient flowers have quietly bloomed outside, yellow and red in the tender grass. The tender petals are as thin as cicada wings, trembling slightly in the spring breeze with a little chill, delicate but tough, which makes people feel better unconsciously. Spring is coming, and all the suffering will eventually pass. After all, there is no need to be too particular about escorting prisoners. Just leave a breath to drag them over. So it is expected that the midwife will arrive early. She was a woman in her 50s. Surnamedly, her face was blue and red from the wind, and her hair was messy like a chicken coop. When she knelt down and trembled, everyone saw 2 golden teeth in her mouth. It is said that a thief is guilty, and Li Pozi must have suffered a lot of torture along the way. When the gavel sounded, everyone even saw a look of relief on her face. My lord, please understand. It was Madame He who forced me to do it. Please understand. Cai Wengao, who had been excited for days, was waiting for this opportunity to avenge his previous shame. He slammed the table fiercely, and his extraordinary momentum became the straw that broke the camel's back. Soon, Li Pozi confessed everything. Mrs. Li cried and complained, actually, I didn't want to take this job that would hurt my virtue. Besides, who would be willing to work in our line of work if we were to hear about someone's death? Wouldn't that just ruin my job? Kai Wen-gao sneered. What's the point of saying this now? Mrs. Li raised her hand and slapped herself hard, then confessed with a swollen face, I am guilty, but not punishable by death. Madam, he gave me too much money. My husband abducted another woman and ran away. He gave birth to a son who was lazy and ate too much. He died of gambling debts in his early years. I am left alone. Isn't the only thing I can hope for? Besides, I just followed what Madam he said. I was a little late in delivering the baby, and a little too much. As long as I take good care of myself. At most, I can't have another baby and become a sickly person. I really didn't kill anyone. Kai Wen-gao said angrily. I think you are talking nonsense. If you are not guilty, why are you running away? Now that the evidence is conclusive, you still want to quibble? My lord. My lord. Mrs. Li regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She knelt on the ground, grunting and knelt forward and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, I really didn't kill anyone. I ran away because 2 people died in a row. My reputation has been ruined. I can't get a job here. It's better to find a way to make a living somewhere else. Kai Wen-gao immediately said aggressively, It's easy to say. I want to ask you. There are so many midwives in Pingzhou City. Why doesn't she go to someone else? She must have something on you. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other instinctively. Not to mention, they really didn't consider this possibility. This Kai Wen-gao is really good at it. He has a bit of a posture of plucking feathers from passing geese. It's clear that he wants to squeeze out all the available clues. I don't know if Kai Wen-gao is really experienced in this area, or if he is just hitting the jujube randomly, but he hit it right with one stroke. That woman Li was really scared. After holding it in for a long time, she stammered and confessed that she had helped married women commit adultery with outsiders and defrauded money under the pretext of helping people enter the house to protect the fetus. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world. I don't know where Mrs. He heard that Li Posey could not fight against her. In addition, the wealth and prosperity were dazzling. So she agreed reluctantly. After getting the desired result, Kai Wen-gao was satisfied and asked her to explain the details of those dirty things. Then he said, Come on. Take her away temporarily, and go to the He family to arrest her immediately. Yin Jiao saw that others were having a hearty and refreshing experience when trying the case, and couldn't help but complain to Pang Mu in a low voice. Have you noticed that Kai Wen-gao seems to be particularly good at this kind of private and dirty things, and is also particularly interested in it? Pang Mu laughed. I think he is more interested in getting promoted and making money than this. The more unjust, false and wrong cases found during the previous official's term of office, the more it proves his ability, and the greater his achievements will be. Yin Jiao smiled and shook his head. Okay. No matter what the motivation is, it's not a bad thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Kai Wen-gao, with a red face, came up happily and asked respectfully, My lord, Lord Yin, do you have anything else you want to tell me? Pang Mu looked at him with a complicated expression and waved his hand. No. You did a good job. I have been in Pingzhou for so long, but this is the first time I have seen this guy so happy from the bottom of his heart. Hearing him say this, Kai Wen-gao felt that his bones were lighter, and he felt more and more that he would be promoted in the future. It was indeed his negligence in the case of He won that day. But didn't he make up for it later? Now, not only did he make up for the loss in time, but he also relied on his keen insight and vigorous style to uncover several old cases one after another. How sharp he is! The flaws do not outweigh the merits. The flaws do not outweigh the merits. Mrs. He came soon, with a blank expression on her face and a slightly nervous He Guang behind her. I don't know why the adults suddenly summoned me. Kai Wen-gao, who was in an excited period, did not need to rest at all. After bowing to Pang Mu and Yin Jiao, he immediately returned to the desk in 2 steps, put on a standard majestic face, and instantly entered the state of trial. Mrs. He refused to admit the accusation of murdering her husband's concubine. And later when she faced Li Posey, whom she had not seen for many years, her usually calm face finally cracked a little. She really didn't expect that after so many years, someone could still find Li Posey. It must be Xiaomei. Mrs. He shook her sleeves lightly. It turned out that I was careless. I didn't expect that bitch Fong was so decisive and capable. Normal people will instinctively gather together when facing danger, especially since Aunt Fong is an outsider and there are only two people she can trust. So Mrs. He, who has succeeded several times, can't help but neglect to guard against it. However, unexpectedly, Aunt Fong is really willing to take risks. Seeing that she admitted it, He Guang's face changed drastically, and he said angrily, "You vicious woman." Mrs. He suddenly sneered, raised her eyes, and looked at him calmly, and said faintly, "Aren't you the most vicious, master?" It really proves that there is no man without poison. He Guang suddenly threw his sleeves and bowed to Kai Wagao, saying, "Sir, it's all my fault that I was busy with business and neglected to discipline her, which led to the recent fire. Now I will divorce her, and ask the clan leader to expel her from the He family ancestral hall." For a while, there was a dead silence in the hall, and even a snobbish person like Kai Wagao was speechless for a moment. He Guang. Kai Wagao stood up with his hands behind his back, and after pacing twice in place, he sighed, "I really misjudged you. You are so cruel." He Guang said anxiously, "Sir, this vicious woman is so mad. How can we indulge her? I am killing my relatives for the sake of justice." "Sir, should I write a plaque for you?" Kai Wagao shouted. He Guang was stunned, and suddenly felt that he could not see the mood of this father and mother official who had always been trying to please him. He tried to be modest. "Well, that's not necessary." Kai Wagao pointed at him and shook his head, saying meaningfully, You have some shame." He Guang blushed, and was about to speak, but saw Kai Wagao said again, "Don't you think about who you are today thanks to? It is said that a wife who has shared the hardships of life will not be divorced. Let alone your wife. When you were down and out in your early years, she didn't despise you. Right? When the late emperor was alive, he often said that he did not hate relatives protecting each other. Why? Because once a person can abandon even the relatives who live with him day and night. Is he still a person? Will the court dare to use him? She is guilty. But you are not completely innocent. To put it bluntly, if she had chosen someone else to marry, there wouldn't have been a tragedy today." Yin Jia was startled, turned his head, and whispered to Pang Mu, "I didn't expect he could say such a thing." Then Xiao Wu suddenly added in a low voice from behind, "Kai Wagao is famous for being good to his wife. He always tells her in advance when he goes out for social events, and never stays out overnight. He always goes home to sleep, no matter how late it is. By the way, he has only one wife and one concubine in his backyard. His wife took the initiative to help him take in the concubine, which is rare in the officialdom." Yin Jiao and Su Qian let out a low wow, causing Kai Wagao and He Guang to turn their heads. You guys continue." Yin Jiao waved his hands awkwardly. Su Qian stared at the back of Kai Wango's head with a new look, and sighed for a long time. No wonder he can be the governor. He really has some merits. Pang Mu sighed. "Can you trust and have confidence in His Majesty?" The few people went off topic while talking, until Madam He accidentally kowtowed to Kai Wagao, and then seemed to be completely disheartened, turned around and sneered at He Guang before finally coming back to his senses. "Don't call yourself a saint, Madam," he sneered. "You begged me to marry you back then, and now you don't treat others as fools. You were just a bastard from a branch of Hejia village back then. What kind of person were you? If I hadn't been blinded and deceived by your sweet words, and used my mother's money to subsidize you, you would still be fishing in the ditch today." He Guang's face turned the color of liver, and he was trembling and about to curse. But Mrs. He interrupted him. "You don't have a new house for marriage. I don't mind. I secretly gave you money and told you to tell others that it was earned by yourself and use it to build a house. You don't have the capital to do business. I gave you my dowry to supplement you. You don't have a way to sell goods. Is it me? Or I asked my family to help you?" Her indifferent eyes seemed to be able to shoot a knife at any time, and her slightly raised chin was also full of sarcasm. "I don't want anything in this life. All I want is your undivided love. But what about you? You agreed readily before the marriage. But what happened?" Everyone, including Kai Wagao, looked at He Guang with contempt. There are many sons-in-law who live off their wives, but it is rare to see someone so shameless. He Guang's face turned pale and blue, and he looked at Madam He as if he was looking at an enemy. How could he have any friendship? "Shut up." "What? Are you scared? Are you afraid of losing face?" Mrs. He sneered. "This is the lobby. Can you still stop me? I have a lot to say." "Shut up. Come home with me." As he said that, He Guang was about to pull her up. But Kai Wagao hadn't heard enough. So how could he let him succeed? With a look, several Yamen runners, who were already filled with righteous indignation, rushed over quickly and dragged He Guang aside. You bastard! You dare to roar in court in front of me! Kai Wagao shouted. Great! It would be best to let the He family collapse directly, and then all the family property will be taken over by the government. As soon as he thought of it, he suddenly felt as if the back of his head was burning hot. He turned his head subconsciously, and saw Pang Mu's eyes were surprisingly sharp. As if all his selfish thoughts could not be hidden. Kai Wingao's heart jumped, and cold sweat came down in his palms. He turned back and sat upright, secretly admonishing himself to hold back. Wealth and wealth are dazzling, but the premise is that you have to live to spend it. Mrs. He on the other end had already said the exciting part. You always say that having no offspring is the greatest. But I just gave birth to a daughter. And you can't hold back? Calling a concubine on the left and a roommate on the right. If I say anything, you will be unhappy. Saying that everyone outside is like this. And that outsiders have been mocking your He family for having no descendants. He Guang. Have you given up your conscience? Do you still remember the vows you made? Mrs. He scolded, looking at He Guang with an indescribably complicated look. It's not that she can't have children, but her husband doesn't cooperate at all. Can she raise a son out of thin air? He Guang opened his mouth, feeling a little ashamed, but still said stubbornly, if you don't like it, why didn't you say it at the beginning? Now you have done such a cruel thing as murdering someone. Do I have to continue to marry a murderer? Su Qian couldn't help it any longer, and cursed, are you still a human being? What do you mean by keeping silent? Didn't you make the oath yourself? If you are still a human being, you should keep it. You are the only one who goes back on your word and puts the blame on others. He looks honest. So why doesn't he do anything? It seems that the saying that appearance is determined by the heart is not entirely true. He Guang, who was touched by the pain, couldn't help but get angry. You are a little girl. What do you know? Mrs. He suddenly said, by the way, they died? Aren't you the happiest one? Chapter 109. Those who are good at swimming often drown in it. Which means that people often fail in the things they are most proud of. He Guang has always been very proud of himself. He dared not even fart when his beloved daughter died. But now his wife has exposed his true colors in front of the most powerful people in Pingzhou City. You never slept with me after I gave birth. I thought it was considerate. But the truth came out after drinking. That day, you were drunk and said that women who have given birth are as loose as flour bags and are not women. Mrs. He said this with a calm face. If it weren't for the despair and hatred in her eyes, Yin Jia would almost think that she was just a bystander. But such humiliating words seemed more suitable for enemies. Even for bystanders. They felt like a steel needle piercing their hearts. He Guang trembled all over like a convulsion, and instinctively rushed over to fight Madame He. However, the Yamen runners around him were always watching him covetously. As soon as he moved, they swarmed over and pressed him to the ground. Buys bitch. Don't talk nonsense. He Guang struggled desperately. His face turned purple and red, and spitting far away. My lord, don't listen to her slander. Kai Wingao's expression at this moment was more like he was full of food, and his face was faintly green. He is a man, but he is also a man who loves his wife. He really cannot accept He Guang's argument. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu, who were listening, were already dumbfounded. They didn't know how to describe this couple who were very fierce and cruel in every sense. If they had known this, why did they do it in the first place? It takes 100 years to sleep together. But now they are fighting to the death. Why bother? The next half hour was almost the escalation of mutual harm and verbal battles between He Guang and his wife. If you just listen, it is hard to believe that this is really a couple who were once close. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe that someone could maintain a superficial calm for more than 10 years while harboring such deep hatred. He Guang had 4 children who grew up successfully, and only the eldest daughter was born to Mrs. He. And was the only one she treated sincerely. She specially selected a husband's family thousands of miles away for her daughter. The son-in-law was kind and gentle, and the in-laws were simple and not difficult to get along with. The most important thing was that her daughter was marrying down, and the dowry was rich. She was surrounded by a fierce and capable confidant. Even if she could not return to her parents' home for the rest of her life, she would be happy for the rest of her life. Among the other 3, He Ruan was dead. He Ming was abandoned, And the second daughter, who was already married, was announced by Bai in front of everyone. That son-in-law was also carefully selected by her. He liked to torture people in bed. He Ruan's death was indeed related to her. It can even be said that without Bai's secret help, He Ming's servant would not have succeeded at all. For many years after marriage, He Guang was in charge of the outside affairs, and any disturbance in the He family could not escape Bai's eyes. So the servant went to the kitchen to spy on the first time, which was unusual. She did not stop it, but asked someone to increase the amount of He Ruan's tranquilizing soup, and sent away the people who served in He Ruan's yard. An excessive amount of tranquilizing soup would produce an effect similar to anesthesia and sedation. He Ruan, who took the abortion pill that night, bled continuously, although in pain. He could hardly move because of the excessive tranquilizing soup, and the weak cry of pain could not be transmitted to the remote servant's room at all, not to mention He Guang. Even Yin Jiao and Pang Mu, who were well informed, were stunned. Bai Shi obviously had antisocial personality tendencies. From the beginning of torturing each other with He Guang, to later killing concubines, to now assisting outsiders to torture and kill concubines, her behavior was escalating step by step. The most terrifying thing is that she can endure, has a mind, and has money. If the case of He Ruan had not been covered up, Bai Shi's crimes would never stop. Yin Jiao wanted to sigh to the sky. You have such planning and endurance. What can't you do? He Guang, who learned the truth, went crazy. His eyes were bloodshot, and his broken voice kept spewing out all kinds of extremely vicious curses. But Bai didn't care at all. She even laughed and said, You like women so much, but it's a pity that you will never have children or grandchildren again. Ha ha ha. The He family has indeed not had a newborn for more than 10 years. Everyone felt a chill running up their spines, and their heads were freezing. Kai Wigao had never encountered such a crazy case in his life. His face was so excited that oil was coming out. So without waiting for Pang Mu to speak, he actively invited the most famous local doctor to take He Guang's pulse. The doctor also knew He Guang's reputation. He was shocked when he took his pulse. After hesitating for a while, he said tactfully, Mr. He already has a son now, so it's not a problem. He is not doing well. Judging from his pulse, he has been doing well for several years. It seems that he has been oversupplemented. But then again, has no one discovered it before? Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other and thought that the Bai family was too cruel. It is true that He Guang has a son, but his future is ruined both physically and mentally. In order to be responsible to the local people and to get to the bottom of the case, Kai Wigao strongly requested the doctor to go to the He family again to check the pulse of He Guang's only son, He Ming. He Guang, the only person who had reason to object, had been hit by the cruel truth and his soul had left his body. He was slumped on the ground like mud, and lost the best opportunity to stop it. So a moment later, he had to face another cruelty. The father and son were in agreement that they would never be fathers again. The only difference was that He Guang had at least experienced. Yin Jiao thought she was well informed. She had traveled to so many places over the years, and had heard countless strange stories from ancient and modern times. But Bai's feat was definitely unforgettable. Why bother? She sighed as she looked at the bright yellow winter jasmine outside. Not long after He was born, Bai discovered her husband's true identity. In fact, she could have withdrawn in time and stopped the loss in time. But she didn't. She chose the most ruthless and tragic way to deal with it. Die together. Love breeds hate, Pang Mu said calmly. She really loved He Guang so much that she was unwilling to give up. So she decided to perish together with him. The Pingzhou area was quite tolerant of women's divorce and remarriage, especially since Bai had a generous dowry and a wealthy family. It shouldn't be too difficult for her to find another good man to marry. But she just didn't want to. Yin Jiao had to admit that Pang Mu's statement was the most in line with the character's personality. But he couldn't help but sigh. Why bother? For such a heartless man. So many lives were lost one after another. Is it worth it? Emotions are really. Those people died too resentfully. The He family's case was completely concluded in early February. Mrs. He Bai was sentenced to immediate execution. And the midwife and the book boy who was captured were also executed in the autumn. Zhang Xing, as a Juren, broke the law knowingly. He had a family but deliberately seduced girls in the boudoir. Later, he abandoned many people and drugged them, resulting in 2 deaths. The impact was extremely bad. He was stripped of his official title and demoted to a commoner. He was sentenced to exile 800 miles and 20 years in prison. Not only that, his mentor and the examiner were also punished, and his immediate family members would not be able to pass the imperial examination smoothly. Not only that, because he explained the origin of the drugs, the fireworks venues in Pingzhou and several surrounding cities also had a major cleanup, and countless banned drugs and stolen money were seized, and many unexpected illegal transactions were eradicated. And He Guang, the initiator of all this, is sad, lamentable and hateful. Everything started because of him. But he is the most innocent one. But he was crazy. It might not be accurate to say he was crazy. But he was indeed not normal. He seemed to have aged 20 years overnight. His hair turned white. He was confused. He could not remember many things. And sometimes he could not recognize people. After Dr. Feng diagnosed the case himself, he discussed it with Yin Jiao, and they both agreed that He Guang had shut himself off after suffering an unprecedented blow, and forcibly removed all memories after He Ruan's death. He insisted that the He family was still the peaceful and prosperous He family where he had the final say. His wife obeyed him, and his young daughter and son were growing up healthily and happily. Tell my wife that it's time to start a family for them. When He Guang was sober, he would always say these two sentences over and over again. Outsiders said he deserved it, but they felt sorry for the most innocent He Ming. The young and cowardly boy disappeared, replaced by a taciturn big boy. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Mrs. He died. He Guang went crazy, and the shops under the name of the He family closed down one after another. The shopkeepers ran away with the money and sold at a loss. There were few people willing to stay and share the hardships. Even the legendary diligent housekeeper pried open the warehouse at night, stole several sets of gold and silver utensils, and then forced the young master to say that this was his reward for many years, and then returned to his hometown overnight. He Guang was forced to take on the burden of the family in advance, barely cleaned up the mess, sold the property in just a few days, dismissed the servants, and then disappeared with the crazy He Guang on a rainy night. The once famous He family completely disappeared in Pingzhou City. The people discussed it crazily for half a month. But in the end, because the protagonists were gone and there was no continuous freshness, they gradually forgot about it, and everything seemed to return to calm. Just like the crisscrossing river surface, no matter how turbulent it is in the wind and rain, once the sun comes out, everything disappears. Whether sadness or joy is only for one's family, outsiders are just spectators after all. The drizzle in early March is a little more gentle and sweet than in winter. The fine raindrops quietly moisturize the green grass and the red flowers, dyeing their colors more intensely, or falling directly into the river, splashing circles of ripples on the tranquil water surface. Several northern-built carriages broke through the gauze-like rain curtain and quietly appeared in Pingzhou City. Sui Yu's biological parents are here. I don't know if it's because they are so thin, or because of excessive thinking in the past few months. The cheeks of Hu Bing and Mrs. Hu are obviously sunken, and their eyes are full of bloodshot. And the four groups of black and blue below are exactly the same. Civil servants, who have served in border cities, often have a rare, comfortable, and generous temperament of ordinary civil servants. Yi Qing is like this, and so is Hu Bing. His beard, which should be beautiful, looks like it has not been carefully taken care of for a long time. His lips are also cracked and peeling, and there are several huge blisters hanging at the corners of his mouth, which is not very beautiful. Mrs. Hu's eyesight was not very good. She could only see clearly when someone was about an arm's length away from her. She had to be supported by a maid when she went in and out. Even so, she was the first to stumble out of the car and enter the door. She shook off her husband, who wanted to come over to support her, and knelt down in front of Yin Jiao with tears in her eyes. Yin Jiao jumped up the moment she knelt down, and then led people to support her. As a result, before she could help her up, Hu Bing knelt down again. I will never forget your great kindness. Please don't refuse my mere kneeling. Yin Jiao subconsciously looked at Pang Mu, who patted her hand and shook his head. In their opinion, this matter was just a piece of cake, but in the opinion of Hu Bing and his wife, the grace of family reunion was like rebirth. If they refused blindly, they would never get over this hurdle in their lives. Hu Bing and his wife bowed solemnly, and only realized when they sat down later that Yin Jiao's slightly bulging belly was even more grateful. Madam, you are pregnant and still work so hard for me and my wife. It's really... Alas. Don't say that, Yin Jiao said hurriedly. I didn't know it at that time. Besides, I also like Ah Yu. Ah Yu? Mrs. Hu wiped her face and asked in the direction of Yin Jiao in great urgency. Is she called on you now? The two rows of seats facing each other were only 3 steps apart. But Mrs. Hu could only see her general outline. Yin Jiao's heart ached. And he softened his voice and said, yes. The owner who adopted her was surnamed Sui. And the full name was Sui Yu. Because I was afraid of other hidden secrets, I didn't dare to use the nickname on the longevity lock. After confronting the Sui family, Yin Jiao talked to Sui Yu several times. Although I don't know how the Sui couple told her. The little girl really refused to accept it at the beginning, and gradually evolved into looking forward to it now. Just the day before yesterday, she even asked awkwardly with a little uneasiness, anxiety and expectation, me. She really couldn't suddenly call another pair of strangers as parents. What kind of people are they? How magical it is. She already has the best parents in the world. But now, someone suddenly told her that she has another pair of parents who have been looking for her for 10 years. Sui Yu was shocked, excited, uneasy, and nervous. But she was not afraid or escaping. No one could do better than Sui Peng and his wife. The little girl is very good, lively, cheerful, and sensible. Yin Jiao tried to recall Sui Yu's words and deeds, and said in detail, I am more certain after seeing you today. She must be your daughter. The power of blood is really magical. Even though the family of 3 has not seen each other for 10 years. Even Yin Jiao can't tell which of Sui Yu's facial features are like Hu Bing and his wife. But just by looking at it, everyone will know. This is a family. Too similar. There is no actual sense that any part is exactly the same. But Sui Yu does look like a combination of Hu Bing and his wife. It is said that men don't shed tears easily. But Hu Bing was in tears just like his wife at this moment. He cried and laughed as Yin Jiao told his story. How could he be a decent minister to the emperor? Pang Mu had little chance to get a word in. So he simply stopped talking and urged people to invite the Sui couple and Sui Yu. In such an important situation, another major turning point in life, it would be better for the adoptive parents to accompany him. Master, the Sui family is here. Should we let them come over now? Before the person who reported the conversation finished, Hu Bing stood up first. He has always been a very patient person. But now, he pushed the chair back suddenly, making a heavy and harsh sound on the ground. Swish. Even the teacup on the table was swept down by his wide robe sleeves, soaking half of his body with tea. And the teacup fell to the ground and shattered. In his 40 years, he had never lost his composure like this. Master. Mrs. Hu fumbled to stand up, and Hu Bing habitually reached out his hand. The couple held each other's arms tightly and leaned against each other, their bodies cold and shivering. Homesickness, the obsession for many years, was like a surging black tide, which had drowned them in countless sleepless nights and suffocated them. They had imagined countless times in their dreams what it would be like if they could really find their beloved daughter one day, what they would say, and what they would do. One of them was a famous scholar, and the other was an outstanding woman. They were good at writing poetry and songs, and could even write a poem in 5 steps. But now, they were just ordinary parents in the world, trembling all over, with dry throats, but unable to say even the simplest words. This was the scene Sui Yu saw. She was sure that she had never seen the middle-aged couple since she could remember. But she felt that they were extremely familiar. The embrace that was no longer generous to her a few feet away was so familiar. The smell that she had never smelled a few feet away was so familiar. Even the sound that she had not heard yet. The smell on their bodies. The little girl's brain, which had been frantically agitated for a month, turned into a dead silence at this moment. She stood there in a daze. Her usual lively and clever spirit disappeared without a trace, and she stared at the couple silently. It seemed that there was a ball of cotton in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. After a long time, Hu Bing took his wife and staggered forward, tears streaming down his face. He, who was known for his talent, opened his mouth for a long time, trembled for a long time, and only uttered a few trembling words. Anya, my son. Mrs. Hu was shocked all over and could no longer support herself. She leaned on her husband and walked forward crookedly, crying loudly as she walked. Anya! Anya! With a bang, a flash of lightning suddenly exploded in Sui Yu's blank mind, shattering those dark and old chains of confinement. It was like many hot and boring afternoons in the past, when countless cicadas tore through all obstacles and screamed at the top of their lungs. The cool breeze before the heavy rain suddenly blew up, and the fragments that should have been sealed were suddenly swept into the air, surging and rolling. It seemed that countless unfamiliar pictures were madly passing by, and it seemed that countless high and low sounds were echoing in the ears, and then in the mind. Anya. Anya. Look! Our little Anya. The chaotic pictures and fragmented sounds merged into a torrent, whistling toward Sueyu, leaving her no way to avoid it. Sueyu instinctively took a step forward and was about to speak, but she instinctively looked back at her adoptive parents and murmured, I seem to remember them. She was still so young at the time, but she just remembered the crazy crying crowd around her when she fell from the car, as well as the raging war and out-of-control soldiers in the distance. Everything that should have been forgotten turned into a storm that rolled in, violently filling her body and mind, making her tremble all over. Chapter 110. The main text ends. The three members of Hu Bing's family hugged each other and cried bitterly. Sui Peng and his wife also wiped their tears, and the people watching were also distressed. Yin Jiao tugged at Pang Mu's clothes, pointed out, and the two went out quietly. Even after leaving the courtyard, there were still faint cries from behind. Qi Yuan and Su Qian, who were guarding outside, looked inside and asked in unison, "What's wrong?" Yin Jiao smiled and joked, "You two have a tacit understanding." Su Qian blushed and snorted, but Qi Yuan, on the contrary, puffed out his chest with a proud look. The spring equinox is approaching, and the weather is getting warmer day by day. The grass and trees in the yard are growing wildly. Now the wind blows, and the green waves spread out layer by layer, and the sound of rustling can be heard. Pang Mu's right arm was weakly protecting Yin Jiao's waist when he helped her to open the drooping grapevines. He also picked an unknown flower and handed it to her. "Your Majesty has granted him 3 months of leave. But even if he travels day and night on the official road, he will have to deduct about 40 days for the round trip. Mrs. Hu is not in good health, and there is a limit to how fast she can travel." Behind them, Qi Yuan and Su Qian were playing silently while walking, poking me and slapping you, and pulling petals and scattering them everywhere. But there was really no movement. Yin Jiao sniffed the small flower on his fingertips and found it fragrant, so he handed it back. "Put it in my hair for me. I just don't know what Lord Hu and the others are planning. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Are you going to stay here for a month and then leave?" She felt unwilling, but if you want to take her away, she felt it was unfair to Sui Peng and the others. "You have done enough." Pang Mu skillfully put the flowers in her hair. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Neither family is stupid. There is always a way. Let's wait and see what happens." "That's right." Yin Jiao also smiled and looked back at Qi Yuan. "I just heard vaguely that there was a letter from the palace. Is there any news from the Queen Mother?" The two people behind were also making a big fuss. When Yin Jiao turned around, Su Qian was tiptoeing to tear Qi Yuan's cheek. Several people were stunned, and then Qi Yuan and Su Qian stood still embarrassedly. "Your ears are almost catching up with Lao Tuesday." Pang Mu winked at Qi Yuan, signaling him to take Su Qian to play in front, and then shook his head and laughed at Yin Jiao. "It's no wonder you made so many albums for the Queen Mother. When she heard that you were pregnant, she was very happy. She specially prepared a lot of things and asked someone to send them." At this point, he suddenly kept it a secret. "Guess who sent them?" Yin Jiao was stunned, and then overjoyed. "Eunuch Wang? Oh my Lord Yin, I miss you so much." As soon as the voice fell, a person came out from the curtain in the reception room in front. It was Eunuch Wang, who had not been seen for a long time. He wore a light bamboo green robe, a gauze yuanbao hat, a white face and no beard. He naturally carried the noble air stained in the palace. At first glance, he was more dignified than those officials outside. Yin Jiao had thought before that if he was born in an ordinary family, he would surely have made a great career, but fate plays tricks on him. "It's really you." Yin Jiao couldn't help but speed up her pace and almost ran behind. Eunuch Wang was the first person from Beijing she met. It was rare that they got along very well. When she saw him, the people and things in Beijing appeared in front of her, as if it was yesterday. Very lively, and there was a kind of touching nostalgia. As a result, Eunuch Wang was frightened and his face turned pale. He jumped down the steps in a panic to meet her, shouting out of tune, "Don't run! Don't run! Slow down, Aunt!" "Thank God." Yin Jiao and Pang Mu laughed. "I'm very strong. It's almost 4 months. Dr. Feng said it's very good. I can ride a horse a little bit in a while. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it. But when he said this, Eunuch Wang's legs went weak. No. No. Can't we just take a sedan chair or a car? We are not of such status. Let's not take that risk. He stayed in the harem all year round. And every now and then he would hear that a concubine had a miscarriage. Even when he left the palace and went home, he would hear a lot of news about miscarriages and premature deaths of high-ranking officials. Therefore, in Eunuch Wang's view, it was a huge risk for women to give birth. And it was never too careful. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu laughed even harder. Okay, I'll listen to you and not ride a horse. Eunuch Wang breathed a sigh of relief. And then he came to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. You guys are teasing me. Don't do that next time. I can't stand the long journey. As they spoke, the three of them laughed together. Why did they ask you to come all the way here? Yin Jiao asked someone to serve tea, and said in a very happy tone, Hey, it's not like I haven't been here before. What's the point? I feel more comfortable coming out. Eunuch Wang shook his robe and went to drink tea again. After all, it's still His Majesty who is worried about you too. The old lady, and the young prince. He scraped the tea stems, moistened his throat a little, and said with a beaming face, Originally, His Majesty often talked to me, saying that you guys have been out for long enough. Haven't you relaxed enough? It's time to go back to Beijing to take a look. The Queen Mother also said yes. And she was wondering how tall, short, fat and thin the young prince is now. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu were a little embarrassed. Don't say it. They really don't want to leave. Eunuch Wang pointed at them with his finger and smiled. Who would have thought that I would suddenly receive good news the other day? His Majesty and the Queen Mother were happy, saying that this was God's will, and they had no choice but to send me along because they were worried. The couple stood up and bowed to the north. We must personally go to the palace to thank you in the future. There's no rush. Eunuch Wang waved his hand. By the way, the Queen Mother was afraid that you were unfamiliar with the place and had no way to get started. So she was very worried and asked me to ask. Yin Jiao was a little touched. The Queen Mother took the trouble. He suddenly asked, Could it be that she helped us find someone? Eunuch Wang was stunned. Then he laughed. You are so lazy. How could others intervene in such matters? He paused and whispered, In fact, the Queen Mother really had this plan at the beginning. But after thinking about it, she let it go. As the saying goes, one dare not refuse a gift from an elder, let alone the Queen Mother. If Eunuch Wang really brought someone, it would be difficult for Yin Jiao and others to refuse for both public and private reasons. But people from the palace are not simple. Even if they trust the Queen Mother, there may be others who will make moves. If something really happens in the future, wouldn't it ruin everyone's years of life and death relationship? Pang Mu and Yin Jiao looked at each other and sighed. It had been a long time since they had met, so naturally they had a lot to talk about. Yin Jiao asked about the situation of Xiao Liyuan, Pei Yizhao and others. After knowing that the former was still as vigorous and resolute as before, and the latter's eyes had recovered and he had started investigating the case again, she felt much more relieved. By the way, there is something important that I almost forgot to tell you. When Wang Gonglong finished his third cup of tea, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said, On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, an old man in the city passed away. Before he died, he specially invited Fan Yuanshou to come and said in front of the whole family that he wanted to keep his body for dissection. What? Yin Jiao was really surprised. She really didn't expect that. In addition to the case of intestinal abscess, there were still people who had the courage to make such a will. Wang Gonglong said, This matter also alarmed His Majesty and the Queen Mother, and His Majesty personally wrote a line of epitaph for him. The old man was originally the humorist of the previous emperor, and later he got a terminal illness. All doctors said that there was no cure, and he could only live on for another 5 years at most. But unexpectedly, last year was only the 3rd year, and the old man's physical condition suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse, and he almost died several times in the middle. The saint specially assigned Fan Yuanshou of the Imperial Hospital to take people to see him, and everyone advised the family to prepare for the funeral. Later, Fan Yuanshou and several imperial doctors studied it and said that he had a tumor in his abdomen, which occupied the position of his internal organs. If he could give it a try and remove the tumor, there might be a glimmer of hope. At that time, everyone had dissected many corpses and was very familiar with the human body structure. But but except for a few cases of intestinal abscesses, they had basically no experience in actual surgery. The condition was serious, the patient was old, and the risks were unpredictable, so no one dared to make a decision. After all, the patient himself had the strongest desire to survive. After listening to the old man, he thought about it for a long time and nodded. Go ahead. If it works, maybe I can hug my great-grandson. It's going to die anyway. A few days earlier or later doesn't make any difference. He was really tired of either being in excruciating pain or lying on the Kong like a useless person. When he was young, the old man was a man of courage. After making the decision, he signed a life and death statement on the spot and asked his family to sign and fingerprint. After settling down, he seemed to understand the matter, and his spirits became better. And he also had an appetite for the first time in a long time. Didn't it succeed? Pang Mu couldn't help asking. Eunuch Wang nodded, then shook his head. It should be said that it was successful. I heard that more than 10 pounds of tumor were removed, and the patient lived for more than 7 months. It was not until the new year that he passed away with a great-grandson in his arms. This incident further proved the role of daily anatomical practice in curing diseases and saving lives. And with such a respected old man taking the lead in donating his body, the effect was remarkable. Pang Mu squeezed Yin Jiao's hand hard. It's time for your hard work to reap the rewards. Yin Jiao sighed with mixed feelings. It's admirable and lamentable. When I return to Beijing in the future, I must personally burn incense for this old man. His righteous act may have opened a door to a new era for everyone, which is of great significance. The child snatching incident that everyone was worried about did not happen. Hu Bing and his wife and Sui Pong and their wife quickly reached an agreement after referring to Sui Yu's own wishes. In the future, the two families will take turns to take the child to celebrate the new year. And the child will follow whoever he wants to follow. And neither family will force him. However, the Sui family meant that they could let Sui Yu stay in the Hu family for more time in the next 1 or 2 years. Ayu has been with us for 10 years, which is already a gift from God. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Mrs. Sui said gratefully. Poor Mrs. Hu's eyes have been damaged because of her longing for her children. I have also asked the doctor, who said that Mrs. Hu's body has improved a lot these days after her worries were gone. And the treatment is very effective. It would be better to ask Ayu to accompany her more. If her eyes can really be cured, it would be a good thing. As a mother, even though she was reluctant at first, she softened her heart when she saw Mrs. Hu so miserable, and sympathized with her. Mrs. Hu's eyes were originally caused by this incident. Although she has been receiving treatment, the effect is not as good as her own wear and tear because of her depression. In Yin Jiao's own understanding, it is like Mrs. Hu herself is the eternal abnormal problem in mathematics, the outlet and the inlet. In the past, the outlet was much larger than the inlet. So no matter how hard she tried to treat it, her health could only get worse and worse. But now that the mental illness is gone, the spirit is lifted. Mrs. Hu has a desire to survive, which is equivalent to blocking the outlet. As long as you take it slowly. Are you afraid that there will be a day when it cannot be cured? It is hard for you to understand the righteousness. Yin Jiao praised. Mrs. Sui rubbed her hands a little embarrassedly, and said a little awkwardly, In fact, this woman is not completely without selfishness. Oh! Yin Jiao found it rare. Mrs. Sui drank a sip of tea with a little embarrassment. Now that Ayu is getting older, it is inevitable to plan for her life. But this woman and my husband are just merchants in the state capital, and their abilities are limited. But Lord Hu and his men are different. They are big figures from the capital, with talent and ability. If they can take Ayu to see around. In the future, she couldn't continue. But Yin Jiao had completely understood her painstaking efforts. Since ancient times, the difference between officials and businessmen is like heaven and earth. If the Hu family hadn't come, it would have been fine. For ordinary people, the Sui family's family background is also rich. But now it's different. Sui Yu has become a lady of an official family. Her noble birth and status are within reach. These are not simply compensated and replaced by money. She could have had more choices, and should have had better. After hearing this, Yin Jiao was silent for a long time. Really? It's hard for you. Mrs. Sui smiled quickly, with a gentle look in her eyes. As parents, we always have to think more about our children. What's more, she seemed to want to comfort herself, and hurriedly added, My family is a merchant, and we have businesses outside. If I miss my child, I can go there anytime. Unlike Lord Hu and his men, they have the Emperor's order and cannot move at will. In the end, we are the ones who have the advantage. Yin Jiao listened to her quietly. This is really a simple and kind woman. She once raised the child for others without any reward, and regarded it as her own child. But she could resolutely give it up at this time just for the sake of the overall situation. Similarly, Hu Bing and his wife are also admirable enough, because they can do what ordinary people cannot do in the face of blood and flesh. Tolerate and endure, and did not choose to forcibly deprive them with the existing power, but retreated to the second best, with a mentality of gratitude in return, and generously shared their daughter with the benefactor. In the face of such instinctive emotions, no one can judge who has made greater sacrifices and who is greater. Yin Jiao can only say that they are all the kindest people. Mother! Mother! Ping An's cheerful voice interrupted Yin Jiao's meditation. Xiao Jin personally pushed the door open for him, and smiled and reminded, the threshold is high. The prince should run slowly. Madame Sui stood up in fear and trepidation, and saluted the chubby child. I greet the prince. She has lived so long, and she has never seen many big figures. But now, it seems that anyone who does not have a few titles is not worthy of appearing in this house. The prince holding the little wooden bird stood firm, recalled it first, and then waved to Madame Sui, saying in a baby voice, forget it. Now he is quite skilled in doing this reaction. Yin Jiao smiled and stretched out his hand to signal him to come over. What's wrong? Ping An took her arm and walked out. Eat. It's time to eat. Madame Sui hurriedly said, it's all my fault that I got carried away and forgot the time. Yin Jiao waved his hand. It's okay. I am willing to talk to you, and I will come again when I have time. Madame Sui was about to leave, but someone came in to report. Miss Hu is here, saying that Master Hu is having a banquet today, and came to take you home for dinner. Now Sui Yu has officially recognized her ancestry. But in order to express their gratitude to the Sui family, the Hu family deliberately retained her name and changed her full name to Hu Yu. Yin Jiao said with a smile, why is she pretending to be a good girl, now that she is at the door? Why doesn't she come in to talk? And loves to make fun of people. Speaking of the devil, Hu Yu came in from outside with her skirt lifted up. She bowed politely at first, and then said with a smile, I haven't grown tall yet, so my legs are naturally shorter, and I can't walk fast. Isn't that why I'm here? Everyone laughed. Now that she has a relationship with the Hu family, she can get along with Yin Jiao and others more easily. Yin Jiao saw that she was wearing a bright red-waisted long skirt, which made her face look even more rosy. He was very happy and pretended to be angry and said, you came to my door and said you wanted to treat us, but you didn't invite us. Hu Yu covered her mouth and laughed, and said seriously, I was going to invite them, but Uncle Pang just said that we should invite my parents, father and mother, to eat together today, and have a good chat, and then invite you. And together. Both sides are relatives, but there should be a distinction in the names. She continued to call Sui Peng and his wife father and mother, and Hu Bing and his wife father and mother, which was more in line with the habits of officials. The few people talked for a while, and Hu Yu said goodbye to Mrs. Sui. Yin Jiao personally sent them to the door, and watched the mother and daughter leave with their arms around each other, and talking and laughing all the way. And his face unconsciously smiled. What are you looking at? So happy? Pang Mu came from the other side of the road and looked in the direction of her sight. He smiled and said, we will have daughters in the future, so we don't have to envy others. Yin Jiao laughed and tried to provoke him. What if it's 2 sons? Pang Mu's face was bitter, and he said with difficulty, all right. Okay. Okay. More people and more fun. Better than nothing. Yin Jiao smiled and poked his forehead. Look at you. Why are you standing at the door in the middle of the day? It turned out that Lin Quan and Liao Wuyan came one after another, and the old couple Zhong Wei walked in front. Nothing. Looking at them, Yin Jiao suddenly felt that his life was complete, and satisfaction surged in his heart. Go in quickly. The weather is warm, and it's not good to keep the meat for a long time. Today, we have agreed to have a dinner together. With so many people, it is natural to eat hot pot to make it more lively. Spicy soup. Lin Quan held a small bunch of vegetables in his hand and asked earnestly. I don't know who had blisters all over his mouth the other day, and said he would never eat meat again while drinking herbal tea. Liao Wuyan made fun of him with a smile. Lin Kuan's face suddenly turned bitter, and he bowed to him miserably. Who doesn't have a greedy time? Old Man Jones suddenly said. Don't scare him all the time. Liao Yin choked and was about to speak, but he saw that his master's wife had already said, everyone keep an eye on him, and don't let him eat meat today. So the one who choked was Zhong Wei. Everyone laughed out loud and walked along the corridor. They saw Tu Qing carrying Shear from the backyard. Bai Ning was nagging as he walked, and he complained that the father and son kicked the quilt in the middle of the night. Madame Yu was watching a meow and the guards tossing the hot pot platter, and a group of children were pushing and shoving each other, laughing together. Qi Yuan and Su Qian were crazy again for some reason, and they had to pull Song Liang to do tricks. The latter seemed to be ready to cry at any time. Dr. Feng closed his eyes and stroked his beard to smell the smell, and said seriously how many kinds of medicinal materials were in the hot pot soup. Who knew that the next moment, Eunuch Wang took out a sachet with a strange expression, and the medicinal materials inside were all the same. Yin Jiao touched his lower abdomen and greeted everyone with a smile. He was satisfied but vaguely regretful, and always felt that there were a few people missing. At this moment, the doorman suddenly ran in holding a thick stack of letters. Master, Lord Yin, Lord Wei Lanwei, Mr. Ren and others have written to me. Yin Jiao was startled, as if he saw the fragment that made him feel lost slowly emerging. And slowly, it became a complete puzzle with a group of people in front of him. The water is boiling. Come quickly. It's time to put the meat in. A meow saw that everyone was still laughing and making noises, and couldn't help but shouting with both laughter and anger. Come! Everyone responded in unison, and then ran over. Beside the huge round table, everyone had a sincere smile on their faces. The gentle spring breeze blew. The branches and leaves rustled, and the warm sunlight penetrated the branches and sprinkled evenly on everyone. Everyone picked up their favorite ingredients through the misty hot air, talked about the most ordinary family matters, and laughed and played because of the most subtle episodes. This is the most simple happiness, and they feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 111 Extra. The trip to Pingzhou, which was originally planned to be a short stay, unexpectedly became a long stay. Fortunately, the house had been bought, and Pang Mu also took the time to carry out comprehensive renovations in batches, which was quite comfortable. Then everyone was surprised to find that Duke Dinghua, who never believed in gods and Buddhas, began to cram at the last minute. The first person to notice was Qi Yuan, the head of the guards. That day Pang Mu was going out, and Qi Yuan habitually wanted to follow him, but he was ordered to stay at home. There must be something wrong with things that are contrary to common sense. And Uncle Qi obviously likes to catch monsters the most, so he openly disobeyed orders. Pang Mu, who grew up in the military camp, has an almost instinctive and amazing intuition for tracking and anti-tracking. Even Qi Yuan, who is also outstanding, has a hard time not being discovered by him. The latter was aroused by his competitive spirit, and used his unique skills to jump up and down along the way, sometimes climbing up a tree, sometimes jumping into the river, and sometimes hanging upside down under the bridge. He tracked Duke Dinghua with great difficulty. Pang Mu seemed a little absent-minded, so Qi Yuan followed him out of the city without any danger and entered the temple. Everyone has been in Pingzhou for a few months, but because it was cold, they didn't go out of the city much. Qi Yuan really didn't know that there was a temple here that looked inconspicuous, but was extremely popular. The most bizarre thing was that more than 90% of the people coming in and out were women. As soon as Qi Yuan approached, countless women looked over, their eyes full of mixed expressions such as surprise, envy, and sympathy. He was a veteran and fearless man, but he was frightened by the look. His face was burning. He turned around and ran away, muttering, "Look at the birds. I didn't go into the wrong bathhouse." Then again, the Duke was really good. He was not affected at all and walked in without looking around. The tall Pang Mu exuded a strong masculine aura, and was particularly conspicuous among the various female relatives. Qi Yuan didn't need to bother to follow him. He could see the Duke Dinghua, who was suddenly 2 heads taller than him even from a distance of dozens of feet. Qi Yuan said with emotion, "You are worthy of being the Duke." However, the Duke didn't come back for a long time. He squatted on the tree and waited for a long time, but no one came out. He simply stopped a woman who came out with a basket and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, what is ahead?" The old lady looked at him in surprise and blurted out, "You don't know?" Qi Yuan was puzzled by the question. I must know? The old lady sighed a few times, looked him up and down, shook her head and sighed, and then said in a low voice, You are so young and look so vigorous. How can you not do it? You can't judge a person by appearance. Although Qi Yuan didn't quite understand what she was saying, he instinctively felt that it was not a good thing, and hurriedly explained loudly, Why not? I can do it. I can do anything. No. You misunderstood. I'm looking for someone. Really looking for someone. The old lady looked at him with a look of whatever you say is what it is, and said patiently, That's the temple of the goddess. You're looking for someone at the goddess temple? Are you kidding me? Where? Qi Yuan was confused. What temple did she say? Goddess temple. The old lady looked at him with sympathy. A handsome and strong young man. Not only can't do it, but he's also deaf? Whose wife is so unlucky? The place where Guanyin is worshipped for children. The old lady suddenly raised her voice and explained with pen and picture. People who can't give birth to a son in the surrounding area come here. It's very effective. Probably because she felt sorry for this young stranger. The old lady opened her bamboo basket and took out a yellow talisman paper with ghostly talismans written on it. This talisman. Go back and worship it. Burn 3 sticks of incense a day. And I guarantee that there will be a message within 3 months. Seeing Qi Yuan staring at the yellow talisman in her hand, the old lady quickly took it back and said with a vigilant face, This will only work if you go there in person. It's useless for you to steal it from me. Qi Yuan, after coming to his senses, Mr. Qi wanted to cry, but had no tears. I didn't want to steal it. No. Why would I steal it? Auntie, you really misunderstood me. No. Please don't leave. Who knew that it would be better if he didn't shout? Once he shouted, the old lady walked faster. And finally she ran directly, and disappeared at the end of the path in the blink of an eye. Qi Yuan stared blankly at the rolling green grass in the distance. His heart was like 1,000 horses galloping, and he didn't know how to describe it. Ha ha ha. When he was in a mess in the wind, a burst of wild laughter suddenly broke out on the roadside, and the sound sounded familiar. What a joke. Qi Yuan broke a branch with a dark face, and threw it out with the method of shooting hidden weapons. The next moment, Xiao Si and Xiao Lu jumped out, holding their buttocks, because Yin Jiao was in her period recently and rarely went out. The guards began to work in 2 shifts. Today was the day when Xiao Si and Xiao Lu were resting. Xiao Lu came over with a wink and said, Brothers are all idle. But I didn't expect you to be so successful that you want to run out and rob. Before he finished speaking, Qi Yuan had already kicked him and cursed with a dark face, If you have the guts, just say it. Xiao Lu cried out and rushed forward. If it weren't for Xiao Si's quick eyes and hands, he would have fallen on the ground with his buttocks facing the sky. Seeing that he was angry, Xiao Si patted Xiao Lu's back with a smile, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Why are you here? Qi Yuan quickly adjusted his mood. Xiao Si coughed dryly. We saw you sneaking out of the house, thinking that there was some ulterior motive, and we happened to have nothing to do. So, Xiao Lu interrupted, Then why are you here? Qi Yuan scratched his head and said seriously, I saw the master sneaking out of the house, thinking that there was some ulterior motive, and we happened to have nothing to do. So, the 3 of them stopped talking and looked at each other, their expressions gradually becoming obscene. The wind that swept across the ground had already brought a hint of summer heat, making people unconsciously manic. Qi Yuan touched his chin and said meaningfully, The Lord's behavior is worth exploring. How interesting. Lady Yin is pregnant with twins at home. Why are you running here to ask for a son? Xiao Si and Xiao Lu both nodded. Why don't we go in and take a look? Waiting in vain is not their style. Qi Yuan rubbed his hands and said in embarrassment, It's not good. Right? What if I bump into the Buddha? Having said that, his body still honestly took a big step towards the Nyang temple. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 of them had perfectly hidden on the roof of the main hall of the Nyang temple, and then held their breath and pried open a tile. Can you see it? Xiao Si gestured. Xiao Lu silently raised a thumb, and Qi Yuan and Xiao Si quickly stretched their necks to look. Perhaps it was because there were few male guests in the Nyang temple, or perhaps it was because Pang Mu's aura was not like that of an ordinary person. Anyway, the host of the Nyang temple came out to greet him personally and guided him to do a series of complicated movements. Pang Mu did not dare to neglect it, and he did all of them with a stiff upper scalp, and a layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Little did they know that Chi Yuan and the other two on the roof were also sweating profusely. But they were just trying to hold back their laughter. Because of the perspective, they could clearly see that the highly worshipped Nyang Nyang was holding a chubby baby in her arms. And that baby had a little chicken exposed. Xiaoxi was trying to hold back his laughter like he was having an epilepsy. He wiped his tears and whispered to his comrades, "I hope that the Lord will not be so angry as to set fire to the house after he finds out the truth." Below, Pang Mu has reached the last step. He has always only kneeled before the heaven, earth, the emperor, parents and teachers. He bowed down solemnly and recited a piece of nonsense that he had just learned. Then he heard the host next to him say with relief, "Come. I will say out loud what you wish for. The Bodhisattva will definitely make it come true after hearing it." Pang Mu was very happy and said in a deep voice, "Thank you." Chi Yuan and others on the roof were almost dying. The next moment, Pang Mu and the host said loudly at the same time, "Please ask the Bodhisattva to give me/him a daughter/son." The scene suddenly became dead silent, as if everything was forced to stop, with only the thin summer breeze outside making the leaves rustle non-stop, as if it came from the horizon. The silent embarrassment spread quickly, filling every corner of the hall, and was incredibly contagious. Chi Yuan, Xiaoxi, and Xiao Lu pinched each other and began to roll silently on the roof. After a long and dull silence, Pang Mu and the host slowly looked at each other, obviously surprised by the slogan shouted by the other party. "I want a daughter." It was obvious that Duke Ninggua's patience had reached its limit and could collapse at any time. Pang Mu stood up suddenly with a dark face, and the deep shadow in the hall shrouded the host, making him look as weak and powerless as a chicken. He took a deep breath, pinched his brows hard, and tried to stay calm. "A few days ago, someone told me that this is the most effective place for the goddess of childbirth." The host opened his mouth and said innocently, "Yes, childbirth." The veins on Pang Mu's forehead were all bulging. A daughter is not his own child. Who said that you can only pray for a son? Who shouted that every wish will be granted? It was not until now that he realized that the so-called guanyin of childbirth refers to sending a son, not the child he imagined. This son is not that son. If I wanted a son, why would I come here like a thief? Isn't the one who is jumping around at home? The host thought that it was really rare to see such a wonderful person in 800 years. Others would ask for a son even if they had 8 or 10 daughters. But you? His face turned blue and red, and he tried to communicate for the sake of the generous incense money. "How about? Do it again?" "Bullshit." Ding Wugong's only feudal superstitious activity in his life quickly declared bankruptcy. And then, under the stunned gaze of the host, he swept out of the Nyang Nyang temple like a gust of wind. "Sir, the Duke is back in anger," Su Qian reported in time. Inside, Yin Jiao and Bai Ning were pulling the two children to learn words and recite poems. They were stunned when they heard this. "What's going on? In broad daylight. Who provoked him? Go and ask." Just as Su Qian was about to leave, Song Liang came in and scratched his head in confusion, saying, "I don't know why. The Duke suddenly wanted to challenge Lord Qi, the 4th master, and the 6th master to a duel. And they were all shouting and screaming. Yin Jiao, it doesn't sound like a serious duel. The day Yin Jiao was born couldn't be said to be bad. It was the autumnal equinox. And although the autumn tiger was still powerful, it was already cooler in the morning and evening. Pang Mu was sweating from anxiety and fear, and was circling in the yard like a donkey pulling a mill. The old lady was dizzy and said several times, but it didn't work. She simply walked into the delivery room to accompany her daughter-in-law. The yard was full of people, and Zhong Wei and his wife also came. They were helpless to see him like this. Liao Wuyan gave Chi Yuan and the others a look, and a group of people rushed forward and forced him to sit down. "Have you thought of a name?" Pang Mu immediately forgot to struggle and nodded. "I have thought of it." He paused and murmured, "I just don't know if it can be used." Liao Wuyan laughed and continued to lead him to talk. "What about the nickname?" Pang Mu blurted out. "Wealthy and auspicious." Everyone, the three of Liao Wuyan's master and apprentice, finally couldn't help it, and rolled their eyes at the same master, which was very spectacular. Although families like ours pay attention to humble names to make them easier to raise. It's just talk. And it's okay to ask for a simple and easy-to-speak name. Wealthy and auspicious. It doesn't have to be like that. Lingquan whispered to Liao Wuyan in surprise, "Brother, he actually has a wife?" Liao Wuyan slammed the table in anger. pressed Pang Mu's head and told him to think again. Seeing that everyone was against it, Pang Mu lost his temper and racked his brains to think about it. But he still couldn't sit still, and ran to the window of the delivery room after thinking for a while. Jia Jiao, how is Taiping? When Yin Jiao heard it, she almost choked. Get out. Her first reaction was Princess Taiping, who died tragically in the end, and that bastard obviously forgot that the current fourth prince's nickname is Taiping. There is no way. Raising children in the royal family is even more difficult, and the competition for such names is very fierce. Their Ping'an was almost snatched away that year, but fortunately he was born early. A group of men came together to come up with random ideas, but in the end it was the father Pang Mu who caught the Gordian knot. Okay, the son will be named Ning, and the daughters will be named Min Yi and Min Hui. The meaning of a Ning is needless to say. It is to pray for peace and tranquility. That is a son. A blatant prayer. On the other hand, the daughter, who has not yet been born, said, Hey, look at my daughter. She is smart, beautiful and extraordinary. Everyone. Okay, you are the father. Someone suddenly said. What if it is two sons? Before the voice fell, more than a dozen heads turned to the side. And Song Liang, the instigator who was being watched fiercely, froze on the spot, stuttering helplessly, I. People in the folks believe that the more sons the better. But he just slipped up for a moment. He was really talking about something irrelevant. Pang Mu immediately laughed twice, clenched his fists, and took 2 steps forward, grabbed his collar by the back of his neck and dragged him out. Come on. I have nothing to do. Let me see how much you have improved. Song Liang. Weak, helpless and pitiful. From beginning to end, Dr. Feng was smiling and silent beside him. Qi Yuan pulled Su Qian to whisper. Did you see that old man? He is so mean. In fact, he had already known whether the boy or girl was born, but he refused to tell her, saying that it would be better to keep it as a surprise. Su Qian exclaimed. I think the master has been going crazy recently. In fact, according to them, boys and girls are all good. Anyway, the character of the master and the adults is obvious. So why worry about it growing up crooked? Qi Yuan clicked his tongue a few times. You don't understand. Pang Mu has been hanging around in the military camp with the old general since he can remember. Everywhere he looks, he sees sweaty big men. He is really fed up. Outside the martial arts field, when Pang Pei Lian was pulling Song Liang to the 20th round, Xiao Jin suddenly stumbled out and shouted breathlessly, It's born! It's born! Pang Mu was stunned and quickly left Song Liang and ran back. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard a loud baby cry. A woman showed her head and saw Pang Mu's expectant eyes. She shuddered and said hesitantly, This fruit comes first and then blooms. Oh! Everyone understood. It was the young master. Liao Wuyan rarely sympathized with Pang Mu. The son is fine. Pang Mu looked at him dimly. You have both sons and daughters. Liao Wuyan shook the fan and said with a little complacency, Hey! Lucky. Pang Mu wanted to go into the inner room to see Yin Jiao's condition, but was pushed out by a group of women who disliked him for being a big mess. He had no choice but to go to see the second son, whose full name was Pang Gui and nickname was Ning. It was a small ball, red, wrinkled and soft. To be honest, it looked ugly when crying with a toothless mouth, and it was hard to tell who it looked like. But the moment he held it in his arms, Pang Mu suddenly felt a surge of silent emotion. This is his son, the flesh and blood of him and his lover. Brother. Ping'an wants to see your brother. Seeing that he was just in a trance, Ping'an couldn't wait any longer and grabbed his clothes and jumped. Pang Mu quickly moved the swaddling clothes over. Brother. Ping'an looked at it for a long time and said the truth with a sad face. It's so ugly. Everyone outside the house laughed. The old lady touched his head. It will be fine in 2 days. Look at this eyebrow. It's exactly the same as Jijia's. Pang Mu followed her line of sight for a long time. Mom, you can't tell this. The old lady glared at him hard and used a clever force to grab the child. Get out. Pang Mu. What about my son? The old lady handed her grandson to the nurse to take care of him and pinched him unhappily. You can't see anything. Not as good as your father. Pang Mu was full of grievances and had nowhere to complain. He thought to himself that you said it yourself when you gave birth to us brothers. My father was still thousands of miles away. How is he better than me? Just when he was feeling depressed, he heard Yin Jiao yelling a few times inside, which scared him so much that he jumped up from the chair and jumped high. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? The old lady's ears were buzzing with his shouting. I said you're in the way? But you don't believe it. It's not you who gave birth. What's the point of shouting your throat out? Don't move. Don't move. Forget it. Ping'an. Come here. Ping'an ran over and looked up at her. Grandma? The old lady touched his little face lovingly and earnestly warned, watch your father, and don't let him cause trouble. Ping'an pushed his little chest up and nodded heavily. Hey! Not long after the old lady went in, laughter suddenly came out, followed by the second baby crying. That bastard boy. Forget it. Let him go set off firecrackers. Pang Mu's head buzzed, and he was completely dumbfounded. Set off firecrackers? Set off what firecrackers? After a while, a group of maids and women came in and out several times, replaced the clean quilts, and then smiled and invited Pang Mu in. Pang Mu suddenly came back to his senses and suddenly felt a little nervous. He took a deep breath, subconsciously took his eldest son's hand, and walked in hand. Ping'an whispered, Dad, your palms are sweating. Pang Mu swallowed his saliva and said honestly, frightened. Yin Jiao was already very tired, but he still tried to support him until he came in, and only said, you must be happy. I will sleep first. Then he fell asleep. Happy? The sudden joy came like a storm. Pang Mu looked at the second swaddling clothes, and asked in disbelief, Daughter? Daughter? The old lady smiled and nodded. Yes, the petition for the title of princess that you have prepared for several months will finally come in handy. Pang Mu was so happy that he kept repeating, I have a daughter. As the only daughter of Duke Dinghua, Princess Dinghui Pangla was doted on by everyone. And the Pang family also created a precedent of having a duke, a prince, and a princess in one family. It can be said that the emperor's grace was great. Children from happy families are often more confident, lively, and cheerful, which is well reflected in Panglo. She is sweet-mouthed, perceptive, and braver than many boys of the same age. Pang Mu was indulgent, and as long as she didn't cause trouble, she would be very proud even if she climbed a tree or a house, saying my daughter is great. She has the style of my father in the past. For example, when she was 5 years old, she dared to instigate her brother to steal horses. The 8-year-old Ding'an County Prince Pang Yin was a bit like his uncle Liao Wuyin. But now, he couldn't be serious when he saw his sister's expectant face. You are still young. What can you do if you steal? Wait 2 years. The Prince of Dinghua nodded and turned to comfort his sister. In 2 years. The little girl pouted, twisted her fingers and hummed, I heard that when you were 2 years old, your father took you to ride a horse. She counted her fingers carefully, and her big eyes that looked like her mother were full of accusations. I am 5 years old. More than twice. It's time to ride a horse. So the Prince of Dinghua also followed and broke his fingers, and immediately changed his words. It's time to ride a horse. The brother and sister were born only half an hour apart, but their personalities are completely different. Panglo is unbridled and often does some daring things, while the younger brother Pangui is very much like his younger brother, a good guy, and does whatever his brother and sister say. Ping'an looked at the little faces of his brother and sister, and was so angry that he laughed. He simply pulled one up with one hand and educated them earnestly. I am with my father. You can talk to him later, and he will definitely agree. Minnie hummed twice, a little proud and a little frustrated, lowered his head, and rubbed the ground with his short legs. But I want to ride a horse by myself. After a pause, he said, my brothers all ride horses by themselves. Ping'an was stunned for a moment, and instantly understood his sister's abnormality, and his heart suddenly softened. 3 days ago, he had his own pony, and officially began to learn horse riding and archery. He smiled, and like his parents usually do, he gently kissed his sister's heart. Be good. You can do it in 2 years. Minnie is a child who is easily satisfied. A little bit of happiness can make her fly. So the smile on the corner of her lips can't be suppressed. The little prince saw it, and couldn't help jumping up and down, pulling his brother's arm and anxiously saying, I want it too. I want it too. So Ping'an also followed the same method and hit him on the head, making a loud sound. And Ning covered her head and laughed foolishly. Ping'an was angry and amused. He smoothed his soft hair and tried to educate him. We are brothers. We must take care of our sisters and not do anything dangerous. The young prince smiled and nodded. Take care of my sister. Ping was speechless. It seemed that he remembered this sentence. Forget it. Let's talk about it when he grows up. Even if he wants to take care of such a small thing, he is powerless. Hey, he, the eldest brother, has to control the overall situation. Thinking of this, the Prince of Dingen, who had just celebrated his 8th birthday, proudly raised his young chest, and a strong emotion called responsibility flowed through his body. A chuckle suddenly came from not far away, and Ping became alert instantly. Who? A middle-aged man in a royal blue robe with gold lines came out from behind the flowers, looked at the way he took care of his younger brother and sister, and smiled again. Our Ping is becoming more and more like an elder brother. Ping was about to speak, but many had already run over with a smile. Uncle Emperor, he said, and wanted to bow again. The saint shouted a lot, and was about to stop him. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Minnie raised her arm, blocked his hand with a stern face, and pulled her second brother to bow together. Being bold does not mean being unruly. Dad, Mother and grandmother usually teach that only those who know the limits can live better. She remembers it in her heart. The saint looked at the 3 children lined up in front of him, feeling both amused and emotional. After all, he watched them perform the salute. And then a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Why don't you go back with the emperor uncle to visit? The queen mother misses you. In the past 2 years, the princes and grandchildren have gradually grown up, and inevitably have their own thoughts, and are no longer the pure appearance of being in the arms of the emperor. It would be fine if the saint wanted to plan for the country, but the queen mother was too lazy to care so much, and even more lazy to beat around the bush with them. She just complained and didn't want to see the younger generations easily. On the contrary, Minnie and the others had no demands, and were not afraid of people, which made the queen mother feel the warmth of yesterday again, and she often talked about it. Minnie had just returned to her usual quirky look, tilting her head to look at him. Daddy said, don't just follow the emperor uncle. In fact, there was another sentence behind it. You'll be robbed. Who would have thought that before she said it? The young master had already shouted out, You'll be robbed. The saint's face froze, and he suddenly felt his teeth itching. What kind of mess did he teach? A good child was taught badly. Ping was a little embarrassed, and explained in a low voice, Father didn't mean anything else. It was just being vigilant. The saint turned his eyes around, suddenly sighed, and began to recall the past. Ping, you've grown up so fast. When you were younger than them, your mother was busy, and your father would carry you into the palace every now and then to rob my things. Ping's face turned red, a little embarrassed, but he still said honestly, yes. The desk and study I use now were all given by the imperial study. Strictly speaking, it was robbed. Although he didn't remember it, it was said that it was true. His father did what no one in the world dared to do. He repeatedly robbed the palace in broad daylight. And the rare thing was that he succeeded repeatedly. So, no one can escape from the heaven. His father robbed someone else's palace back then, and now someone is robbing his daughter. The young prince suddenly said, Uncle Emperor is old. Saint, what did this naughty kid say? Eunuch Wang, what did I hear? Ping, your majesty. Children speak without restraint. And Ning looked at this and that, as if he knew nothing about everything. He just smiled innocently and blinked his eyes to explain. Grandpa Shao came a few days ago and talked about what happened in the past. Dad was unhappy, so he said that Mom said that. Thinking about the past is already old. Everyone. Who does this daring kid take after? The saint was silent for a while, and suddenly evil rose from his heart. He strode forward, took the 2 children in his arms, and walked out with big strides. The 2 children were familiar with him, so they were not afraid. They just smiled and hugged Ping-An's neck and waved. Ping-An was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shouted, Come here. My younger brother and sister were taken away by the emperor uncle. Ah! Before he finished speaking, he found himself flying into the air. He was stunned for a moment, and then shouted to Yuan Jing, who was retreating quickly, I was also taken away by the emperor uncle.